but the future never looked better. I just can't look away, got a million questions. Yeah, I guess you could say you're my new obsession. It might be unhealthy or whatever. I don't care, cause I like me better with you. You make me go wow. I can't get enough. Whatever you do, you got me feeling like wow. Got a taste now, I want it all. Whatever you do, don't stop. We stay all night. We can go high to the clouds. Beating hearts won't come down. You make me go wow. I don't know what I want, but you taste like it. I'm a day in the sun, you're a cold sweat.
Hello, live from Paris, day 3 of the Kings World Cup Clubs. The action just keeps on coming. Welcome, bienvenido, benvenuti. It's Thomas Lawrence here alongside Bruno. We're going to cheer once again. I said obviously turn very, very quickly to make sure that if they were in here, as no one could catch you in time. How are you doing, my man?
Bonsoir, as always, a pleasure to be here alongside you, but we're going to get that video to sort of get us on the way with what's on store today.
So, as you quite rightly said, it was a lovely assist there from yourself, Bruno. I know you're a midfield playmaker, and we're going to
a little bit rushed, maybe, but
it's
just
all
about.
good, all good. I wasn't quick enough to read.
No.
But as we're saying, we're going to round up the results, the matches from yesterday, beginning with Boomers, an Italian side, against United, a French outfit. And although the Boomers started brightly, they had some really good players, the likes of Lofaso, Santoro. They're unable to get the better of the French side there. Brilliant. Liberto is one of many top players, really, for United. The French side fighting their way back. They've gone to win 9-3. You mentioned yesterday.
Free-scoring side, aren't they?
Yeah, they on average, they net a lot of goals.
Yeah, it was above 6, wasn't it? 6 point something, so I can't remember, 6.4, 6.7. Well, between 6 and 7 goals a game, and we thought it's unlikely that they would keep that up at the World Cup. No, they blew us away with those 9 goals. Some of them remarkable strike. He was a very good player yesterday, but as you say, there was 3, 4, 5 players in attack. You can now understand where those stats are coming from, because at some teams, the attack is depending on the 2 or 3 players up front, but they've got 4 or 5 threats, and I'm very, very intrigued to see how far they can go in this tournament.
Yeah, and another point you quite rightly brought up yesterday, Bruno, was okay. Boomers, it's obviously their first ever appearance in the Kings World Cup clubs. They've got potential, but let's see United against, say, an established force, maybe a Spanish side, a Brazilian side, and that will really be the acid test for them. Just to the right, you can see our various casters from all around the globe. There's our Spanish colleagues, and now we go pitch side here. This is live, just the right pitch. It's live, exclusive footage from the Cupra Arena. The team's warming up ahead of the first match, the 1900 kickoff. And to your left, these are the highlights from yesterday. If you have just joined us, don't worry, don't be alarmed. The action hasn't started early. This is just the highlights from yesterday, beginning with the Boomers, an Italian side, the present Fedez, famous Italian artist, taking on United in the Boomer side. We mentioned them a lot yesterday. Lofaso, former Palermo player. And here, Lofaso, talking of Lofaso.
That's the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, this was in the final 2 minutes after the roll of the dice.
With goalkeepers, and we were saying that they were pretty much neck and neck heading into the half-time interval. Lofaso, an incredible player in one-on-ones, but his defensive side, well, he's a little bit more lazy, a little bit more lethargic, we could say, when it comes to running the other way, and he left an open field for the United players. We saw Goffin Touré, who was brilliant, who was actually the MVP come the end of the game. Malakis, who scored a couple of goals, and well, that's really where United opened up the advantage in that game against Boomers. Look, Boomers will be difficult to beat also in that, not yet the last chance. But of course, losers take on losers, and it's you could say a penultimate chance, because if they lose that one, they go home. If they win, they still need to overcome another hurdle to come to the last 16. But I didn't see too many teams yesterday or on the opening day who you think yeah, maybe they're a bit of a pushover or they're clearly the weakest side. It's going to be very interesting in those games between losers and losers to see who does end up going home.
Yeah, the Swiss system, which the Kings
It's a good
League,
system, I like it.
It's a very good system indeed, adopted by the Kings and expertly explained by herself, Bruna. But United, by winning this game, spoiler alert, if you didn't know, United do go on to win. They win 9 goals to 3, and this is one of those brilliant goals.
Toure on the run again, isn't
on
it?
the break, and again we mentioned this, he had the options left, right and centre, really unselfishly to his teammate who hammered it home there. So the United give themselves that opportunity by winning the next game. They go straight through to the round of 16. The Boomers have to win or they'll be going home in their next game, and then if they win that game they go into the last chance saloon to make certain of a spot in the round of 16. And we've seen some very good presidential penalties. That was a little bit fortunate, we have to say, just snuck under the arm, but again, it didn't really have any major bearing overall. United would go on to win comfortably against Boomers, and
That was nice as well.
that was really classy from Simone Lofaso, and he's a classy player.
Yeah, you asked me yesterday, didn't you, who was the player that I'd enjoyed watching the most. It's not necessarily to say he was the best player we've seen so far in the Kings League, but in terms of fun, in terms of pure entertainment, Lofaso was one of those players which is a dying breed nowadays, which is you'll switch on the TV to watch a team just because of a certain player. Matthew Letizia, who we've talked a lot about in recent days, was one of those footballers.
Wow.
And I'm not putting him in the same bracket, but what I'm trying to say is Lofaso, they were heavily beaten yesterday, but he was so fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Those kind of those talisman, those mercurial talents that from years gone by, and obviously Matt Letizia, who I think was it Xavi of Barcelona, said it's one of his sort of players that you know, and that is high praise indeed. And for those of a certain generation or that didn't maybe grow up or follow English football, just go on YouTube and just put Matt Letizia top goals. If you are listening in, because I know Bruno, obviously you have had the honour of meeting and interviewing him, a big shout out to Matt Letizia, the penalty specialist, the great that is Lutis. But anyway, let's focus back here and to the Kings League players who certainly have a lot of that Letizia qualities, such as Lofaso. So as we were saying, United won that game. We moved on swiftly, didn't we, yesterday with Fluxo, who got the better of Futbolistas Locos, which despite being a Spanish name, having a Spanish name, they're actually a German side based in Hamburg, but obviously Hamburg being obviously very multicultural city. Their president obviously born and raised in Germany, but he's a Turkish international. That is the 20-year-old Kenan Yıldız, the Juventus star, the rising star. His team, however, were unable to make a winning debut in the Kings League. This, of course, is live footage of the warm-up taking place of our 1900 kickoff time, our first game, or rather, no, just the right of that. To left, is this the Cobra? No, it's not the Cobra,
No,
it's Serol. Or rather, who's wearing the jersey of Serol.
And it's similar colours,
Yeah.
that's why it's difficult to tell which is live and which is the highlights. No, the highlights are on the left. And it's another one of the presidential penalties from yesterday.
Right.
It's the Futbolistas Loco. He was wearing the Cherol jersey because he's the other president who isn't here today. And, well, it wasn't one of the best struck penalties. We're going to see some penalties from the presidents, which were quite good coming towards the end of yesterday's action. Look, yesterday was in crescendo, wasn't it? There were good games to start off with. That United game, I loved it because there were so many goals. But the excitement in the final 2 fixtures of match day 2 was remarkable. But this was the standout player, probably you'd say, Tom, from the second game.
Bolt. Bolt by name and Bolt by nature. He's very pacey and he scored a very fast goal, not even 20 seconds on the clock. And as you mentioned yesterday, and quite right, he actually holds the record for the fastest ever goal in the Kings League, just over 2 seconds, which is very impressive, remarkable indeed. And as you're quite right, and this is actually the highlights from that game. It's not live footage. The live footage is just here, right? That was me getting distracted, thinking of 90s nostalgia, the likes of Matt Letizia going back to a bygone era. But yeah, Fluxo, who were just too strong in the end, the Brazilians. And the Brazilians, they've been on fire. We're really impressed by Furia on match day 1. We were impressed by Fluxo. And this was the game we were talking about, the drama. Look at this. Victor,
Straight into it.
Victor Vidal. Look at that in added time of the final 2 minutes. It was a goal, of course, that's worth double, which then took them into. They're actually trailing 4-1 4-1 going, weren't they, into the final 2 minutes. Quick goal from Ortega, and then the keeper stepping up, Victor Vidal.
Victor Vidal, and I think when this competition was thought out, when it was in the mind of Gerard Piqué, and he was looking to create excitement, he was looking to create moments. It's like it was for this. It's for a team to head into added time, say 4-1 down, which in regular football would be impossible to come back from, and to have a goalkeeper score from the halfway line to win the game, and that's a bit more normal to see here. But the excitement and the noise inside the stadium when he scored that goal was remarkable. Now we're heading in to that final fixture where, look, having been set up with that Victor Vidal goal, you're thinking it's very difficult to keep sort of the entertainment value up there and the entertainment factor, but they found a way to do it.
And again, this we also spoke about. It's a goal you can watch back again and again and again, and just really rarely tired. This was actually the goal from Ortega in added time to just give them that hope and narrow that gap and then put them into that position that they could go on and win it, which they did. And as we saw yesterday, Victor Vidal actually made an error earlier in the game, and he certainly made amends by getting that winning goal against SXB, the president, Xiong, who's a very interesting character, very colourful character, full of personality, full of life, and he was very disappointed naturally because he
wants to win. He's very competitive.
Win.
He's one of the most competitive presidents out here, and he wants to fly the flag as well for Saudi Arabia. Very patriotic.
And he's put together this star-studded side, hasn't he, Bruno? Full of Colombian players.
Mexican player in there. It's an eclectic bunch, and you could see yesterday that they can really play this format of football. They were just a little bit unfortunate. It was something out of the ordinary, which meant that they didn't win the game. A strike from the goalkeeper going into the top corner in the final second.
And here it is once again. Let's just appreciate it. Look at this.
Oh, the velocity of that shot.
You're right. The pace, the power, the bottle to have that, to do that, and quite rightly lapping up the plaudits, the praise with that captain's armband. So Victor Vidal, I'll say it again, take a bow, son. Take a bow indeed. And the reaction, and that's a very familiar face as well, from one keeper to another, one could say.
Yeah, Arnau Tenas, recent Champions League winner with PSG, celebrating alongside Gerard Romero, the president. He was in the booth with him as one of these special VIPs yesterday. Look at him doing the David Alaba celebration, getting the chair and lofting it in the air. Well, it's all been joy for Arnau Tenas recently, of course. An Olympic gold medal winner in this very city a year ago, Champions League winner. Now trying to sort of give that good energy and those good vibes to Gigantes here in this tournament.
And looking such a cool, I think he's one of the few people that can pull off
those sunglasses.
Inside. If I were to do that, people would call me quite rightly a very silly chap. So we close the day with Yamin Lamal's La Capitale side. Team made their debut in the competition. That's La Cobra, who I mentioned earlier. And he took a fabulous penalty, didn't he? One of the best penalties we have seen so far in the competition. Unfortunately for him, though, however, that penalty, although it gave them hope, they actually went on to lose. The shootout ended 2-2. There was no golden goal in added time, those final 2 minutes, so it went to a shootout, and Persas, they held their nerve through. Hilario and Lonsdale, not a very South American sounding surname. In fact, I think you were mentioning he's got
half English,
exactly.
Half Venezuelan, half English.
Has that English heritage, and here was one of those successfully converted penalties for La Capitale. But and we'll see here that it went all the way actually to sudden death in the end. But this is actually the moment in the game, one of the many big moments. It's Hilario, their number 10, another player you would tune in to watch, isn't he? Stepping up in the absence of the great, the iconic Obed Martinez, and this is one of the highlights of that game. World Cup clubs. We have 4 games on the way. 8 teams, all with that shared objective of going through to the winners bracket. They want to avoid the pool of losers, want to boost their chances of going straight through to the round of 16. I'm Thomas Lawrence, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by the super Bruno Vergarecce. Hola, amigo.
Always a pleasure to be here alongside you, Tom. As you say, we almost know who everybody is playing in the bracket. Let's look first at those results from yesterday, where there was a lot of excitement, especially towards the end of the match day with the penalty shootout, which brought a brilliant ending to proceedings with La Capital losing on their debut against Persas. Then there was an incredible goal from Victor Vidal, which gave another win to a Spanish side, Gigantes. But it all started off with the Brazilians. The Brazilians, yet again, who can stop them defeating a German side? And United beating Boomers, and this is what it means, Tom. We're going to see the bracket now, where there are still a couple of slots that need deciding. Winners, of course, playing against winners, losers playing against losers, losers losing twice, going home.
It's the Swiss system, and as always, expertly explained. Thank you, Bruno. But we already know lots of the fixtures already. My eyes are drawn to that Spanish derby, the Ultimate Mostoles against Porcinos, but other sides such as FC Zeta, for example, just waiting, and Morash, another one, waiting to see who they will be facing in their respective round 2 games. And this is live exclusive footage here from the Cupra Arena, and they want to be here at the final on the 14th of June. Can they make it? We'll find out. Venue, and as we were saying just before, we'll find out, or at least we get an early indication of maybe one of these two sides that will be going head-to-head at 1900 local time here in Paris. In Paris, we'll be there maybe at the Défense Arena. Now, if you weren't with us yesterday, well, I forgive you, because we're now going to run through all of the action, beginning with Persas winning the first penalty series of this edition against Lamine Yamal's Capital.
Yeah, we're starting off at the end, because that's where the excitement was, and it was a very, very long penalty shootout. The first, certainly not the last, that we're going to see in this competition. Some players had to take 2 penalties. That's how long it went. We went all around the loop, all around the outfield players, and we even saw the goalkeepers missing, but in the end it was Persas that just about edged La Capital to get their first win in the competition.
Yeah, Hilario and Lonsdale, the heroes in the sudden death of the shootout earlier in the game, where the presidential penalty, and La Cobra scored his first goal in his debut as co-president of La Capital. And I'd have to steal it from you yesterday, you mentioned, but I want to claim a bit of the credit for a venomous strike from La Cobra. Well, it was Bruno's words, but I was really impressed by it. The Wordsworth that you are, but it was a fabulous strike, all joking aside. One of the best strikes, I'd say, from a president, at least, that we have seen so far. And talking of strikes, Bruno, how about this from Victor Vidal?
Well, we're not getting tired of seeing this. This was the moment so far of the tournament. We'll see if anybody's capable of eclipsing it, but Victor Vidal with a goal in the dying moments of the match. A double goal, of course, which meant that they went from being 4-3 down to winning 5-4. Pure excitement as Gigantes grabbed that win right at the death.
Absolutely, it was so impressive. And he had Arnaud Tenas, the Catalan goalkeeper and European champion. The championship with PSG was with Gerard Romero, the president of Gigantes, in his booth, and he enjoyed this victory. Cool customer with those shades. And how about that celebration?
Yeah, we love the celebration. We mentioned it was similar to the David Alaba one, the iconic one at the Bernabeu, where he picked up the white chair, Arnaud Tenas. He's getting too used to winning, and he's trying to see if that's going to rub off onto his pals, Gerard Romero and Gigantes.
And looking very cool in those shades, and talking about being very cool and composed. Bolt, how about his performance, scoring 2 of Fluxo's 6 goals? Yes, 6. and he was named MVP of the match. His first after just 20 seconds, and he's got a habit of scoring early goals, as you mentioned yesterday. He holds the record for the fastest ever goal in the Kings League after just 2 seconds, under 3 seconds. Very impressive. And the Brazilians, we've been really impressed by them. They have been on fire so far, and they swept aside Futbolistas Locos on their debut in the Kings League. The side, which is the president of FLC, is the one and only, the rising star Juventus. Kenan Yields were moving swiftly on, because you love this team. You're very impressed by the French, weren't you?
Yeah, one of my favourite teams so far. Definitely one of the funnest. United, and the game with the most goals so far in the competition. The free scoring United, 9 goals, keeping up that average. It was 6.6 or 6.7 heading into the tournament. Well, they scored 9. They steered well clear of that. And so many players on display, so much quality, and a team that's going to be very, very difficult to stop this week or next week also on home soil.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was everything that happened yesterday, as again we give you some exclusive footage here, live footage from the warm-up here at the Cupra Arena in Paris ahead of the first game at 1900 local time. Here we're going to see Los Troncos of España take on TRM, who are the Italian champions. And that way I've given myself, as it turns in, auto assist. I've set myself up here to set up the fixtures coming this afternoon from 90, or is it evening, really depends where you are, but let's say the evening. Come on, let's go from the 1900, our first game, right the way through to 2200, so from 10 p.m. Dendel against one of the wild cards, Jinxy, and the wild cards so far haven't really had the best of luck and haven't really left their mark, it has to be said, Bruno. Now that's pretty much what awaits us today. But we have to also say that during the Kings World Cup, we also have the privilege of seeing the first edition ever, my dear friend, of La Finalissima.
Defendemos lo que construimos.
Las Troncas,
Vamos a ganar.
campeonas de la Queen League Coiso.
Wow, a match then that will crown the best team in the Queen's universe. Very, very important game on the 13th of June, so save the day. But now let's focus back to what is ahead, Bruno, with Los Troncos against TRM. And this is the warm-up. This is the Italian side. Just we're still doing quite an unorthodox warm-up early. It's even almost like a rugby style, passing around the ball with their hands, with their arms, not with their feet. But of course, it's all a part of warming up the overall body, of course. And what do we know? These guys, and some of the players, including that man there, Ciccio Caputo, is obviously a former professional player in Serie A. So they certainly know best as the Italians go through their warm-up here. Very excited to see what the Italian champions can offer.
Yeah, we've got a couple of champions on offer today. We've got the Americas champions, which will be interesting to see afterwards. Los Chamos from Venezuela, and the Italian champs today, who seemingly, because we didn't get to see the Kings League Italy, at least I didn't myself, I'm sure a lot of people watching this did, seemingly they were by far the best team, the most dominant side in Italy. So we're waiting to see if the other teams can sort of catch up with the likes of Kings League Spain and Kings League Brazil, who seem to be a step above. But slowly but surely they're getting closer. Yes, the Germans haven't won yet. The French looked good in yesterday's games and the day before that. So have some of the Italian sides. So let's see what TRM can do today against Los Troncos.
Yeah, because FC Zeta really started brightly, as we pick out one of the key players, or what we believe, you and I, Bruno, that could leave his mark. Alessandro Colombo holds a King League record, 31 goals. That's not bad, is it? It's nearly as good as you and I, joking, of course. Bravissimo Alessandro Colombo. That's some record to bring into this competition. It's a real calling card, isn't it? As we try and get some kind of clue as to which way this match will go between the Italian champions, looking to fly the flag, the tricolore, for Il Bel Paese, for Italy, taking on Los Troncos of Spain. And we know the Spanish sides have certainly a bit of an edge. It's obviously where the competition and this game hails from, and so they want to impress against TRM. video by our video editors and by all our creative forces behind the scenes. It is Los Troncos against TRM. We picked out Jean Verdoux, 260 appearances in La Liga, 11 goals. I know you want to chat a bit more about him later, Bruno, and Francesco Caputo. I'm going to talk a lot about him.
The other two players who have got big pedigree on the top scene, on the top stage in Serie A and La Liga. A lot of time the wild cards are maybe not that big a name or haven't played at the very top, but in this case, Joan Verdoux and Caputo, two very big names for Los Troncos and for TRM. Let's talk a little bit about how both sides head into this. Los Troncos, well, last year they lost in the quarterfinals against Xbuyer team. They're a team that are always there or thereabouts. They won the regular season, or they were on top in the regular season in the most recent split in Spain. Ended up losing the final to Ultimate Móstoles, who of course have won here on their debut. They are yet to win a title in the Kings League, whether that be in Spain or on the international scene, but they're always qualifying, they're always there. And the thing that they found is that they've got continuity in their team. They've got the same wildcards in Carlos Planas and Joan Verdoux from the very opening split back in 2023. So there's a lot of movement in terms of squads. But Los Troncos have done a good job in trying to keep that sort of backbone of same players in the team.
Yeah, so can they sort of rid themselves of that tag of being, I don't want to say the underachievers, but just the bridesmaids and never the bride, the almost men. Can they do it here on the biggest stage, the world stage of the Kings World Cup clubs? And as for TRM, you can see they're very proud to be the Italian champions, but can we now see an Italian side really go on and leave its mark on the world stage at the Kings World Cup Nations? This year were very, very underwhelming. They headed and they went for a very early exit, unfortunately for all tifosi of Italia. So they're hoping that maybe TRM can now make amends for that and try and redeem that disappointment back in January on home soil, lest we forget. And we can see there a little glimpse of one of the presidential booths as we now see the drawing of the Fortnite secret card. Of course, you know the rules by now, but if it's not just for the first time, why not remind them? Those can only be played in the second half, 2 20-minute halves, 40-minute games. It's going to be action-packed. We are almost there. We begin with a 1v1 with goalkeepers. With the passing of each minute, another player joins the fray, joins the action, and then we are then going to be 7v7 from the 5th minute onwards. And as we always say, this is where we're likely, Bruno, to see the goals when there's lots of space.
Yeah, Los Troncos have gone for another former professional player who's played in La Liga, Carlos Planas. I'm saying he's one of those that's been there from the first split as a wild card. He came through the academy in Barcelona. He played for Celta Vigo, he played for Girona, he's played at top clubs. A defender, so they bring him on in this one-on-one, very much like De La Bella with Ultimate Móstoles, where they go for the defender, for the experienced pro. So it'll be very difficult to get past him in this one-on-one. I'm assuming that TRM will be looking to be a bit more attacking with Alessandro Colombo, of course, the top goal scorer.
Yeah, as we were mentioning, 31 goals in the split, and here he is. He's got support as well from the keeper in the form of Vajé, and it's a very early goal indeed. He doesn't quite beat the record of Bolt, but it means the same, it's worth the same. It's 1, and it's Italy 1, or rather TRM 1, and Los Troncos 0.
It's a good finish from Alessandro Vajé, one of the 3 wildcards for TRM. He plays his football at Club Milanese, one of the regional sides in Italian football.
Los Troncos can hit back right away. Oh, so unlucky on the rebound! And out for a corner. Talk about instant impact there. And I love that jersey, Celtic-esque, isn't it? We'll have a chance to talk about, or maybe Real Betis as well. As there's a shout out to the Spanish sides as well, naturally. Now, they're looking for that equaliser. Los Troncos, can they get it?
Why not?
Oh, what a finish at the near post. And don't be beaten at your near post.
Why not? He was, Colombo was waiting for the pass across to Carlos Planas, and here Almoyla said, fine, I'll take the invitation and I'll give it a go. I'll shoot at the near post. Very difficult save for Alessandro Vajé, but for now it's the goalkeepers doing the goal scoring.
Now Colombo, Vajé back with Colombo, has options, got Caputo now on the pitch. Colombo for Caputo, straight at the keeper, he scuffed it there. Caputo, also known as Chicho Caputo, even though it's one of his Francesco Caputo, it does get abbreviated to Chicho, as Amoyle looks to get a brace here and turn it around. He does have options though left and right, and he's there in support, just lurking on the edge of the box. Amoedo! Oh, that was close.
Very close. And you can see the other player that's come on for Los Troncos. That's Gerard Noya, who's been playing with Porcinos this very season. He's someone that won the World Cup last season. They've got another player that won the World Cup on the bench in Alex Gutierrez. So there's experience in knowing how to win this competition in this Los Troncos side.
See that immediately hitting that. Well, just a fast equaliser. This could be a real tight game. The Italian champions, they've left their goal open. This must be two. It has to be. It is.
It's Gerard Noya, the man we were talking about, the World Cup winner. And well, that's what happens if one of those passes get intercepted. How many times we said it? You've got to finish the moves with these reduced format. You've got to make sure that none of those passes get intercepted. It's an open goal, and it's 2-1 Los Troncos.
And it seemed a bit needless to take that kind of risk this early on, as Colombo just checks inside. They're again trying to bring Caputo into play. The centre forward, can Badger pick out the Italian number 9? He maybe can. That wasn't a bad idea. Needs to quickly get back Badger, as it's going straight for goal. And had that gone in, of course, it would have stood, but Badger just scuffling back a little bit about Caputo, former Italy international, former Sassuolo man, so he's got lots of experience for his country, for his club sides as well, and he's on the ball here just trying to bring a teammate into play. Ciccio Caputo just lurking there, former pro, ending his career after a spell with Empoli. As Colombo looks to pull the strings, but it's given away. Los Troncos back on the ball. The man who got that goal to make it 2-1, Gerard Noya. Now Colombo, curling strike, and it's struck with real power, stings the gloves of the keeper of Los Troncos. We're back on the ball as we now go to 6v6. We're getting close to that 7v7. And of course it will become a little bit more tactical. Often we see sides then cancel each other out when we get to that stage. These early stages where you need to maybe just start laying down a mark. And of course those final 2 minutes of the first and second half, where all the action really tends to take place in terms of the dramatic moments anyway, whereas we've got a 7v7. You see who, with their technique, can maybe break down the opposition defence. Troncos just passing it around nicely here. Tieremba just doing their best to win it back, and I think it came off a red jersey last, so it will be Los Troncos to take on that far side.
There is Joan Verdú, who we were talking about earlier, highlighted, came through the Barca Academy. Plenty of appearances for Espanyol, for the city neighbours in the top flight. We saw Espinosa playing yesterday, or 2 days ago, Tom, and really enjoyed how he played. It's a very similar mould of player, that Barca La Masia attacking midfielder, central midfielder that can really move the ball around. A little bit older than Espinosa, so maybe hasn't got that sort of acceleration anymore in his legs, but he's got the vision of a La Masia product.
We always say class is permanent. Now Colombo, that's a really good challenge taken away. Los Troncos can break here, but we expect the Italians to be very good defensively and covering and closing down the space and defending well as a block, well organised, solid, and making it difficult for Los Troncos, who though have come from a goal down to lead 2-1 as Caputo leads that first press. He's got a rather unique celebration, so we'll maybe wait to see who he scores and try and explain it. And
you've been selling it, so I'm looking forward to it.
And then should he score and should he celebrate, then it's also reveals a little bit about himself as well, his interests away from the pitch. And one of my interests away from the pitch, as you know, Bruno, I keep hammering on about it, is I'm a big fan, or I've become, I must admit, in these past couple of weeks, a big fan of Fortnite, because as you know, we've got a lot of downtime across these next 2 weeks when we're not commentating on our games. It's a similar story for the presidents and the players. As I mentioned, I'm a big fan of Reload and Ballistic. What about yourself? I know the answer now. Battle Royale. You're so always Battle Royale.
I'm a traditionalist. Battle Royale. Don't get me away from Battle Royale. No, I'll dip into the other ones.
Come on, give Reload or Ballistic a go. Listen, guys at home, grab your chair and like Bruno, just jump in, and of course the link is in the chat.
Let's see this free kick then. This is a chance to see that celebration. Oh, I was looking forward to seeing what Caputo had in store for us, but that was a powerful strike, very powerful.
It really was. Now, if it does get to a certain stage where it looks like he's not going to, I will obviously explain it otherwise, because otherwise...
You're just going to leave us hanging.
Yeah, I mean, of course, one can check out one of his many goals, of course, across his career for the likes of Empoli, Sassuolo, going back to his time with Bari at the very start of his career from that part of the world in South Italy. He's a proud southern Italian.
Big fan of Bari.
So as we were quite rightly saying, a massive shout out to Fortnite, and when downtime, make sure you, the presidents, the players, get online, get playing like Bruno and I've already had a couple of games this morning as we were waiting, of course, for our bus to get here to the Cupra Arena. I know I'm trying to convert Bruno from being a big battle royale fan to join me on Reload or Ballistic. So guys, let us know what your thoughts, what the kind of options and modes you like to play. But like us, grab your Jura, jump in.
Get involved in some there.
Get involved, guys, get involved.
Battlefield.
This is promising. Caputo.
It's worth pointing out as well, Tom, for anybody that sees maybe some strange names on the back of the shirts of the Troncos players. Los Troncos, of course, means the tree trunks, and that's why they play in green. It's all very sort of earthly with Perchita, the president. So all the players on the back of their shirt have a name that is a tree or a type of plant. It's kind of a It's kind of the ethos of the club, Los Troncos.
Is that why the colours as well?
That's why they're green. Yeah, of course.
There you go. For all the horticulture, I think that's the right term. Experts out there, I think they'll very much appreciate
those rural people out there, like
like
myself.
Exactly.
Following Los Troncos.
I know you like a bike ride in the countryside, Bruno, a nice walk, a nice passeggiata. Now and again, unlike me, the city boy from Milan, or with my smog, with the smoke, with the cars, the traffic. But now and again, I must admit, I'd like to get out there and get away from it all, get away from the city as Chamos looked to get away from Los Troncos here.
I thought he'd turned him down. I thought he'd done the classic number 9 Serie A professional. Thought he'd just rolled him enough, but the ball just didn't get in out of his feet there, Caputo.
Just playing off the last line, rather than playing off the shoulder of the last defender, and the jersey of Perchita he's wearing says Palo Santo, which belongs to Jordi Gomez, as the shot comes in from Caputo. Jordi Gomez is actually a wild card player who played the previous bit with Los Troncos, but he's currently injured. So that's a nice little tribute, isn't it? And we saw that actually with yesterday as well with the French squad as they look to pay tribute to Tesquira, one of their players.
Gomez. Jordi Gomez is a player who scored a hat-trick in the Premier League, so it's not just anybody that's injured. Jordi Gomez, if anybody remembers, any Wigan Athletic fans, scored a hat-trick there. Oh, that's a handball from the attacker. So it's a big player missing for Los Troncos, another classy left-footed winger attacking midfielder who won't be available for Los Troncos here in Paris.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a spell in the northwest.
Second Spanish player to score a hat-trick in the Premier League.
All right, so so Jordi Gomez was the second
Spanish player ever to score a hat-trick in the Premier League.
The first one, I'm going to have a go. Reyes? Was it Reyes? No, okay. But we'll watch this corner, and then we'll get back to our quiz. It's floated in there by Colombo. Comes just to the edge of the area here. Patiently trying to find their way through on that far side.
I can hear your brain ticking from there.
I know. You know, being a man, I also can't do two things at once. I can't think about this and commentate. So I may have to raise, unfortunately, and it pains me, Bruno, raise the white flag.
I'm sure there will be people watching this saying, how could he not remember, or how could he not say Fernando Torres?
No! Why? ¿Por qué, Thomas? ¿Por qué? Why? I'm disappointed. Pourquoi, Tom? Oh, I'm hanging my head in shame. And I wouldn't blame if you want to pick up your headpiece and walk away from me right now, Bruno, because that's disgraceful for someone who professes to work in this business. You're right, but of course, Torres, with Liverpool, I assume, obviously, where he played his best football in England. I don't think that's a far-fetched statement. Now, Caputo!
It's getting closer and closer and closer, Caputo.
What a strike that was. Very good hit, and you can see that obviously he's played at the highest level. We actually saw a similar moment, an own goal early in the competition, didn't we? A little pass back.
Down the other end, it was Porcino.
Yeah. just right in front of Argon. There's the strike again, and it's a very good save. I have to say that Amoedo is playing his part at both ends of the pitch. Now, Caputo, will this be the moment? Must be the moment. It's got to be. So unselfish.
Oh, it's nice to see a player who's, it's maybe like not evidently flashy or anything, but just knows how to play the game so well, knows how to play the number 9 role. Caputo is just the way he turns, the way he moves, how he finds the space. It's just the instinct of somebody that's played the centre forward role his whole life. It's really nice to see.
Oh, it's so.
It's an art form, really.
Yeah, it's. Listen, we as players, obviously, as pundits, as commentators, as journalists, obviously, we can only admire, and obviously, in my case, I'm sure your case, dream as well of what Caputo has achieved, and some of these players that you said have played at the highest level, such as Gomez, Caputo, and yes, also Lofaso. And we also have a quick reminder of our fixtures coming up today: 2100, 2200. The action just keeps on. This is the final day of round 1. We have 4 fixtures, 8 teams all looking the shared objective going through to the winners pool. As part of our Swiss system, the losers will go through to the losers pool, as we may see another goal here from the Spanish side. They're still on the ball. And again, to wind up and get the shot away there for Los Troncos. David Soriano just kept on rising, unfortunately, for him. We've got fans again just to our right here, looking to get closer and closer to the action. That's what a Leeds United jersey as well in the stands. Now, here come Los Troncos. Floating, that's a good ball, really good ball. Oh, I was just wide, but the arm goes up, offside. I'm not saying anymore the flag either, so I've got better in that as well, haven't I, Bruno?
Well, it's instinctive, and I think we can use it also as a sort of synonym for offside. The flag goes up, people know what we're talking about. That shot flies over from Alessandro Colombo, but it's been as tight a start as we would have expected. Los Troncos have had their chances, but TRM have also had their chances, and it's just a matter of being a little bit more clinical and a little bit more efficient, and that's why Los Troncos are currently just ahead, just got their noses ahead in this game, but it's as tight as we were probably anticipating heading into it.
Now, Soriano just offloading for Alex Cubedo.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, a lovely little touch there. Really impressive stuff from Boada. Showing that technique. All aboard the show, but
lovely touch as well. Ooh, is that a penalty?
Well, we know the corner has been given. It's sliding in there.
And again, there aren't too many complaints from his teammates.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a little bit telling. Yeah, absolutely.
Again, full marks to everyone behind the scenes for getting that replay quickly. Colombo trying his luck again, and he's been, Chamos, obviously, danger man, and the one to continually ask questions to Los Troncos as he takes the throw-in on this near side. The number 10, the talented number 10. Just haven't seen, though, Caputo put the ball in the back of the net. Will this be his moment? Danger not over. It is now, however. He's gone down hurting there, Andrea Filippi.
Oh, he went in with absolutely everything there at the far post.
So, teasing ball flashed across the face of the box.
Good defending from Gudi, got his body in the way. He's another one of those sort of secondary role players, Gutierrez, that are Kings League players, so not professional players coming into this, who are very, very good sort of squad member, powerful, strong left-footed midfielder, and it just makes up. We talk about Ultimate Mostoles as well, that they've got the good professionals, the good, better wild cards, which Los Troncos have got as well. But you need to fill that in as well with Kings League players who are top quality. And I feel like Los Troncos and Ultimate Mostoles, well, they, for a reason, reached the final in Spain. But you can sense that they are the better Spanish sides in this tournament.
Now, approaching the final 2 minutes of normal time before we have those final 2 minutes and the JD roll of the dice. We have an equaliser from the Italian side. Will Los Troncos. We have Eric Bartra as the coach, and is the brother of professional football Mark Bartra. Yeah, of Dortmund, Betis, and
Barcelona. Barcelona played in Turkey for a bit as well. Returned to Betis, where he's had a good season this year, reaching final of the Conference League, and he played very well in that final, despite Betis being defeated by Chelsea 4-1 in the end, although maybe it was a little bit tighter than that. Yeah, Eric Bartra has been involved for a while now with the Kings League.
Still for Betis to be involved at that stage of the competition. Real Betis, one of Spain's storied clubs, and of course in recent years they lived a bit in the shadow of their city rivals Sevilla, as that's just swung in nicely. Oh, that was a really good ball. That was a good chance, and I think the captain will be just a little bit disappointed with himself, because it was swung. It was almost put on a plate. Headed over by the number 21, Carlos Planas.
That would have been a collector's item as well, isn't it? A goal from the corner, very sort of routine. Floated in and headed by a player. We don't see many of those in Kings League football, seven-side football either as well.
Absolutely, it would have been, again, one for the purists and of their traditional football. That's why it's so fabulous, isn't it, the Kings League, Bruno? We've got a bit of everything for everybody. We're into those final seconds. Get the shot away, get the shot away!
Almost. How close is Caputo getting? He's knocking at that door. At some stage, you feel like he's going to open it up and rampage into the house.
It's going to come flying open, as we have the JD roll of the dice here.
Will we get the JD again?
Oh, we had it 4 times yesterday, didn't we? You're right. So listen,
surely not. They've changed the dice today.
Surely it's not been weighted again.
Oh, that's a powerful throw.
It's a good throw.
You're kidding me. All right, I was almost.
It's going to be Bruno, a 3v3, something we didn't have yesterday. We had obviously 1v1 with goalkeepers every single time. That's the reaction from the presidential booths. That was Hamza, the co-president of Karasu, Kings League France, with the roll of the dice.
We're playing later on today, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. And just a little fun fact about Los Troncos. Barca player Pedri has declared himself a fan of Los Troncos. I think we were speaking about that off there, weren't we?
No, we have, It's something that brilliant for you to highlight it, because I did have it in my notes reading it. And Barca players are very involved in the Kings League. As we said, it's a competition which is played in Barcelona, so it's very present there. And they've got that group of youngsters now, haven't they, Barca? Such a fun team to watch. And you've got the likes of Pedri, Fermin, Lamine Yamal. They've all done this little group of mates together. Ferran Torres is in there as well. And, well, they were all watching the Kings League action yesterday, or at least that's what Lamine Yamal told us, with the rest of the Spanish international camp. And Pedri, well, he's a fan of Los Troncos.
Yeah. Sounds it hails from that part of the world. It's natural that there's so much interest in it. So 3v3, which is obviously including the keepers, as Elijah has a go and looking to add another goal to the collection. The TRM keeper.
Oh, Caputo's not had a breather in this game, has he? They've really been trying to get everything out of him in this game, trying to squeeze every ounce of quality from Caputo.
Now the keeper has to get back quickly here. Italian
can we get it across? Oh, that was a good challenge.
An open net. There's an open net, but Caputo just coming back.
Oh, and they've exposed themselves.
But on board to make it 2-2.
Oh, is that a penalty?
It is.
Yes, says the referee. I thought he went the wrong way, Tom. I don't know how you feel about it, but you could see we've got the privileged angle from behind. You can see the goal. There was a lot of goal to the right, and I thought maybe he would strike it, but he decided to take it left, and the keeper was anticipating him there.
Maybe he was trying, I don't know, imitate Lofaso, another Italian star featuring at the Kings World Cup clubs. And maybe one thought he would just go for the strike. It looked to go around the keeper. Now, of course, there will be a check. And let's try to listen in.
Checking in progress.
Further back to see if there's a foul on Carlos Planas.
Well, that's being checked first of all. Now, the arm was outstretched. Now, there is contact, to be fair. And from that, obviously, Tiram can go up the other end and win the penalty. So the referee, all eyes on him.
There's a potential foul before the goal.
I'd be interested in actually checking the actual penalty. I want to see the contact from. I'm not sure if the goalkeeper made contact. Maybe Planas making the sliding challenge caught Colombo, but I guess this is what they're going to look at.
Yeah, this is what they're reviewing.
There is a foul before.
Right, let's try and listen into the referee.
The penalty against the player number 9, red.
Well, there you have it. They go back to the
Check complete.
by Caputo. I think they're asking for a foul as well, or rather, I beg your pardon, a card, the Los Troncos players. But I think that would have been extremely harsh.
You should be happy enough to,
That would be,
to have not had a
yeah.
penalty. Look, I'm one of those that I like to have a sort of... I want to be a bit more demanding of fouls given in modern day football, but I do feel like it was enough of a tug from from Caputo on Blanes for the foul to be given.
Yeah, I think good play around from everyone in terms of the people behind the scenes at the VAR spotting that, and the goal, or rather the penalty, doesn't stand here as we go into those final seconds of those 2 minutes, and we'll see whether there's any added time. And you know, we're running the same two wildcards from Split 1, Carles Planas,
Yep.
ex-player of Celta de Vigo, and Jean Verdu, he's an ex-player of Espanyol, mentioning, and Deportivo La Coruña. Nicely done here from Can Caputo. I've been talking him up, haven't I? And he's on the ball as in out.
Hey, that one's just got away from him.
Yeah. Still, 1 minute of added time. Colombo. Still, Colombo just out muscled here, and he's going to go for that. Could be a yellow, you know. That was borderline.
It should be a yellow.
Yeah,
it should be a yellow.
I can see why they're protesting, Bruno, to be honest. I think in that case, that was much more yellow than what we saw earlier from Caputo.
He's a lucky boy, I think, to have got away with that. And not only because of the challenge, but because of what he cut out, which was a potential goal for Los Troncos. But it was very well defended by Diego Jimenez, wasn't it? He got his body in the way, and he was just the stronger of the two.
Yeah, it was blatant. It was blatant. Now Los Troncos with Jimenez.
Yeah.
Nice touch. Oh, the finish wasn't. This was a touch from Gerard Nola. He's blazed it over, and there goes the half-time whistle. Los Troncos have put down roots in this game and lead 2-1. There's a bit of controversy here with, I think, continue to protest about a potential yellow card, which wasn't given in the end.
For me, it's not.
But he'll be happy, though, that his teammates, his side, lead 2-1 at the break.
For me,
They are
it's not.
leading against the Italian champions. Let's listen in to both half-time team talks.
Stiamo facendo bene, stiamo facendo noi la partita, abbiamo avuto occasioni. Va bene, non ce ne frega un cazzo, la ribaltiamo, ragazzi, la ribaltiamo.
Estem controlant bé el partit. En el 4-2 ja heu vist, quan han arribat ajudes a Colombo, ens han generat perill.
La cazzo di coroncina che ci avete sopra il simbolo di Malta.
Vale, molt atents, sobretot. Si anem alts, anem tots. Si no, no, es parla i vull que correu d'allà cap aquí com si us anés la vida. Com si us anés la vida, no baltrotes aquí. Vale? Sí? Recordeu, hi ha cartes. Vam treballar l'altre dia en treno. Mireu pissarra. Se situaran així. Atacarem així. Entren al set inici, entren.
Vinga, va,
Joan, atacarem en 4-2. Et fiques tu amb Carles aquí i els altres els ficarem oberts. 2 contra 1 per acabar o obrir.
Well, there are those half-time team talks, and it's Eric Bartra, of course, as we said, Marc Bartra's brother, trying to encourage his players. As you said, roots were in place. They've been planting the seeds for this win with that 2-1 scoreline in the first half.
Yeah, as for the team talk from the Italian side, basically saying we're doing well, plenty of chances. Now let's turn this game around. That is, of course, the objective. They've got a presidential penalty with both sides, of course, but referring to Tierney, and a secret card to help them do that. But Los Troncos will be saying, well, they've got those cards to go on and maybe stretch their lead further.
Must say, sometimes half-time team talks or pre-game team talks, when I played, a lot of the time it was just so evident, so obvious that I found it very annoying. Like, come on, guys, let's go out there switched on. Oh, thanks. No, I was going to go out there switched off, actually. It's just
saying the basic
I don't
things,
know.
yeah.
I mean, I get, you know, maybe for some people it helps them to get them motivated. For me, it just really frustrated me.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, Bruno, first 5 minutes. Oh, right. Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, no,
Thanks
but
for
listen,
reminding me.
it's an interesting because different players react differently to different messages, don't they? I mean, Alex Ferguson was very good at knowing which player was needed, you know, a real sort of kick up the backside to get them going again, or who needed a bit more sort of an arm round the shoulder kind of approach. And that's where, again, the managers do make their money in those team talks, whether they can, you know, pick up a player or give that little tactical tweak or instruction that can change the game. But I know what you mean. So if I'm ever to coach you, I'll just keep quiet, I won't say anything to you. That's the message, what you're saying.
No, I just switch off. I just switch off.
Yeah, just focus on your game. Exactly. So a throw in on this near side. We're still waiting for Chicho Caputo. And if we get, so let's put a time. If it gets to 30 minutes and he hasn't scored, I'll reveal and explain a little bit more about him, because it's a unique celebration which reveals a lot about his interest away from the pitch.
And Chicho, is that a common?
Yeah, Francesco can be abbreviated.
Okay.
Or Cesco is quite a common one as well. Or France, like Francesco Totti was often France Totti, but it's quite common. Now picked up here by Los Troncos, and that man Jean Verdu with that number 10 jersey. I always say, you know, given to one of the more talented players in the side, and here he is just driving forward there. Nice little cutback as well, but did the arm go up on this patient build-up play by Los Troncos, and just surviving there. Did you expect a bit more from the Italian champions, or is it more or less what you expected from TRM?
Well, they're coming up against one of the best teams in the competition, so it's probably difficult for them to have put in one of those displays which you think, oh, wow, you know, you're sort of blown away by it. But look, they're in there, and they're hanging in there with Los Troncos, and that in itself suggests that they're a strong team. And you can see that Caputo, you can see, as we said earlier, every time he's involved, you can see that he's a player that's a little bit different, that's a little bit special. Colombo, he hasn't scored yet, but he's got himself into threatening positions. But I guess maybe expect more. I think it's more down to the fact that they're up against a very good team.
Yeah. I keep saying TRM, TRM, it actually means and stands for the Real Marza, which is also the name of the Twitch channel of the club's president, and the name plays on it's a bit of a double meaning. So when said out in a dialect from Bari, it sounds like a local swear word as the shot goes in. And it's 2-2.
And it goes in, Diego Jimenez making it 3-1 for Los Troncos. I know you're desperate for your Italian companions to fight their way back into the game.
That was why I sort of, you can tell, again, that one should never have any preferences, but I'm not going to deny there's a little soft spot for the Italian side, which is why I was sort of looking up and hoping maybe that maybe even the scoreline they could put a 2-2 and no one would notice. So obviously, hold my hands up. Chiedo scusa. So the Real Marza, the logo which features Marza's face wearing his signature Hakimaka traditional Japanese headband, reinforcing the nickname of Caputo, the ninja of Bari. Needs some ninja tricks right now to work the way back into this match here. Well, as we said though, Bruno, both teams did reach the European finals. Los Troncos losing their final against Ultima Mostoles, and Timera beat Zeta, winning 10-0 by the way, which is very, very impressive.
Now they can slow down the game a little bit more, Los Troncos, and this is where they need to try and stay in it. But TRM, of course, there are still cars, there are still presidential penalties, so a lot can be swayed still in this game. But they've got to make sure they don't drop their heads too much. You can see that Troncos are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in possession.
Oof, what a hit, and a good save as well, stinging the gloves of Badge. He's back on the ball here. Tricky little customer, diminutive little player, but most of no gravity, likes to take on defences, doesn't he? And that has beaten the offside trap. Well, we thought it had, but it hasn't. Eventually, that arm going up, and they've got that 3-1 lead, and something we talk about a lot, isn't it? During the Kings, we like to see once a team has, say, a 2-goal cushion, and score a goal, immediately going for, say, a presidential penalty, or going to their secret car, trying to build on the momentum that they've gained. We haven't seen any of those cards or the presidential penalties as yet being locked down by either Los Troncos or TRM, the Real Marta, as I was explaining there, which is, I would say, a play on words, also of a dialect from Bari, which is where the president is from. And Chicho Caputo, of course, is from that part of the world, the number 9. Now the chance on the break. Will they make it 4-1? It won't be 3-2. It'll be 4-1, of course. That's me clinging to hope for the Italians, who are trying to come forward here. There's still plenty of time left here.
Ooh.
That could be a penalty. No penalty.
Well,
but
referee had a good angle. He clearly thought that it wasn't a penalty.
of course, it's going to be checked now at the other end. It could now be 4-1. Again, a really good start. Keeper's
keeping
very
it.
big, isn't he?
Alessandro
Very,
Maggi.
very big keeper. Caputo, just offloading. Very imposing figure, isn't he, in between the sticks. Saw some very impressive goalkeeping performances, yes, especially in that shootout. Monterde, in particular, was very, very good in that match between Persas and La Capitale, as Caputo shoots on the term. And last thing it doesn't look like we're going to see that celebration, which Italians really enjoy. But again, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, and I've teased it enough, haven't I? Teased it enough. Now Girardola, plenty of space here. They're defending really deep. The Italian outfit, the Campioni d'Italia. The body behind the ball, then looking to break in a very sort of Italian style, isn't it? With that catenaccio style made famous in Il Bel Paese, and they're looking forward to potentially come on the break, but they've won back the ball well. I'd say Los Troncos have done that well. When they've lost the ball, they've really almost hunted in packs to get the ball back right away. Good pressing from them, good work. There's nice energy about this side, and they deserve to be leading 3-1. They've shown that spirit as well to just keep your cool as well. Even if you go down early on, there's plenty of time left, and they now lead 3-1. They've got both those cards as well. That's going to give them a lot of confidence as well. And play them at the right time. And that's also part of the Kings League, the strategy as well. They know their secret card, so they'll be thinking when that could be the right time to play it as well. Maybe they wait and see how Tiremme play their card first and then react to that. That's also an option as well.
Well, here's a chance.
Here he is, Caputo. And good tracking back, really good tracking back from Verdu, showing that experience, the know-how, having been around the block, the number 10.
Yeah, well, sometimes in these games, the team that goes down through the urgency of needing to get back into the game end up sort of taking control and the initiative, but it's not been like that. It's almost as if TRM have been... morale has really taken a significant blow with that third goal, and it's just become a game in which Los Troncos have got more and more possession, more and more comfortable playing it around a slowish tempo. All we're seeing from TRM is the occasional break, the occasional counter-attack, but then you're going to have to try and get back onto the ball, more like earlier in the game, where I'm not saying they had the initiative, but it was a little bit more evenly matched in that sense.
It was, and just being caught on the break, you said maybe just taking a little bit of wind out of their sails, and now Los Troncos are just shaping up here to get the shot away. All queuing up there. Just that pass was slightly overhit, asking a bit too much. Now, of course, we know that Carlos Litos Ferres is faster, but not that fast for getting to the ball. Just looking to push up here and push out of their own half. Back right away, that's what I was saying, they're so good, Los Troncos are winning back the ball. And they've done it again. Now they can come forward, they're in control here, they're looking good. Although we know it certainly isn't over until it's over. Brought down nicely here, Planas. Looking just a stretch here. TRM Real Marza. And now just safety first as well, they can afford to do that. Leading 3-1, they don't have to necessarily force the issue. Of course, they can't waste time, they can't just pass it around because that's against the rules, and you have to try and show that initiative that you're going to take a shot or have an attacking intent, otherwise the referee will hurry teams up to try and get that shot away.
It almost turned into that space in the middle. Referee allowed play to continue, I like to see it.
Now he does just halt the play on that far side. Now I was trying to get to about Caputo when he does score. he mimics drinking a beer because away from the pitch he's got a company which brews beer. He's got his own little breweries. That's one of his interests away from the pitch, Ciccio Caputo, and it's something he started actually during his playing days, looking ahead to post-playing career, of course, and having something set up. And talking of things being set up, it looks like we've got a fortnight secret card which has been set up by Los Troncos. We'll see what that is very short. The next break in play, will they still be leading 3-1 or will it be 3-2? Will the Italiani with the Rossi, the team in red, get that goal back and claw it back in? Nice work by Colombo. So they did that first part really well just to find himself a little bit of space, but it was overhit. Now, we're going to find out that secret card.
So that's the first one being employed in this game. See potential penalties. The blue little line next to the scoreboard is the presidential penalty. The green is the card. It's a suspension. So a player will be brought out of the game.
Colombo or Caputo? Who do you go with?
I mean, I'd say Caputo's probably more capable of scoring a goal. Colombo's a bit more involved in the build-up process, so they've gone for Colombo.
Yeah, they've gone for Colombo. That means obviously for the next 4 minutes, Colombo will be off the pitch. The Italians will be down to 6 men, so they've got a numerical advantage.
I also think the decision is you're leaving them with 6 men, so who would you rather have defending, Colombo or Caputo? Colombo is a bit younger, he's got more legs, a bit more active in that sense, so maybe you're forcing Caputo to defend and taking away his real threat, which is attacking.
Yeah, and as we saw, talking of attacking talents, Lofaso yesterday wasn't at his very best when it came to that defensive side of the game, as them just survived that scare. And, so they're down to 6 men. That's actually the 9th suspension card of the tournament so far, so it's proving to be quite a popular card, even though of course they're drawn at random. We'll see what TRM have up their sleeve. I think now could be the time potentially to play that presidential penalty, perhaps just try and find a way back into the game. That's a good ball, and now we've got Filippi on that far side looking to, or rather attempting to keep it in play. It didn't quite work out. A reminder, get your tickets for the 14th of June at the Défense Arena for the final. And we're going to have a stunning performance as well from Jims, the French artist who's involved here at the tournament. He's president of the Zaytuna. And we're also going to have a fabulous exhibition game, France against the rest of the world. There's the header. Oh, very nearly, very nearly. It was difficult. It was also
it couldn't really get too much power on it.
Yeah,
it just floated and dropped into the hands of Alessandro Baggi. But going back to what you were saying about the celebration from Caputo, Italian players are very creative with their celebrations, aren't they? I mean, you've got a lot of original celebrations that have come out of Italy. I remember Gilardino with the violin, and then there was Luca Toni with that sort of hand shaking next to the head, which Michu then copied. Was it Bonucci, sort of finger?
It was, wash your mouths out. It's kind of like don't criticize, but if you're going to criticize, wash your mouth out kind of thing. A little sort of biting back to the
very
critics.
very original.
Biting back sort of to the critics as well. And as we were trying to say, and we were also talking about, trying to find a way back into this match. Now they've gone for their secret card. What will it be? Penalty.
That's the first one. That's the first secret card. Yes. That's been a penalty so far.
Yes. And now this is your traditional penalty.
It's that little bit of luck that you need sometimes in these games, and it's exactly what TRM were needing. It's a penalty out of nowhere. You're losing 3-1, you're down to 6 men, but you get given this penalty, we might get the celebration from Caputo.
And should he score, he'll be toasting to the goal because it will be coming back into the match. Caputo, obviously a proven Serie A striker, more than 200 appearances in the Italian top flight, 69 goals, and of course their star man. He sets up here. Will we see that celebration? I've spoken a lot about it. Here he goes, Ciccio Caputo!
Oh, yeah.
Through the middle.
No celebration. No.
He just says testa, testa.
Down to business.
Yeah.
I was lucky you explained, because that would have been the biggest anticlimax.
It would have been. Oh, what the celebration? What is it? Oh, he runs back and just points to his head, says, "Keep our cool, lads. Keep our cool." Much joy about that one. But anyway, normally that's how he celebrates goals. Just at least we've got it out there. If you don't believe me, of course, get online. There's plenty of goals from Ciccio Caputo down through the years. In fact, he actually scored on a poignant moment. He actually scored the last goal before Serie stopped before the pandemic in 2020. He actually held out a message as well saying, "State tranquilli, tutto andrà bene." Everything will be okay. And of course, unfortunately, it did take time for everything to be all okay again, but it was just shows that culture has a part to play as well in sending out messages as well to people and can lift people in very difficult times.
There we saw a little bit of Gutierrez of what we all know that he's capable of doing. His role, though, here with regards to Portinos is much more secondary there. He was the one-on-one player at the start of the game and a lot more active and a lot more involved. Here we've just seen snippets of Gutierrez who's coming off maybe some kind of issue. It looks like he's limping a little bit, Gutierrez, so that might explain why he's not been so active and so involved in Los Troncos in this game.
Yeah, could well be. Obviously, we're sort of speculating and going on what we're seeing out here, but it would explain.
No, yeah, I was surprised to see
as
it so long
yeah.
to come on in the Escalada at the start when we're going up until 7 against 7, but he's normally very involved in that reduced format, but it did look like he was hobbling a little bit as he came off there.
Now, having got that lifeline, and also the reminder there, actually a man light as well, at least for the final 30 seconds when that secret card for Los Troncos will wear off, and they could maybe even draw level here through Caputo. Oh, just tipped over them. That was a good save from Amoedo, and he wants to perhaps take it quickly on this near side here. In comes the corner right away. It's a disappointing one. It's and Caputo's just lamenting that corner and critical of his teammate there, because Turati really should have tried to pick out a teammate, or rather should have picked out a teammate there and made the most of that one. But 3-2, it's they were certainly taken that TM going into that 4-minute suspension.
Oh, and
the Spaniards have failed to capitalise on the numerical advantage.
And you're coming close to heading into the final 2 minutes, just a goal down, which, well, look, it's a solid performance from TR. I mean, as I said, it's not been flashy maybe, and it's not been overly impressive, but because they're up against one of the better teams, and just being there 3-2 in the 36th minute shows that they are a strong side.
And a reminder, both sides, they'll have their presidential penalty. Must be played, of course, before the 38th minute mark, so we expect them to come very soon, as Colombo's just back on the pitch looking to make up for lost time. Flashed it wide there, Colombo. Right back into the fray, immediately looking to have an impact on this match then. To that final minute, surely they've got to play these presidential penalties. Come on, guys, the clock is ticking. Just wondering maybe whether the Italians want to see who goes first.
There was one yesterday, remember, from Versas, played on 37 minutes, 56 seconds. 4 seconds left.
Yeah.
They locked it in.
And they missed it.
What if the button doesn't work?
That's it.
You've got to leave sort of
the
room
technical
for some
issues.
mistakes, yeah.
Of course. Turati. They've got to come surely, guys. What are you doing? Cosa fate? Heads it away, very unconventional, very unorthodox. There's still a bit of head tennis by both sides, and all the way back with Badger. We're into those 30 seconds, final 30 seconds, and going to this final 2 minutes of play. Maybe they're not going to play them. I don't understand why. Why not give yourself an opportunity to get a goal? Caputo is onside. Here's Colombo.
Oh. Agonisingly rolling across the box with no one to finish it. Look at Verdu! Didn't think... When I saw it in the air, I thought no. But then I started seeing Vadja going backwards, and he was in a bit of trouble. Corner taken quickly. Well, sometimes, you know, presidents agree not to have presidential penalties. So obviously we're sort of a little bit alien to that decision-making. So maybe there was an agreement between both presidents not to to get involved.
Yeah, it's surprising, and in some respects, it's a little bit maybe disappointing, especially for the neutral who loves
a
to
fun one.
see.
I enjoyed it.
It's a fun one, and because it brings show, doesn't it? Spectacle, the way they perhaps come onto the pitch, the footwear, if they look for a bit of banter with the keeper or look to rile the crowd, and what kind of style they approach. Anyway, it's like just try and listen in here.
Salva Buscas, solo largo a sinistra, Tura largo a destra, davanti Ciccio e Rotto. Andiamo.
So the countdown then to tell those players to get back into position. Final 2 minutes, goals worth double. All Tiananmen need is that goal to go ahead. Los Troncos, that goal which would arguably just seal it here.
See, that's the Caputo holding off the defender who's tugging his shirt and trying to move him, but you just can't move him.
In the meantime, you can vote for your MVP via Twitch or YouTube. The keeper, actually, that's a good potential. He's made some good saves as well. The Italian keeper's also put his name on the score sheet there, as we also see in the bottom left and right, the presidential booths, and that button wasn't pressed, so no presidential penalties in this match, but of course we've got 3 more games to come, and no doubt we will see plenty of presidential penalties over the course of the evening. There's a penalty appeals here. Again, the referee was well placed. He's been very good with his positional play. Initial instinct, I didn't feel it was a penalty, to be honest, as another shot comes in and it trickles wide. Corner kick.
Well, they're applying the pressure in these final minutes, TRM, and for Los Troncos, it's nervy.
Caputo thinking about taking it quickly, then he just waits for players to come forward. Lots of options in the box. Everybody is up, barring the keeper. Is it just going to be checked, though, here? Why the referee just waiting before allowing this corner to come in?
I'm checking. Let me check. Maybe it's a bit
Well, when they take this long... Nothing.
Check over.
I won't finish my sentence.
Again, it's a very disappointing one.
Yeah, massively overhit by Caputo. Surprising.
Yeah, and as they were said, of course, beat that first man, absolutely, but you've got to hit a target, man. You've got to at least teasing a dangerous ball in. That was disappointing. Maybe he thought for a moment he's playing on a full-size football pitch. I don't know, but Caputo, he knows he can do better, but he certainly did well with his penalty, straight through the middle. Plenty of power, and it means that it's just within 1 goal of winning this. The Italian side, a little bit tension here in this closing stage. We're into the final 2 minutes, first minute of added time here.
I said foul.
It's all a little bit petty. It was just
I
a classic.
wasn't
Don't let the other team take the throw in, and then obviously the player gets a little bit frustrated, but fortunately it didn't spill over.
Okay, it's okay.
Stand then, Nola. It would be Nola, would not Noya.
No, Noya.
Noya, beg your pardon. On target then to be the MVP, and certainly if Los Troncos win this match, and we'll hear shortly from Noya, should he win it, or one of those 4 players with one of our journalists for the Bazaar interview post-match, offering his thoughts on, as things stand, a victory here for Los Troncos against the Real Marza.
Very difficult one to call for MVP.
Yeah,
Because there are games where there are obvious candidates, or there are some games where there are 3 or 4 players that have really stood out here. It's been 2 teams, 2 very good team efforts from both sides, but not really anybody that's why, for me, Vadget, with the saves that he's made, is someone that maybe has sort of stood out, but I don't think individually Colombo, Noya or Dieguito have really had remarkable games.
No. Someone has to be given that MVP crown. Of course, an extra minute has been added on after that break in play, and that's got to be a foul. He says he got the ball. We're playing on here. Opportunity for Verdú to wrap it up here. This would be the winning goal. Oh, just wide.
Oh, he was just a bit too calm there. He was trying to just place it into the bottom corner. I think he should have tried to really smash it, and that's left the door open to TRM.
Good defensive work, though. Good defensive work. Italians thinking about taking it quickly. Really good defensive work. It will be Dalila for the interview post-match as the long throw comes in, and Caputo jumping up there. He is something of an aerial specialist, got great elevation on him, Chicho Caputo. And was that the chance? We only have less than 30 seconds to go, and Neuer on course then to be claimed to win that MVP crown for this match, voted by you via Twitch, via YouTube. Keep voting in the chat, and he'll be chatting shortly then to Neuer.
Last chance. Well brought down.
It is now or never. We're going to have another Victor Vidal moment. Doesn't look like it.
No, Vadja doesn't look like that's that's his kind of football. He still stood very well beneath his post and inside his penalty box, so he's not joining the party.
Now Los Troncos, they want the full-time whistle. There goes the full-time whistle. Another winning start for a Spanish side. It's disappointment for the Italian champions, TRM Los Troncos, as they look to get that monkey off their back and win their first piece of silverware. Make a strong statement here, winning 3-2, edging out the Royal Mass. It was a tight game, very little to split the sides, but it is Los Troncos FC that's grab the limelight, grab the plaudits, and we're going to hear shortly from Neuer. We'll be chatting to the lovely Dalila, our journalist, with the Bazaar post-match interview. Let's go and hear what he has to say to the brilliant Dalila.
Hi guys, here we go back with our MVP, Neuer. Did I pronounce well, Neuer?
Yeah.
Yeah? So, what do you think about the way of playing of Italians? Come giocano gli italiani?
Bueno, ha sido un partido, la verdad, que complicado. Los primeros partidos siempre son así. Sabíamos que iba a costar mucho sacarlo. Pero bueno, es importante haberlo sacado y muy contentos.
Okay, muy contentos. Okay, I will try to learn Spanish. In the meanwhile, sign your shirt. You can sign here. I'm going to help you because it's kind. Okay, like this. Yes. Okay, it's really focused. I need to learn Spanish for real because. Yes. Bye. Thank you. So guys, you can purchase the jersey of Neuer on Bazaar, so get up and get ready and we'll see you there.
So, Los Troncos then, Bruno, march on to the winners bracket. As for Denver, they're in the losers pool, and there will be an action, of course, in the next coming days. In fact, this is the round one comes to a close of our Swiss system today. We now have just 3 more games to go. That round 2 looking very tasty indeed. And talking of tasty, here's the highlights.
So first game out of the way, the Spanish sides continue to win here at the Kings League World Cup. We're waiting for those sides from Italy, from Germany to join the party. Now there's a chance because it's an Italian side against a French side. Last time we had these two nationalities come up against each other, it was a pure spectacle yesterday with United and with the Italians. Here are the two players that we've highlighted on Domenico Rossi for Gear 7 and in Karasu. They've got a couple of interesting players, but Johan Molo is the one that they've brought out there. 5 goals and 3 assists for him in the Kings League France. So what can we expect from these two sides? What can you tell us about them?
Yeah, no, in terms of Gear 7, like the Italian sides that we've seen so far, making their debut at the Kings World Cup clubs, and you're quite right, they've not followed, say, in the footsteps and had that kind of impact that we've seen from the Brazilian sides, from the Spanish side, so they're hoping that this can be the moment they can put the flag down for Italy for the three-quarter. It won't be simple, though, against Karasu, and coached by Barafi there, as you can see from the graphic aside here. That also has home advantage. Just to our right here, the French supporters waving those flags, making plenty of noise. The host nation, of course, being that host nation, it gives you that extra boost, Bruno, as you know, and you want to impress and go that extra yards and just defend your territory. Say, you're not going to come into my backyard and win. Assolutamente no. Noi siamo francesi, non italiani. Come on.
Absolutely. Well, Gear 7, they lost in the semi-finals in Italy on penalties against the team we just saw, TRM, who nobody could really get close to in Italy. Karasu, well, they lost in the final in France. They came fifth in the regular phase, but they sort of popped up out of nowhere. Lost in that final against Pan Am All-Stars, who we've already seen in this competition. And according to the voters, they are the favourites, maybe edged by the fact that they are playing at home, as you say, Tom. There is fans who have been coming in for the first game. They were a little bit quiet in that first game because they were waiting for their team, for their countrymen to arrive on the scene. Now the flags are appearing, there are some shirts as well. There's that corporate orange colour of Karasu. As we see both managers in Gear 7, Paul Font, he's someone that's been everywhere. He's managed in Spain with Los Troncos, he's managed in the Americas with Real Titan, and now they've brought him over to Italy to try and bring some of that experience.
Yeah, I think that could actually be a very wise move. We've spoken a lot and we'll continue to speak a lot about the Kings League in Spain and the players, the coaches and everybody involved with the game there. And maybe someone like that can help take the game to places like Italy and Germany. They're still rising and developing to the next level. So that could be a very smart move for Gear 7. The Pirates, the Pirati, and they're all looking to set sail very soon.
So the countdown concludes. We hear the buzzer. The ball will drop as both players sprint out. In the orange, it's Karasu. It's Guilherme Feitosa, one of their wildcards. Player who actually played at the University of Pittsburgh for the last couple of seasons. So that's very nice. A little bit of a different approach as they are the first team in possession. Playing with his goalkeeper, Bilal. And it's back with Feitosa.
Don't lose the ball here, as we keep saying, Bruno. Don't lose the ball here, and they don't lose the ball.
Chance to score the first goal of the game, and it's for the French side. And again, Tom, it's the goalkeepers. How many times have we seen them open the scoring this week?
Time and time again, and it should come as no surprise that rule change has been fabulous, revolutionary. In previous editions, the keeper couldn't come out in the first minute. He can now, and he's out here for Gear 7.
Another goalkeeper, and it's another goal, and it's into the top corner. It's
Bravo, Chamos!
Kidone, a wild card who has played in Serie G with Lecce. I didn't know Lecce dropped that far down the divisions back in the years, but that's where he played back in the day.
Fortunately for them, they're now back in the top flight, but yeah, they've had their highs and lows. Let's put it that way. Just wanted to chat about Domenico Rossi of Gear 7 shortly, as the French side try and go ahead once again and retake the lead here.
Surely not another goalkeeper. Feitosa with the shot. This time it is saved in a strange manner there by Marco Chidone. Almost fell over himself.
In that, Domenico Rossi, he's actually Alpa Kappa, their star player, who he played in the Kings World Cup Nations. We picked him out at the very start, Bruno. 23 goals, 8 assists in the Italian split. As the Keeper's again involved, and look, he's still free.
He wants it, doesn't he?
He's still free here.
Girona screaming for the ball. Rossi couldn't find it.
Don't lose it though here, don't lose it.
It's better to go down, try and get the foul. He's got back up on his feet. Domenico Rossi! Goal for Gear 7 out of nowhere. And what seemed like it was going to be a problem for Gear 7, he ends up scoring. I think there's a phrase in Italian for that. Della merda, something is born, no? Something like that?
Yes, there is. From the letame, yeah, from the, yeah, exactly that. You know your stuff, you know your language.
I said it because I suppose that you could say merda in an English language broadcast, probably not in an Italian one.
You are certainly the polyglotta of this commentary duo that we are starting to be the SAS, the Shearer and Sutton of our day.
I like
and
it.
that's why I'm chatting about Domenico Rossi, and I wanted to bring him back into the conversation because of that record we mentioned. And talking of records, thought it was going to be to those 23 goals, 8 assists in the attempt for Domenico Rossi. He's made a flying start here. Very, very impressive indeed.
Did you see that for Gear 7? They almost got pretty fortunate with the substitution. Just as he came on, the ball dropped to him. It was Alessandro Gelsi who came on, and immediately he was presented with this chance, tried to curl it into the far post, and it was just one of those little moments of fortune because just as he came on, the ball dropped in front of him, and he said, "Okay, might as well give it a go."
So why not have a go? We've been encouraging the players, haven't we, all along, to say, have a go, have a go, have a go.
Absolutely.
Especially when it gets to that sort of 7v7 stage where a shot can ricochet off anybody, and who knows, maybe just creep into the net. And just took his eye off the ball there, Ventosa on this near side, but they've done well. The attack just to turn it around, quick fire double.
So 2-1 lead for Gear 7 here against Karasu, as we're now up to 6 against 6. There's still 1 minute left in the Escalada before it's 7 against 7. They've done well, and, especially through this man, Rossi.
How many Rossis have there been in Italian football? That was audacious. So Giuseppe Rossi, obviously Paolo Rossi, and obviously Valentino Rossi. It's a different sport, of course.
Il Dottore.
Il Dottore, absolutely. Different sport, of course, I know. And there's an artist called Vasco Rossi as well. It's very, very big in Italy.
I suppose Rossi is a bit like Jones, isn't it? Or
yeah, the Smiths, yeah. I don't know what it would be in Spanish.
Garcia.
Garcia, very nice.
Lopez, Perez. Anyways, back to the action, the attack. All these little snippets of culture that you bring us from Italy, and give us some insight, you know.
Likewise for yourself from España. It's got to be done. We hope you at home as well are enjoying these little nuggets from time to time that we like to just throw in for you, the viewers at home. And again, keep interacting with comments, questions, fire them through, please, por favor.
So Gear 7 again in control, coming forward. Wide to Chelsea, whose cross almost meets the head of Leandro Cosenza. There were a couple of players at the far post, Adrian de la Cruz as well. I have down as an Italian, but that name...
Yeah, it doesn't really smack of Italian heritage, far from it.
Look at him battling away on the ground. It's Cosenza winning back, showing a lot of grit and determination, the Italians so far. We're very much on the front foot as it was flicked through by Leandro Cosenza, this time into the hands of Bilal. I'm calling him Bilal, his surname is Bouchelouche. A bit difficult.
Let's go with Bilal. Let's go with
difficult
Bilal.
to get that one out. And he's giving it straight back to Gear 7. So they are struggling now, Karasu, to keep a hold of the ball. We've been impressed with Gear 7 so far.
Yeah, we saw Zeta, didn't we, on day one?
You were a big
Italian
fan of Zeta,
side.
weren't you?
Yeah,
Really like what you saw.
Yeah, made a real strong statement, didn't they?
Powerful run down the middle, but he's lost it, and this is what happens down the other end. The chance is there for Karasu. Surely that's a penalty. Yeah. Well, it was probably the easiest decision that the referee is going to make. Niccolò Ciceri. He's saying go to the VAR to check it, but I'm not sure that's really going to help him.
No, of course, it's always going to be checked regardless of what the player says. It's going to have a quick check regardless, but from what we could see there from the replay, from the live, we are live here at the Cupra Arena. It was stunning.
Live, yeah. It looked pretty nasty, didn't it? Especially with the pace that he was going at, yeah, you can see there. Ciceri or Ciceri?
Ciceri, you got it spot on.
No penalty.
Possible no penalty.
Possible no penalty.
Well, they can continue to try and plead their innocence, but it's probably one of the clearest penalties we're going to see all week long. Well, they're going to check it. That angle actually looks like a bit of a dive, but you can't be sliding in like that in the box. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
VAR needs to come in if the referee didn't have a good view of it or as some sort of aid, but the referee was a couple of yards away, so he's saying, I saw it, I'm making my mind up. Penalty it is, and penalty scored for Karasu. Calm as you like from Guillermo Feitosa, 2-2.
I love that sort of almost sort of Neymar-esque or rather Balotelli-esque to stay in tune with Italy and say a little run up, that little pause and striking it so well. And Karasu are 2-2. I should remind everyone, they actually are without one of their main players, Mathis Henry, who sprained his ankle during the warm-up. He was certainly one of the best players of the French, but normally he would be a starter, a key player for them, but today, obviously, unable to play. Yeah, we hope
warm-up as well. Wow.
Yeah, hope for him a speedy recovery, Bruno.
Very artistic name as well, Mathis Henry. It's like being called Van Gogh Vincent.
Very nice, and who knows whether he's got the skills of the great Thierry Henry. There's a Tom Henry who plays in Italy for Palermo, previously of Verona.
Yeah.
So has the same surname, but isn't obviously quite able to match the great Thierry.
There's always somebody in Serie A that you can pluck out for us. Find a way to, all roads lead to Rome, don't they?
Yeah, all roads lead to Serie A, absolutely. All roads
lead to Serie A.
Listen, I think it can either be very annoying or very interesting. Depends on.
I love it. Yeah. As a football nerd, I absolutely love to hear all these little snippets of Italian football, of Italian names.
And the same with you with La Liga. Absolutely, I'm learning so much when it comes to the Spanish top flight in this fight between GR7 and Karasu.
The shot from Ciceri into the hands of Bilal. So still 2-2. Where
I thought you were going to go for the surname Bouchalouche.
Bouchalouche. Not far away from my surname, is it? Bouchalouche.
No, it isn't actually. Yeah.
On the attack again, Karasu. It's won back by Gear 7, launched down the other end where they didn't find any of his teammates. So Karasu seemed to have got a little bit back into this game. I was feeling like Gear 7 had the upper hand, and we're taking the initiative for Karasu.
But like so many things, the match episode, there's episodes of penalty, allowed them back into it, yeah.
Of course, that's allowed them to get back into it as it's another fine save at the near post by Gianmarco Chironi.
Been a good game, Chironi, and of course we speak about keepers scoring goals, but that's what they're here to do, keep goals out first of all, that's their primary.
That's the first thing, yeah.
That's their primary job.
He's got a goal to his name, Chironi. He's kept one out there as that corner's floated in.
A little bit disappointed with the corners.
They're difficult, aren't they? I like to see what the Japanese tried to do on the first day, where you try to mix it up, a bit of movement from everybody, sort of play it onto the edge of the box, much like in futsal.
But yeah, it is difficult, as you said. It's quite tight, small pitch as well, so it's difficult to get either that right bounce of floating it in or power on it, and the accuracy. It's not easy, it has to be said. Yeah.
Shot coming in from the left-hand side, saved by Bilal. Well, at least they got the memo in terms of shooting and attempting from long distance, Gear 7.
Just a little bit more about Henry. Actually, picked up the injury over the weekend and he tried to grit his teeth in the warm-up. He tried to just play on, but it just wasn't to be. Unfortunately for him, it was just impossible to run. It's the latest information coming through from our French colleagues. Merci beaucoup.
Absolutely, what a shame on home soil. We were saying yesterday how special an event this is because of all the people playing. You're playing in front of, you're playing different nationalities, and It's streamed all over the world, and I can only imagine that he tried right until the end, and it must have meant that it was just absolutely impossible for him to play if he's had to step out of it.
Yeah, and players know their body, they know their limits, don't they? They can just sense when it's just not going to happen. That's a good ball.
So, counter-attack for Karasu! And the shot flashes wide from Alex Fakir. Good football being shown here from both teams, going from end to end. It's not cagey, which sometimes happens when it's 7v7, more so in the first half when teams are still fresh and you know, there aren't those sort of gaps appearing through fatigue. But this has been exciting from both sides.
Oh, it was really good crossfield pass as well. I have to say, I'm liking the Fortnite sponsors on the various jerseys. I'm liking the GR7 jersey,
clean, isn't it?
But I'm liking the orange of Karasu. It's really striking. It's almost Blackpool-esque,
with the green socks as well. It's a little bit different. I think it works well, yeah. The fashionistas in this commentary booth.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I mention also because if you want to take home a piece of any merchandise, you can get it online at kingsleague.pro, and not only, of course, also a bazaar as well. So that's another option for all our fans out there. You can get balls, signed jerseys, so much more on bazaar. So I keep mentioning it, and you keep telling me as well, download the app, follow your favorite content creators live after the matches, and you get unique items directly through the app. It's an opportunity you really don't want to miss.
Yeah, there it was on the screen, the QR code as well, if you want a shortcut to getting there. And as you say, Tom, there is so much merchandise involved with all the teams, with the Kings League itself as well. So if you've got a favourite side or a favourite streamer, you know, you can wear the kits or the caps, or there's so much stuff that you can really just get in there and spend. Well, how much time do you waste sometimes scrolling? Well, here at least you can come away with something from your scrolling, which is
absolutely,
yeah, gear.
Absolutely. And so many really nice jerseys. I've been really impressed. I don't think I've sort of a favourite as such. I've got a top three that I'm starting to enjoy. Maybe at the end of this competition I'll get myself online or download that app and start purchasing. Why not?
So we're approaching the 15th minute here. Cooper Arena, of course, which is where we'll be until the 13th of June in this competition, before we head to Land of France, where everything will be decided, where we'll crown our second champions of this Kings World Cup clubs. Defending champions, of course, are Porcinos, who got off to a winning start yesterday. Was it yesterday? Was it 2 days ago?
Yes,
2 days ago. Well,
it seems
it's all going to become a blur, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. On the opening day. Yeah,
so many games as well on that opening day.
It was 8 to be precise. You're right, on day one, which is a Sunday, wasn't it? What is it? Tuesday now? Yeah,
Sunday,
yeah. It was Sunday.
This is going to happen a lot.
The day after the Champions League final. Which was Saturday evening, and then Sunday. Yeah, I'm pretty good at. I passed my elementary education. Let's put it that way. This is the second of 4 games today, and it's the final day of matches regarding round 1, and then we'll go into round 2. The winners
then it gets
pool,
tasty, doesn't it?
And
because
the losers pool going.
The first one's sort of a feeler to see what every team is all about. As this is clear chance, could have been a goal. He had players lining up for it on the edge of the box. Should he have played it back? Alessandro Gelsi cannot believe that he went down the selfish route and didn't cut it back for him to finish it.
We keep saying it, and we'll keep saying it in. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. I'm
It's
sure.
the nicest.
I'm sure if he could go back in time, he would have just squared it, little slot back, but the corner's just been played short, and the shot there, and it's blocked.
So a strong finish from GR7. It's been sort of up and down this first half. Had moments where Gear 7 have been stronger, then Karasu have fall back into it. As you said, that penalty gave them a lifeline.
Yeah.
But then again, after that, the sort of shell shock of the penalty and the goal conceded, Gear 7 have gone back to where they were. And again, very much inside the opponent's half, as now Gelsi gets a little bit fortunate with the rebound, but it just runs away from him, so it will be a goal kick.
And we'll see the final 2 minutes. So after the JD roll of the dice, that could be key. We saw in the previous match it's a big moment in that game, one of many different turning points and key moments of that game, many sliding doors moments across any Kings League match. We've had already a couple here with those early goals from the keeper, and of course that penalty which allowed Karasu to draw level. They're not going to take the lead with that one. However, the French outfit, it was fired all the way over the bar. And in terms of the JD roll of the dice, we have Persita, the president of Los Troncos, with the roll of the dice.
He'll have a smile on his face after that win. And do you know, looking at the lineups on Karasu, the number 10, who we haven't seen yet, I was looking forward to seeing, he's called Zinedine. Yeah, and it's kind of funny, isn't it? Because I don't think I've ever seen anybody else called Zinedine other than Zidane. And being someone that's been such a huge figure in football in France and around the world, you'd think some people would, you know, sort of, sometimes there's that effect cause. Yes. It happened in Spain when Iniesta scored some little boom in the name Andres. You'd think that there'd be more Zinedines, but I've never seen anyone called Zinedine.
In Naples, Diego.
For example.
In the 80s, yeah.
It
was so many Diegos, obviously in honor, homage to the great, the late Diego Armando Maradona, who played his best club football undoubtedly for Napoli, inspiring them to their first ever league titles. But again, I thought you're right, but more Zinedine Zidane, especially after that 98 World Cup final performance.
Absolutely.
2 goals, wasn't it? 2 headers.
2 headers.
Yeah.
One of the classiest and most elegant footballers to ever play the game.
Oh, absolutely. And Ballon d'Or winner once, but I think maybe in the wake maybe of the 98 World Cup, but certainly in that period for Juventus, and of course many perhaps so in the collective imagination with Real Madrid, and with that goal Hampton Park against Bayer Leverkusen. That's right, yeah.
The assist, you could say, from Roberto Carlos.
It was, in terms of keeping in play and hook it back, it was pretty impressive, but still had so much to do. Let's be clear about it. Let's be clear about that one as we now go in.
7 seconds. You've got to shoot. Might as well give it a go. Got to shoot. You're running out of time. That's what we like to see. Yes, it's flown over the crossbar, but finish it off. 3 seconds left. It's a free shot, really. It's a free hit, and well, he skied it. And now we see Persita. He had a 3 earlier today. Oh, is it going to be like yesterday where we had 4 JDs? We've got 2 3s out of 2 today. And Persita isn't too happy with his delivery there.
Yeah, and it's what we had in the previous game, so that which means obviously 3v3, which includes the keeper. So it's 2 outfield players and the keeper for this final 2 minutes. You were just mentioning that some of the lineups there. Zinedine Ayadi. I was looking at the number 4, Johan Mollo. Sandro on his jersey, former Ligue 1 player with Monaco and Saint-Etienne, and he basically changed the face of Karasu while joining them in match day 6. So I wanted to try and bring that, and hopefully we can see a little bit more of him and see, you know, all that experience that he accrued with those French sides in such an important career. Can he now carry it over to the Kings, which isn't actually necessarily a given?
No.
We saw Bonucci for Italy in January. Relatively disappointing seeing the career he had, so it's not necessarily a guarantee of success.
It's not easy. As Johan Mollo, well, there he is on the ball. He's actually also a cousin of Gignac, the French centre forward. As his shot is blocked, will be picked up by Bilal, who's already scored once today. Plays it out wide. Patient now from Karasu. Looking for the shot here, Guillermo Feitosa. Wow, he's been the most threatening player going forward and in these one-on-one situations.
Get another little close-up of that Fortnite sponsor. So fresh, and obviously we think of those famous sponsors. I remember Deca for Real Madrid. That always comes to mind for me. I think, oh, we're trying to bring some La Liga, and everyone's just go boring. Say Pirelli, Juventus, for example, or Sony for Juventus, for example.
Carlsberg for Liverpool.
Yeah, Opel for Milan. Anyway.
Enough of the free advertising.
Exactly. That was the right idea, but the keeper's got to scuttle back here.
The goalkeeper's completely out of position. So a chance here as he had some backup on the line, but he did well, Bilal, to block the shot from Alessandro Gelsi.
Recovered really well indeed.
It was a left foot as well from Bilal. Bouchelouche.
There's no keeper.
Rossi feels comfortable being that man at the back. There's been a couple of times where you think, oh, he's running into trouble. But this is a chance here. Could be trouble for Karasu. Gelsi clashes into Feitosa. Can they get the shot away here? on the edge of the box, moving it around, waiting for the opening. Rossi, Chelsea! And Bilal was quick off his line, and look at that spinning backwards.
No keeper, no
There's an
keeper.
empty net, and he's curled it. Is it going in? Yes, it is! Karasu takes the lead, 3-2. It's Feitosa with his second goal of the game. Still a minute to go, and that in time in this first half.
Bruno, listen, it's the risk you take when you have all outfield players and you're going all out to get a goal. If you lose possession, you leave an open net as they did, but still had a lot to do. It wasn't an easy mission. He had on-rushing players putting pressure on him. It was not an easy angle, but he perfectly weighted it and he got the goal.
It's a lovely bend on that shot. Almost like those videos when you see 10-pin bowling, the professionals doing it. And GR7, well, they've got 30 seconds left to try and grab an equaliser, and Chelsea is open on the right. It's Rossi again, perhaps some selfishness from the Italian players. Rossi, another shot saved by Bilal, and I think that will be that for the first half. Ooh, no! Well, never say that in Kings League football. I should have learned the lesson yesterday when we saw that own goal.
But it is that you're okay. No one can clip that up, and you've done no damage. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Moment almost for Bilal. So we will hear from both benches now. Paul Font in the Gear 7 dugout and Sabri Besahaf in the Karasu one. Let's see if we can pick up on anything they say.
Raga, non possiamo perdere un dado, è molto importante. Ora andiamo indietro, non sarà facile la seconda parte, dobbiamo farlo perfetto, sì? Se perdiamo la palla pressioniamo molto, se no torniamo indietro veloce, ma non mi può fare un altro contrapiede, ha fatto 2 gol di contrapiede, sì? Quando puntiamo contro il suo 4-2, sarà tutto un monologo contro il 4-2, lo sappiamo, ok? Facciamo le 2 allungano, gli esterni, sì? Facciamo bene questo.
Ouais, t'inquiète. Il est en c'est comment? Ça va? À droite, passe arrière droit. Au milieu. Allez-y. Alex souffle un peu. Mohamed, gauche.
So there was Paul Font with my kind of Italian, you know, a bit of Spanish words being thrown in there, será, and so a little bit easier for me. But
Italianish, if we say. Italian, Spanish.
It works though, doesn't it?
It worked very well, doesn't it?
Daniel,
It's still perfect Italian. Don't get me wrong, may have had a very strong Spanish accent, but certainly speaks better Italian than my Spanish, which is non-existent, as we're about to get back underway here. And Feitosa, one of the star men for Karasu in that first half, who was actually a recent addition to the side, has proved a very wise addition. And talking of perhaps wise additions and moves, we've got a presidential penalty has been called.
And it is from Karasu, who were in the lead, so they're going to try and extend that gap, which they worked very hard to achieve in the first half. It took them a while to get in the lead because it had been Gear 7 for the vast majority of that half, but we've settled back into the same pattern with which we started the game. It's the Italians on the ball, it's the French side sort of stepping back a little bit more. Let's see if they can make it 3-3. Oh, it's a lovely ball threaded through. Well defended by Johan Molo. Come all the way to the goalkeeper, Kironi.
Just happy we're going to have a presidential penalty, Bruno. We didn't have any in the previous. I was disappointed.
No, we do like them, don't we?
Really disappointed.
Another ball played into the box. More good defending from the French, who look to pounce on the counter. There are options to both sides. It's run away from him ever so slightly. As it trying to get it onto his right foot there was Salim Abdou, who overplayed it. So are we going to get that presidential penalty now? It looks like yes. One of those, either Kamito or Hamza, will be stepping down.
Yes, it is going to be the co-president. You're spot on, Hamza.
Hamza, okay.
Yes, the co-president who is going to take it. Well, he looks nervous.
Well, we've seen a bit of everything when it comes to the presidential penalties in these last couple of days. Hamza, he's getting some final instructions from Bilal Bouchelouche. Will that sort of settle those nerves, or will it be a bit too much information? You know, maybe he was thinking, I'm going to do this, and now Bilal's gone in his ear and say, do this.
Yeah.
He'll be thinking, oh, do I do this? Do I do that? What do I do? You need a clear mind when you take a penalty.
And he's coming towards his fans as well. He's coming towards
There are a lot of them as well, aren't there?
Yeah. So listen, his body language doesn't fill me with confidence.
No.
Having said that, it might be just his way of gearing up mentally, so you can't read too much into
He looks sheepish, doesn't he? He doesn't look too confident at all. Some of them come out there and sort of joke around and love being under the spotlight, but he clearly doesn't. Oh, wow. It's definitely not the body language that he was giving, and he's gone for the Panenka down the middle. I don't think it was the cleanest Panenka. Maybe he didn't get as much height on it that he would have liked, but if he was a poker player, he would be a phenomenal player, because nobody could have anticipated that would have been the execution of that penalty.
Oh, he was bluffing Bruno right the way until the very end, and listen, the confidence to take that means he deserves to get the rub of the green, even if he didn't strike it in the best way possible. The bottle, the belief, and look at that as sealed with a kiss as well, a little cucchiaio.
Yeah, and that personality wasn't shining through on the way down either, was it? He suddenly had a celebration in him, a little dance, the cap's gone backwards. What a goal can do for a man, eh?
Oh, he's gone from sort of Mr. Calm, Mr. to the cool cat in the space of less than a minute, but full marks to him, and it's given his team a 2-goal cushion, Bruno.
So comfortable-ish lead now for Karasu, or Karasu rather. We're back on the ball.
Fans of all ages inside the ground as well, which is great to see.
Yeah.
They start them young, don't they?
Yeah, there's a big variety of fans here to the right of us. They've certainly started making noise, and they sort of create that, as you say, that curva atmosphere. Sort of Argentinian fans as well, getting very close to the netting in front, and trying to make it a bit of a cauldron inside the Cupra Arena. Given away cheaply. Karasu looked to come forward, Gear 7 rather, sorry. With the long distance shot, took a deflection and ended up in the hands of Bilal.
B2, La Bouchalouche. Easy to say now when nothing's really going on.
Yeah, if something's going on very quickly, I don't want to be saying Bouchalouche.
Stick with Bilal, I don't think he minds. We asked him as well. He's
Nicolo Ciceri. Number 21, Domenico Rossi's been heavily involved in this game, featuring in the build-up phase for Gear 7. Here he is on the ball again, Rossi, out wide to De La Cruz, who flashes the cross, and it's well cleared by Abdel Touati.
Partly impressed by the defensive work by the French side. Normally associate Italians with being that defensive solidity, but it's also defending really well each time. Well organised, nice block, and they're springing forward as well.
You can see here how Gear 7 are going from left to right and from right back to left, and you don't really see the opening, and the whole block is moving across. And look, this is where they intercept, and they look to run, and they look to score a fifth, and they're going to have the chance, and he's still on the ball, and it's saved in the end by Gianmarco Chidoni. It would have been a wonderful goal for Guilherme Feitosa, denied a hat-trick.
Yeah, the man we were chatting about earlier was recruited in the international transfer window, former FC Silmi man, and he's inspiring Karasu, and should they bring home the win, it would be all 4 of the French teams in the winner bracket. Very impressive, yeah.
Very, very impressive from them.
Yeah.
Italians have struggled a little bit more so far this week. Of course, still a chance for every team with that losers pool to continue in the tournament.
Yeah, and we know that the winner will play actually against FC Zeta, so it could be an Italian derby, should, of course, G7 win it, and the loser will play against Olimpo. So we know that who is waiting, basically, which is exciting, which adds a little bit of spice to this match.
It's a tough one, Olimpo. Well, look, any of the teams from Kings League Spain or Americas are going to be tough, because they, as we've been going on most of these days, they've got the experience and they've played a lot of Kings League football, so that won't be an easy one for the loser in this game. As now De La Cruz has got a chance to run forward for Gear 7, how they could do with a goal. but he's ran into an orange wall. And this is where Karasu are looking to kill off the game. Mehdi Gassem leading the counter-attack. How dangerous do they look in those transitions?
Yeah, it's what we were just saying. They're so good at just sort of sitting deep, soaking up that pressure, getting the ball back and springing forward, and listen to the roar of the Karasu fans and the chants from the French. But will they rue those two missed opportunities on the break? They need to start taking them, though. It's all well and good, looking threatening, but you have to capitalize on those opportunities. Strike while the iron is hot.
Absolutely, that's what Karasu will be looking to do, soaking up the pressure, waiting for the mistake from a Gear 7 or for a wayward pass, a shot that is blocked, a favourable rebound. They're sitting comfortably for now. As Gear 7, as you said, Tom, are finding it very difficult to break down this tight unit in defence from Karasu.
There's also, you said that they're going left to right through the middle, just can't seem to carve out an opening. They're trying everything, they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink to throw another football cliche in there from now and again, which is always we enjoy doing. Yeah, now and again. And sometimes you do question, well, where did those sayings come from?
You should have used them like instinctively, and you have no idea why. Why are you throwing the kitchen sink at somebody?
Exactly. And also, like,
how can you get the kitchen sink?
A whisker wide. Who even thinks of like a whisker for a measurement when it comes to being wide or not? Anyway.
How are you throwing a kitchen sink? Because you've got to sort of, you know, it's rooted to the wall. Anyway.
I'm not sure. You're taking a sledgehammer to it first, maybe. I don't know. In that case, just throw the sledgehammer. Anyway.
Well, whilst we were talking about kitchen sinks, that shot went agonisingly wide. Another chance goes back in
that's
for
the thing.
Karasu.
I'm just wondering, they're starting to mount up now. Is that maybe a sign?
Yeah.
Is it a sign that maybe GR7 are going to come back into the game? Again, it's all purely speculation right now. They're clinging on to things like that, I think, GR7, because it's just not been their second half. I can't really recall many of any clear-cut chances from the Italiani.
There's another pass which doesn't find its intended recipient from Marco Rossi. Now they do win it back. Now there's a chance to score. It's Marco Rossi again. He's looking to drag the ball and play it into the penalty spot, but he couldn't find a teammate. Well, there was a stat I remember reading. I won't say the number, I don't remember the percentage, but it was a very large percentage of goals in 11-a-side football are scored about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds after winning back possession, because that's when players are out of play, out of position. There are openings. You know, there's not a structure which you'd see generally.
Stay down.
A penalty.
We're playing on.
Getting the counter-attack. We might go back to that challenge.
Stay down, you know.
Now there is a shot teed up on the edge of the box. It's blocked. He's back up on his feet. It was Leandro Cosenza who went down.
He's now back trying to help his teammates at the other end.
Rossi wasn't given the nicest of balls there, as he had a couple of players snapping at his heels. Are they going to check? Well, there's too many complaints from the Gear 7 players.
Yeah, check over.
So, no penalty for Gear 7. They're still 4-2 down. They have the presidential penalty. They've got their card. Karasu have also got their card. Things can still happen in this second half.
It makes me think that maybe these sides have a shootout or a penalty because they're leaving it relatively late. Of course, you have to play it within those first, before the 38th minute, so it could be something like that.
Oh, what a ball from Domenico Rossi! One of the few times they've managed to slice open the defence, but there was Bilal to the rescue. Karasu, that's an overcooked ball, but it's won back by Mehdi Gassem. Out wide as we take another look at that save from Bilal.
Yeah,
the referee stops play because there is an injury to Alessandro Gelsi.
I think in that shot from Koji, I was wondering whether he could have maybe taken a touch, more of an angle on it. Of course, hindsight. Wonderful thing then is a player down.
Are you okay? Yeah, but
That was a hand to the face to Gelsi.
Are you okay? Yeah, no, I know. I saw the
Sure,
ball.
what was the issue with Abdel Duati?
I saw allow the fall.
Yes.
It's an advantage.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
the clock has been stopped in the meantime.
No signs of the wheelchair today.
Well,
We saw it on plenty
well,
of occasions.
actually,
Hey! Here it comes, the entertainer.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it comes. Now, listen, I'm going to really show my age. Whenever I'm thinking, see these kind of footage of people wheeling on the wheelchair, it makes me think of when they wheeled on Kurt Cobain live at Reading.
Oh, wow.
I know it's going some way back. The late Nirvana frontman, anyway. So for me, when I see that wheelchair wheeled on, like, it just makes me think of when they wheeled on Kurt Cobain live at Reading. I think it was the only actually live performance they did in the UK across their glittering career. Anyway, we come back. But yeah, you're right to bring it up because we're associated with stretchers, but they bring on the wheelchair for players who.
It feels a bit much. It feels a bit much, but look, hey, I'm sure that if somebody needs it, it'll come in handy at some stage. But as you say, you don't want to be wheeled off on a wheelchair. It's just something, I don't know.
It's not quite right. It jars. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it just feels a bit worrying, you know, to be on a wheelchair. It's something that you want to avoid throughout the majority of your life, really.
Of course.
Anyways, after that wheelchair chat, back to the action where Karasu trying to put this game to bed, but not finding the way to do that, as that ball has too much purchase on it for Marco Rossi. Bilal will tease him.
Yeah, if I'm GR7, now I'm thinking, let's play a card or a penalty. We need a lifeline, something, because Karasu are looking so dangerous every time they come forwards. Surprised we haven't had it personally. It's Karasu have had so many chances to put this out of sight. They could be 7-8 up, and that's no exaggeration.
No, and if you score a penalty or use your card wisely and it's 4-4, then Karasu wouldn't be able to afford to play the way that they're playing, which is very comfortable, just sitting back and catching them on the counter. They wouldn't be allowed to do that because of the scoreboard itself. A dangerous play there, showing his studs. Free kick for a GR7. High boot. Marco Rossi takes a deflection. It'll be a corner kick for GR7.
Now GR7 actually are attacking the place where, or towards the end, where the Italian casters are sitting as well.
Oh.
I don't know whether that.
I don't know if that's sort of the angle making us feel like it was closer than it was.
May have been. Sometimes you do that, don't you? Oh, and then you watch it back.
Yeah, and sometimes it's headed the other way.
Yeah,
you think it's going,
It's optical illusion. Just wondering whether going towards maybe the Italian casters, towards their fellow countrymen, maybe, I don't know, can they sort of draw them in? Can maybe hearing the Italian language, maybe, I don't know, will it get the extra encouragement? I'm clutching at straws if it is. You know, the Italian sides always have a soft spot and a place in my heart, but I'm very objective, and I'm as you know, sportsmanship is key for me, and fair play, and the French side fully deserve to be 4-2 up. They've been the better side, and they're playing really well. They're playing to their strengths.
They are indeed, as we're reaching the final stretch in this game. Already in the 32nd minute. No way through for GR7. Ciceri. I thought the referee had blown his whistle. I've definitely heard a whistle somewhere. I think it was coming from the stands. It was a pass though from Davide Donzelli that didn't find his teammate. It's that final ball which they're finding very difficult here, GR7. Now it's a sloppy mistake from Karasu down the other end. So here we go with Davide Donzelli. Rossi at the heart of most of GR7's moves, Marco Rossi.
Yeah, they play passing through him, they're often looking to him, that spark, and of course with good reason takes a deflection. That's what I know we keep trying to sort of say, we keep saying it, but we do. You know, there's that kind of range, take a shot, which you do, it can go anywhere, which it did, and they've earned a corner.
And it's amplified in this game again. We see those messages below. La Défense Arena, 14th of June. Gyms will be acting live, which Tom is very much looking forward to, as that header falls into the hands of Bilal. I think he's hurt in the process.
Yeah, I am looking forward to it, because Jims is actually a very acrobatic character as well. He did a somersault after netting his presidential penalty on day one, so I'm looking forward to see him. Also looking forward to see the grand final, and of course the exhibition game, France against the rest of the world. And I think there may have been a foul just in the build-up here, which is why it was the play was stopped.
It's not quite the same genre as Nirvana Jims, but I'm sure it will be a fascinating show.
I've got an eclectic taste in music.
Me too, me too.
So I like a bit of everything.
A bit of this, a bit of that.
So I'm looking forward to Jim's performance, absolutely. I'm not just one
trick pony.
No, really eclectic taste, whether it be rap, rock, even cheesy pop from the 1990s.
Every now and again, it's needed. On a night out as well, it really works, doesn't it?
Out on dance floor, absolutely.
One back by Karasu, another one of those counter-attacks. Not too many options available to Mohamed Berraba, whose shot was blocked.
Makes me think that these sides have either got a shootout or a penalty, because
it has to be. Leaving it very late.
Yeah, because it can't. If the goal's double, you've now got less than 4 minutes, for example, to make that work. Star player, it's too late.
It looks like they're looking for the double whammy as well, aren't they? Well, look now, just as you say that, the Fortnite secret card is locked in, but it's locked in by Karasu.
Yeah.
So still no movement from GR7. It's the same pattern. We've seen it throughout this second half. It's been frustrating for the Italians as they go in hard there to try and win back the ball. It's a fair challenge. It's out with Molo, Johan Molo.
You see more of him in the second half.
Yeah. Don't recall him really in the first half. One of the 3 wild cards for Karasu. That is a foul on Mehdi Gassem. So we're going to see what the secret card is before the free kick is taken.
Here we go. See whether I'm right or wrong. I've been talking about it, mentioning it. Is it a penalty or a shootout? Suspension. But it's very late, Bruno, to play it.
It's lost 54 seconds.
Yeah. Because it's 4 minutes. It only lasts 4 minutes, so it's very late, which is what we're trying to say, which made me think, why not play that early? Why have you waited and compromised? It only lasts 4 minutes, but we don't even have 4 minutes left on the clock before the 38th minute. So it's a confusing one, but some teams are still maybe getting to grips with their rules. So, hey,
it's Chelsea that goes out. So we'll be for the
Mr. Assist, Chelsea, 8 in total in the Italian first split.
Oh, wow. Well, it's floated in towards the far post. Well, was going for the acrobatic finish was Mehdi Gassem. They're going to get a corner now. So if it was difficult with 7 against 7, you can only imagine it's going to be even more frustrating for Gear 7.
Italians still no presidential penalty, no secret card locked down. Why not do it now? I don't understand. But again, maybe they're also still, as we said, a side trying to get to grips with the rules. But they've got an experienced coach.
They've got Paul Font, so he'll know what he's doing. That entails possibly the idea that he's got a penalty or a shootout, because he'll know how to play his cards.
So you suggest maybe playing it very late, draw level, late on.
It won't be left a chance with Paul Font on the bench, so it'll very much have been thought through by him. Well, let's see what they do have up their sleeves.
Yeah, Paul Font, pardon for what I've just said. I chiedo scusa.
Mehdi Gassem. Well, he's got no way out to GR7 players surrounding him, although they've lost it immediately to Molo. Molo will do well to get something out of that position. It's one back by Donzelli. That will trickle out of play. Still, that card isn't played. Neither is the presidential penalty. They're running out of time. We've only got 1 minute and 40 seconds left of normal time in the game.
So it's final 2 minutes, and as things stand, should it stay this way, then goals worth double. Should the Italians battle back and make it 4-4, then it would be a golden goal, then possibly a shootout. We had our first shootout yesterday, which was very exciting. Went to sudden death, and Persas getting the better of La Capitale, Ilario and Lonsdale, the heroes for the side from Peru.
Now the foul committed on Mehdi Gassem. It's just overzealous from the GR7 players as they're trying to make things happen, trying to win back the ball in those scrappy instances, those 50-50s. They're losing out to the Karasu players. 40 seconds, there has to be a penalty. Penalty or shootout, there are no other options here.
Absolutely.
But there are 2 penalties. They're going to have to
do it quickly,
hit the buzzer twice. Oh, it really does shoot my anxiety when they do this.
I'm getting nervous. Well, there we go. There we go.
One of them. There's still another one left, but look, the ball rolls out of play, so it's 37-35. So they're going to get this shootout or penalty.
Shootout or penalty, and then they're going to immediately have to go for the presidential penalty when a Manaxu can choose whether to take the presidential penalty himself or let a Gear 7 player obviously handle the shootout. Shootout it is for the secret card.
It's a shootout for GR7. Need to score this.
Salva.
Said yesterday the conversion rate is more or less 30%. It was proven in that shootout between Persas and La Capital.
So Bilal, can he be the hero and thwart this?
Fortunately for the Italians, they're not shooting into this end with this lot making noise and trying to put him off.
Ross is going to the handful of Italian supporters that are there behind the goal for Gear 7, GR7 for GR7, and there's some boos as well going around.
So, 3, 2, 1, Domenico Rossi against Bilal. Rossi shoots, and it just about finds its way into the bottom corner. Much needed for GR7. It's 4-3. We've got 30 seconds left, and arguably, I think we'll get that presidential penalty, but they're going to have to be quick on the button.
Yeah, get in ASAP, and should they then convert this presidential penalty, which could be a presidential or a shootout, then it would be a very smart move from the coach, Paul Font, indeed, because they would draw level late on.
Well, they're waiting. 20 seconds left.
Oof. My heart can't take it. I can't take it.
Wide looking for the long distance shot.
Press it.
Boncelli. Oh, there it is. Oh.
Listen, I know what they're doing. I know people are saying, come on, guys. They're professionals. They've played this game, but it still gets me nervous.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I think they're going to look to Rossi again, because I can see, just looking at the screen, it doesn't seem that there's much movement in that.
And Rossi, you can see him on the halfway line.
Yeah. So another shootout. And this is one of the rules which we have explained before. Should the president not want to step up, then he can designate someone to take a shootout instead.
Did you see Bilal? He was looking over to the president Manuccio, who's telling, you come on, you come down here and take the penalty. Show some cojones.
Yeah, there's some attributes, as the Italians say, attributi, the Italians say. A bit of character and personality. Let's leave it that way and let you work out what we're trying to say.
So another shootout, which, when you've just taken one, might be playing on your mind. What do I do this time? Do I do something different? Do I do the same? Well, he goes for a different route. Domenico Rossi, and he scores, going round the keeper Bilal. And just like that, he's scored a hat-trick. And GR7, they were 4-2 down. They played their cards right, and it's 4-4.
It is a Brucey bonus indeed, because that takes the game to a golden goal, and he joins, if I'm not mistaken, Leo Gol at scoring the second hat-trick of our competition.
Oh, Bruce Forsyth, higher.
We're going higher in terms of the scoreline. Now, usually the president Manuccio does actually take them himself, but I think he wanted to look
to this morning with Matisse.
Yeah, that's what he'll say. Looking to Domenico Rossi, as we're saying, you know, Alpa FC, Alpa Kappa star player, as we mentioned, just a reminder, 23 goals, 8 assists in the Italian split. That is very, very impressive numbers indeed. I realise I'm talking over the half-time team talk, but it's still
important stats.
Important set, just to remind you again of the importance of Rossi, which we saw 2 different shootouts, but he converted on both occasions. So golden goal, GG.
No, yeah, I got it with all the excitement.
And Italy against France, and France are positive memories from Euro 2000. Yeah.
Will it be Italy this time? Well, we had a golden goal last night. It wasn't scored, so we're still looking for the first golden goal of the tournament. Will we get the second penalty shootout of the event? We'll find out in these last 2 minutes as the golden ball itself drops from the heavens. And it's won by Karasu. Not kept in play, I don't think, there by Leandro Cosenza.
Well, Rossi leading the way at the moment for your MVP. Understandably, after a tripletta.
Oh, that was a nice ball forward. Looking for Fouad Kadir. Looking for the foul. He will get the throw in at least.
Spotted a few nice jerseys in there as well. Got one from Francia, Le Bleu, also Juventus kid as well in there. So I love the different jerseys.
Your classic shirt radar's always working.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I've got to be good for something, haven't I, Bruno? I've got to bring something to the table.
Oh, he skips away, Rossi. Surely not a fourth, though. He was stopped in his tracks as he looked to cut inside into the box.
Could have been a poker, as the Italians call it. 4-goal salvo. Domenico Berardi, one of the last players to score 4 goals against Milan back in the 13-14 season. Chile Mobile also more recently actually getting a 4-goal haul.
This season?
No, unfortunately it wasn't this season for Ciro Immobile.
We had Sorlot getting one in the La Liga this season for Atletico Madrid.
Very nice.
It's always nice to call it a poker as well.
Poker, and a 5 pokerissimo.
Oh, we don't have that.
Oh,
no.
okay.
I think it would just be a
Manita, yeah.
Well, we're getting close to the 40th minute, 4-4. And that shot, well, it was more a case of getting rid of the ball from Davide Donzelli.
Yeah, this is always an interesting one as well, Bruno. Do you just try and go and get that goal, or do you play it safe?
Yeah, you can understand the fear.
Yeah, do you take your chances at the shootout?
And today there's still that safety net of knowing that if you lose, you get another chance. You're still alive in the tournament. But imagine if it's all or nothing. I can only imagine how cagey those golden goal periods are. Well, he's found some space here. His shot has been blocked, or at least the pathway to a shot was closed by the GR7 defence. Karasu still trying to manufacture an opening.
Nice work, but a good challenge. The Italians.
Chelsea, he goes down, the move continues on the edge of the box. Oh, I thought it was going to be David Trezeguet again, because it came from that side and it was left-footed. And it was very close from Mohamed Berraba.
And it would have been into that side
if it
of
hit
the goal as well.
I was seeing the ghost of David Trezeguet floating inside the Cupra Arena.
Oh, wow, it would have been more potential heartbreak there for the Italian side, who are now looking to just defend it here.
And he's ran it off the pitch there, Gaucher. Mohamed Berraba. Gaucher on the back of his shirt.
Just thinking for Bilal, he's conceded 2 shootouts in quick succession. Will that weigh upon his mind in the potential shootout, because we're less than a minute away from having our second shootout of the tournament?
Imagine Rossi having to think of a third different way to approach his shootout.
Yeah, for Rossi it's
not
difficult
easy,
as well. For Rossi as well, it's not easy either, so it can go either way, can't it?
Oh, we've got 30 seconds left. Will there be enough time for one final attempt? If anything, it looks like it's going to be Karasu. Yeah. Down the right, Verba, ball through. Oh, it's going to trickle through to the Karasu player. That is
one
progress is blocked by Donzelli. Yeah, it's a case of throwing it in there.
One last roll of the dice.
Happen. Oh, that was a handball, surely, as he looked to control, and there'll be no counter-attack from GR7. So we're going to have our second penalty shootout of the competition. It's GR7 against Karasu. We've drawn 4-4 here, honours even, with Marco Rossi very much the hero with 3 goals.
Yeah, it must be the MVP in terms of the normal time, anyway, because someone could really come to the fore now. Maybe the keepers, one of the 2 keepers of Gear 7 or Karasu. This Quintus could be very important as well, because you're wondering whether the French side want to come and attack the goal. Yeah, yes. Where their supporters are sitting. Do they want that, or add extra pressure and make it more difficult? Or they want to go the other way, where there's very few Italian fans and maybe have their supporters behind them. Either way, this could be a big moment.
Well, we see the coin. We don't know ramifications of either side, though. We've seen the heads or the tails.
Ok, ellos empiezan, ¿vale?
He was saying that Karasu were going to shoot
Tu
first.
tira primo, you first, okay? You kick it first.
So Karasu first, and they're going to shoot down the center. Look, in Mexico, every penalty shootout was taken in the same direction. That was something that was decided by the Kings League. Let's see if that's also the case here.
True.
Throughout, I suppose maybe something to do with the camera work and all that, but
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
I do feel like, I think the referee was pointing down over here, but then it adjusted to the other side. See, both referees are going in opposite directions, so we don't yet know where, in which goal it's going to be taken.
So, will hold their nerve best. Yesterday, as we were saying, it went to a sudden death. It kept going and going and going. It was endless. It was too much to take. We'll see whether these sides will be more clinical. But as we said, most times it's the keeper that makes it or puts off the attacking player who's looking to score. And we had confirmation of that yesterday. Just 4. But overall penalties, 2 from Ilario and 2 for Lonsdale netted and 3 for Lamine Yamal's La Capitale.
And there were a good 16, 17, 18 penalties taken. So, it's not normal if someone's tuned in for the first time today and seen Rossi score 2 and they think, it's easy and it's what
he made it look easy.
Well, it's not the case. Well, it is going to be down this end. It's going to be with the French fans flocking behind the goal.
As we were saying, if Gear 7 win this, there will be that Italian derby with FC Zeta awaits. Otherwise, we have another Italy against France, which again is another classic rivalry of international football. Les Bleus against the Azzurris. Feitosa, we've spoken a lot about him. He's had a really good performance.
Well, it's Feitosa who gets us underway in the penalty shootout. Guilherme Feitosa, saved by Gianmarco Chironi. So the first one is squandered by Karasu. Probably one of their most talented, if not their most talented players, missing his penalty. And he went first, which sometimes, you look for that first player to set a marker, set a precedent for his teammates, and that's why Rossi is going first for GR7.
Oh, can he make it his 4th goal overall of this game? First of, naturally, of this shootout. The hat-trick hero, can he do a hat-trick of shootouts?
He shot, he went round the keeper, he goes round again, he's brought down. He's brought down by Bilal.
Yep. And as the regulations and the rules state, he will be given a yellow there, and it's going to now be a traditional penalty, if that's the correct term for it, because obviously in Kings League there's penalties and penalty shootouts.
Yeah, because if not, if it was a shootout again, the keeper, you'd be prized and you'd be rewarded for bringing down the centre forward. If you see he's going to score, just rugby tackle him and say, all right, take it again. So there is a punishment for committing that penalty, as you say, traditional penalty. And because it's a yellow, they've had to change their keeper. Oh, and he saved it! He's come on, Yassine Ben-Cherki, who hasn't been involved in the game at all. And his first involvement is saving the penalty off Marco Rossi.
Bruno, I was actually going to say, well, this is going to play into the hands of Rossi. They've got their second choice keeper, no disrespect, but obviously we know Bilal is the number 1. He's played the entire game. There's not been any changes in between the sticks, and he could be an unsung hero, an unexpected hero for Karasu.
Wow, who could have expected that? Rossi did the hard part, scored 2 shootouts, and he missed a traditional penalty. Now it's Khalid for Karasu. He goes round, and it's clawed away by Gianmarco Chironi. No penalty scored as of yet.
Well, the pressure, and that's what pressure does to fantastic players, even players of this caliber and this technique. Bruno can struggle here under the I was going to say floodlights, but the limelights.
The multiple lights, there are quite a few of them.
And now Chelsea, the man who was taken off earlier because he is such a key player for the Italians.
Chelsea! Oh, he's pulled off another save. Is he going to be the hero? Yassine Ben-Cherki. He'd been a spectator up until now, and he could be the most important player on the pitch.
Well, I have to admit, I like the tactic to just take it
It's good.
create an angle.
Exactly, you create an angle and you earn a bit of time for yourself too.
But this Ben Sherky is shaping up, as you said, to be the unexpected hero here. Now, are we going to have our first goal of the shootout or not? We'll find out now.
Mohamed Berrabat, no goal, denied again by Gianmarco Chironi. Well, whoever scores is going to have a significant advantage in this shootout.
Now, listen, we weren't sort of just trying to just warn you. We were being very clear going into this shootout that
they're not scored that often.
They're not scored that often. Domenico Rossi may have alluded people watching for the first time that it's quite simple to actually score, but it's not, especially with all this pressure.
Donzelli. He's got a 50% conversion rate, and that was about as calm as you can finish a shootout. Davide Donzelli scoring the first in this shootout between Karasu and GR7.
And will that now tip the balance in favour of Gear 7? This is now a huge moment for the French side. They've got to respond here. It is advantage to the Italian side. And now a huge moment. Lots and lots of pressure on Alexandre Fakir to try and get the better of Gianmarco Chironi. Here we go, Bruno.
So Fakir, no mistake. And he makes it 1-1 with the pressure penalty, with the pressure goal.
He has fired it home. Very impressive from Fakir. That was not easy at all. They are now up and running in this shootout, the French side coming and attacking this goal here.
Do you reckon that aim right Burger King banner sort of comes into your head?
Ooh,
surreptitiously. And you think, I am going to aim right.
You think, I may want to get a watch for afterwards.
De La Cruz, saved by Ben Sherky.
And now you know what this means, Bruno. You know what this means.
Sudden death.
You know what this means.
Sudden death again.
What a save, just sticking out that arm. Maybe he was thinking about that BK afterwards. Now, Sandro to put the French side ahead for the first time in this shootout and potentially should he score, and then the next one we missed, they would win it. Oh, it's so exciting.
It's the wild card, it's the experienced pro, and it's no mistake from Sandro. Johan Molo, advantage, match point, Karasu, pressure for Gear 7.
It is simple. It is simple. The formula is now very simple. Gear 7, they've got to score. Simple as that. Otherwise, it is buonanotte agli italiani, and we're not going to have that all-Italian derby in the next round. Ben Sherky's been a hero so far. Will he confirm that status? Listen to the boos.
So boos ringing around the arena for Nicolò Ciceri to keep GR7 in the shootout. It's wide! And Karasu, much to the joy and celebration of the stands, get the win. Another one for a French side. It's a painful defeat for GR7, but the stadium has been sent into raptures.
The unexpected hero. There is pandemonium in the stands. Let you also, at home, just soak it up, the atmosphere at the Cupra Arena.
Well, what a way for match day 2 to continue. Our second penalty shootout of the competition. And GR7, who for a moment looked like they've got their noses in front, ended up being denied by an impressive Ben Sherky. Huge celebrations from those fans. They've seen a lot of positive results for the French in the Cupra Arena so far in these opening 3 days. And it continues to go in that fashion for them. To hear from one moment to another from our MVP, who on this occasion isn't a player from Karasu, but a member of the GR7 side. So let's hear that interview.
Hi guys, yes, here we go. This time we have old friend here. Maybe we know each other. I don't know, ci conosciamo un po'.
Un po' sì, sono venuto qui un po' di volte.
He came here often actually. So, how do you feel? Come ti senti?
Male perché shootout sono sempre una lotteria, mi dispiace per il rigore sbagliato, però
È così, ci rifaremo la prossima, sono sicuro che la porteremo a casa.
He's so sad about his mistake, and of course, he's so sad. Yes, you are sad, and I'm sad too. But you have to sign your shirt because you are the MVP of this match. No, questa volta qui, la firmi qui. Qua. This time you have actually the space. Okay. Rossi, I'm really sad too. I don't know what actually say because it's so sad to lose the match at the shootout, but see you soon. Ci vediamo dopo. Ok, bye. Ciao. Guys, can you, of course, purchase the jersey of Rossi on Bazaar, so you get up and see you there.
So that was the interview from Dejected Rossi, and that's how it looks in the bracket. We've just got 2 slots left to fill as GR7 have dropped into the losers round, and the French side, Karasu, are into the winners where they'll take on Zeta, the Italians. So enjoy the highlights from this game.
Welcome back. We've now got Xbuyer team against Los Chamos. The action just keeps on coming as our French colleagues have reminded us the French are 4 from 4 when it comes to going into the winners bracket. But let's focus on this one. We've got Pablo Beguer and Juan Cisneros, the ones we've tried to pick out, or rather our excellent staff behind the scenes who have helped us in terms of picking out the stats and facts as we look at the squad here, coached by Victor Gonzalez, this Xbuyer team. They've got, of course, like everyone, their 3 wild cards, and they have proved very impressive, the wild card selection so far across the board. As for Los Chamos FC, Gartland, their head coach, and as we saw in the previous game, head coach can be very important when it comes to the strategy side of the game, as well as the 2 teams emerge here onto the pitch. It's the 3rd of 4 fixtures today as we wrap up round 1. Which of these 2 teams, which will be going into the winners bracket, will be going into the losers bracket and adding the pressure in this, of course, shared objective of these 2 sides of going through to the round of 16 of the Kings World Cup Clubs. As always, once again, Bruno and I are here to comment on the action.
The Xbuyer team, another one of those classic sides from Spain. They have been champions in Spain before, back in Split 2 and in last year's World Cup. They hadn't qualified automatically for the World Cup, so they had to play a redemption game there early on. If you won the redemption game, you actually advanced to what we're seeing now, these first rounds of the competition. Well, from the redemption, they went all the way through to the semi-finals, where they were defeated by Porcinos, and they highlighted Pablo Beguer. He's the player with the most appearances in the history of the competition, but he's a 3-time Spanish champ with El Barrio, with Xbuyer team, with Gigantes. He's been almost everywhere. He's a phenomenal player. Look out for him, the number 10. As for Los Chamos, well, they fly the flag proudly of Venezuela. That's why they play in this color. The Vino Tinto, the red wine shirt of Venezuela. They're the current American champions. First season we had the Kings League Americas, they were last. They were terrible, Tom. They really struggled, but they've changed their team around, and none of those players really left from that side, and now they are the American champions, so a real threat to Xbuyer team.
And we'll see whether they can kick off in a star. We have 1 light, 2 light, 3 light, 4 light, 5 lights, and it is, ladies and gentlemen, go, 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 go. The drop of the ball from that iconic by now Kings League cage, and Los Chamos, the Vino Tinto, I very much like that nickname on the ball. And as we see, the keeper already out, that rule change we've been talking about, it means we've seen plenty of keepers put their names on the score sheet and actually be the ones to break the deadlock early on. And will we see that now? Not on that occasion, fired over, and now we expect the Xbuyer team to adapt a similar tactic, and as we can see right away, their keeper off his line. It's Manu Martin just to the left there in his all pink strip, the rosa nero, very much like Palermo, as El Amrani just trying to put himself into that shooting position, make sure he won't lose that ball because there's an open net here, and we've seen that happen time and time again so far.
I've seen it a lot today, and Fuera El Amrani, one of those that probably wowed you in the nations with Morocco, and all of the good players in this competition playing for Xbuyer.
Yeah, one of those several in teams such as, especially the Moroccan side, that play their domestic football.
Like Nadir, for example.
In Spain, but obviously opting for the country of, not necessarily their birth, but obviously of their parents, their forefathers, their ancestry.
Understandable,
It's understandable the call we've spoken about. They're very patriotic, they're very passionate, and he's on this right-hand side, El Amrani, and he's on the ball at number 80 of his. Here he goes, Fuad. Oh, yes! Fabulous from Fuad, or should I say, meraviglioso.
Oh, his name is the perfect explanation of that goal. Fuad!
Oh, yes. Fuad! What a hit. Just laying down an early marker that he wants to inspire this team and keep impressing for the Spanish side. So like the French and the Brazilians have been brilliant. It was that brilliant? It wasn't quite brilliant. It was a good effort, but not brilliant enough from Los Chamos. And there, number 19, Tony Meya, as we now go into the second minute, Bruno. And you've been talking about him in terms of why such a skillful dribbler, and the key figures, as you're also saying, at the World Cup Nations for Morocco. They're one of my favourite teams to watch, and Fuad is one of my favourite players as he looks to get his second goal. This time, unable to get that shot away. Los Chamos defending really deep here. It's not going to be easy to get past this rear guard here for Fuad, and quite rightly looking and opting for a teammate there.
That was close for the Xbuyer team to score a second. It was Pablo Miguel, in fact, the player that we'd had highlighted as one to look out for in the Xbuyer team. A very, very good player. Oh, number 10, he's wearing the number 10. He's worn it at every side he's played for in the Kings League, and he's very much a number 10 in his style of play.
Yeah, absolutely. And we continue with our escalado with the pumping up, the increasing of the numbers. We are now 5v5, so space can less and less space available. This is where the technique and the movement, of course, off the ball comes into play. And of course, your ballistic brilliance, your ability to strike from distance. Will we get a strike here from just the edge of the box with those kind of long johns being worn there by Gennaro Castillo? And here he is, lovely touch, and he's back on the ball. Castillo now shaping up to cross or shoot. And then it's a little bit disappointing straight in terms of Manu Martin.
He looks quite the player, doesn't he, Luis Castillo? One of the 3 wildcards in this Chamos side. Not somebody that was in the Kings League Americas last season, so not somebody that I've seen a great deal, but initially, this is the benefit of being pitch side, isn't it? You can see the physique of the players when they come out, the way they move. You can see who is a player who's a little bit special as that shot goes wide, and Castillo looks like he's going to be fun to watch in this game.
Oh, what a hit there by Victor Uribe for the Xbuyer team, just a whisker wide. just a baffle wide to try and translate that into say Spanish or Italian. And what a start this is for the Xbuyer team. And it's just trickled, and the sting is taken out of that strike from Pablo Beguer. And Los Chamos will try again here and get an effort on goal. As yet, Manuel Martin yet really to be worked. Can they change that? There's no foul, says the referee. And the Xbuyer team come springing forward here. Here he is, Beguer, their number 10, numero 10, looking to make it numero 2 in terms of the goals. This jersey reminds me of the one of Frosinone in Serie B in Italy. I don't know if there's a similar colour like that in La Liga or Segunda División.
Cádiz.
Yeah, the Canaries, right? Yeah.
Las Palmas. Las Palmas, yeah, Cádiz, south of Spain, yellow and blue. Las Palmas, yellow and blue as well.
Yeah.
They're very much beach colours.
Yes.
The sun and the sea, the yellow and the blue.
Me gusta indeed. As for the Los Chamos, it reminds me a little bit of the Roma jersey this season, which has gone for that kind of colour, away from all the giallo rosso, more for this sort of dark kind of red with those sort of gold stripes, the Adidas stripes and trim. It's another lovely jersey.
Roma have always got lovely.
Oh, I know it's a side that, because of the players they've had, such as Totti through the years and Battistuta, Cassano, we can reel them off. We can keep reeling them off. De Rossi.
Del Vecchio.
Del Vecchio. You can reel them off. It's why you traditionally you lean towards them when it comes to an Italian side. They need maybe a little kind of Totti flair, or maybe the eye of Batigol, Re Leone right now. Los Chamos, as we are now with that 7v7. As we've discussed, teams do maybe at times cancel each other out.
Oh,
powerful run this indeed.
Strong lad, isn't he, as well?
Yeah, Picon, David Perez, Picon, buccaneering run, and the ball spiraled towards us. And again, you can see me just waving by. And ciao mamma, hi mummy, if you are tuning in and watching. Your son is okay. And I keep forgetting that we have this net in front of us, and that we are going to be okay. Even though there was a shot yesterday, actually went all the way over there and into the stands, which
went over,
which is a very rare feat indeed. There is. Oh, that's a hit, and that must be a goal. It is. It's the second, but the arm goes up, and the celebrations from both myself and everybody involved at the Xbuyer club and team and players cut short.
And there you can see their presidents, the two brothers, the two Bayer brothers, who are very fun. They became famous because of these videos. They're hardcore Barca fans, so they would do videos of them. It was sort of like watch-alongs, but it was just the camera was on them, reactions to Barca results, and it was in this era where Barcelona were slipping up constantly and losing, like they did against Eintracht Frankfurt, for example, in the Europa League, and it was comedy value. You could see the pain when they would see Barca lose the games, and they're very fun. They're two very fun presidents in the Kings League.
Yeah, because I suppose, for reaction, okay, unless you positive side, seeing your team winning like a 4-goal or
it's not a fun video to watch. But when you see someone banging his head and saying, "What's going on? This player's rubbish," and it was just that time where Barcelona, things weren't really
in the
going
wilderness.
their way.
A bit in the wilderness. Whereas Barca's so strong, it's not so fun to see them celebrating, is it? In that sense, you want to see them suffer a little bit. It's a bit of Schadenfreude, isn't it? As the Germans would say, it's a lot more amusing.
It's like all that Man U TV stuff as well, isn't it? That fan TV where they would go out to the fans and they were constantly screaming stuff. It is value.
Now they will have a corner kick here. The Xbuyer team, as they come towards us. Uribe to take. Will Los Chamos keeper be called into action? Will he have to pick the ball out of his back of the net once again? Just lurking on the edge of the box. They do well actually getting their men back into position, setting themselves up again to be ready for a wave of a Los Chamos attack springing forward there. The captain looking to be Captain Fantastic for this Xbuyer team, which is currently leading. I wonder if you have just joined us or missed any of the action. Fouad El Amrani, Fouad, the difference maker so far, making the most of that early space available in those early situations. We might say this is the third of 4 games today. We've still got one more to come afterwards, but let's give this game the necessary attention, of course. The Xbuyer team currently in control. Los Chamos as yet haven't really offered too much in the final. A few little glimpses, of course, but they know they need to step it up against this experienced side. It's also very good, very adept at coming forward on the break, as we can see.
Now down the other end.
Position changing hands quickly, Bruno. Now Chamos at the other end, and of course that is actually common in the Kings League, end-to-end, very sort of basketball-esque, isn't it? End-to-end, attack. Almost Premier League style, one would say, in terms of that approach, in terms of entertainment value, I mean, anyway. Don't have maybe that sort of tactical side that you see with Serie A, or the technical side that you see with the Spanish football.
Talking of shirts or flags within this arena, it's a Democratic Republic of Congo shirt.
Nice.
Flag behind that goal. That's not your everyday flag. But actually, Jims was born there, so maybe that's some sort of affinity towards Jims. But it's a different flag. You don't see them every day.
You know, it's also a flag I recognise. We also see Romelu Lukaku. Obviously, he's Belgian, but his roots come from Congo. So it's a flag I recognise because of that, because of Romelu. Obviously, his presence now with before with the Inter and also Roma as well, who we spoke about. And talking of this Roma-esque colours, Los Chamos trying to get that shot away and trying to get this equaliser. That's a lovely touch! Oh, and very nearly a lovely goal.
There was a snapshot there from the player that we highlighted earlier, Luis Castillo. He's a bit of a futsal kind of player. He's not playing with the studs, and he toe-poked it very much in futsal fashion, but it was very quick, and it forced the goalkeeper into a quick reaction save as well.
Oh, it's a great player around that touch, just to set himself up. A really good dive to his left from Manu Martin. We're saying he hadn't as yet really been worked, but he has now. And can they build on that? Can that give them that boost that they need, this side from Venezuela? You've travelled all around the globe. Have you been to Venezuela as well?
I haven't. I would like to go, although I know it's perhaps not the greatest moment to visit Venezuela, but I know it's a beautiful country and beautiful people. There are many Venezuelans living in Spain who I know who I'm friends with, and well, if they're watching this, hello everyone from Venezuela. It's a gorgeous country.
Of course, we know you've Spain, of course, inside out, so I won't ask you that question. So Xbuyer fans, it's not me ignoring Spain, it's just Bruno obviously being Spanish, working in Spain, living in Spain. It would be a very silly question, very redundant question. So. The arm up. Now, also, to get more focus on the Xbuyer team. It's a squad which also includes Jakob, won the previous World Cup with Porcinos. And talking of the Xbuyer team, looking to be inspired by the likes of Jakob. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. I mean, the English would say Jacobo, but that's not quite the correct way of saying it. Manu commentated on in Mexico a year ago when he was representing Porcinos FC, and he's wearing the number 14 jersey today for the Xbuyer team. So he's gone from one Spanish side to another. Will he have more glory? Well, time will tell.
Well, we saw a couple in the previous game, didn't we, who won the World Cup with Porcinos. Jacobo didn't play as much of a significant role in that team. He wasn't as much of a player like Gutierrez, Suárez Gutierrez, or Gerard Neuer. So he wasn't that sort of standout player, but regardless, a World Cup champion in the Kings League, and he's come across, yes, to the Xbuyer team.
As I was saying, he's got one more World Cup winners medal than you and I, of course, and he's looking to add to that collection with a different team. And some story winning Porcinos in the year after with the Xbuyer team. Well, continue to lead here and still looking good, looking lively, real zip about their play. It's passing play. Of course, it shouldn't really come as a surprise, and that shouldn't come as a surprise to see them play the way they do and put themselves into those shooting positions. But it's another chance, though, that does go begging, Bruno, for the Spaniards.
It's a wonderful move, though, the pass and the movement to leave Berger in that position. You would expect Pablo Berger to finish it off, but Baruch, he spread his arms out wide. He's a tall goalkeeper. He denied Pablo Berger, but they are getting closer and closer and closer.
And now they do get that second goal. It had been coming. Oribe and company had been knocking on that door, and it now has come swinging open there. and they lead by 2. And Chamos, coached by Jos Garland, who's a great motivator, renowned for his motivational skills, needs to look to his ability to lift his players. He often looks to 6 key concepts: unity, transcendence, pride, passion, intelligence, and attitude. And they need a fighting attitude right now because they are trailing by 2 goals. And Los Chamos, they have it all to do against this Xbuyer team, have just been clinical there after a couple of chances which they missed. Now they come to the fore.
Well, those are key sort of bedrocks to anybody, aren't they? Those 6.
Yeah, and they need them right now.
6 concepts which his managing style or lifestyle maybe revolve around. I suppose everybody could do with a couple of those in their everyday life.
Oh yeah, sometimes when I struggle to get out of bed, I need maybe a motivational speech from Jos Garland. Maybe you can send me a video message sometimes if I'm feeling a bit, I don't know if I want to get up today.
Yeah, better than face-to-face, I suppose.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah, yes, I don't exactly. Maybe it would be me. I don't know what I could be responsible for my actions if that would happen face-to-face. Message would do. I can listen to it bit by bit, maybe. Played short. There's the shot. It's a good save.
That's the corner we were saying, isn't it? It feels like it's more effective if you can find someone on the edge of the box to finish it off and have a shot on goal than just floating a ball into the box. Well, that's an early presidential penalty.
I like that. I think that's a wise move because you can see that they're struggling to create goal-scoring opportunities. They had that one through Castillo, didn't they, earlier? But apart from that, very little from Los Chamos. So at least this can reduce the arrears, providing that they score their presidential penalty, because there's no guarantee. It'll be interesting to see whether the president will take it or designate one of his players to take a shootout. So it's a smart move.
He tends to take them, Yolani, and he puts on quite a show. I'm not sure if in France he would have, but sometimes he comes out of like a cannon, or he does a big show about it, and he's quite a fun guy, Yola, so let's see if he's a bit more business approach, sure, or he brings the entertainment value.
Here we go. Here we go.
There he is in the middle of the image, the number 27. See, he's got something up his sleeve. Yeah, he does, as I say, he tends to come up with something quite creative when he takes his penalty. So good to see that he's keeping up with that spirit of Los Chamos, which is so characteristic.
Well, it's great because we haven't had
not too many of those,
that, to be honest.
People have been a bit more serious, maybe.
I mean, which I understand because of the competitive edge to this. So I'm quite happy also because, again, I've never seen him take a presidential penalty. It's for the first time. So I'm going to enjoy the show as well. I'm not sure, but they have to hurry it up, though. They have to hurry it up. And although the Xbuyer team are also appreciating what they're seeing, they see the funny side of it. We'll see whether they'll still be smiling, though, shortly, whether they can keep this 2-goal cushion or whether the deficit will be cut here. And they're going to come out as a duo. Thing 2 and thing 1, is that what's it is? Thing 1, thing 2. You said they're going to put on a show. And look at that. It looked like they are enjoying the occasion anyway.
I'll let you explain this.
There you go. There you go. It's a bit of a Mickey take. It's sort of winding up, isn't he? The 2 bros.
Faces,
yeah, it's the 2 bros. So
Xbuyer brothers.
Yes.
You can see that.
So it's just a way just to have a little side swipe, shall we say, at the opposition and the opposing. You said he would deliver, and that is very inventive. That is very original, very good. And you can see that it's a striking resemblance, isn't it? It's like they're both out on the pitch right now.
Well, it's very creative because he always comes up with something very, very different, and you know that's not very normal to come out with 2 people like that.
And he does reduce the arrears after all the show. He lives up to the expectation. He delivers the goods.
And there's the Fortnite celebration as well.
There's the
Yellow on the forehead.
There we go, another shout to Fortnite.
Which of course Antoine Griezmann used to do as well.
Absolutely, another one as well. That was my thought as well. Griezmann and Fortnite. That's a nice night in for me, watching Griezmann and then playing Fortnite. That's my kind of night in. Well, 4 marks. Molto bene. Very, very good. Enjoyed the show, enjoyed the penalty, and it's game on again. Route 1 stuff now. Snapshot! And just wide.
He caught it clean, didn't he? One of those where don't think about it twice. Hit it on the rise. You catch it clean. Oof, that can travel.
He hits it well.
He hit it well, yeah.
Really well. It's worth a go, and it would have sort of cancelled out the joy right away for Los Chamos after getting that presidential penalty. We're now approaching Bruno, the 18-minute mark, which means the roll of the dice, the JD roll of the dice. As the shot comes in, and it was almost...
Again, it's him again. It's Luis Castillo who builds up the move, and then he's active to get the follow-up, the layoff, and finish it the first time. He's someone who I think is still going to have a say in this game, Castillo. Oh, look how close that was.
Yeah, he's been their main threat, their chief threat, as we now go into those final 10 seconds before the JD roll of the dice. It's going to be Marza from booth 5 for our JD roll of the dice, which is, as you know by now, one of our official partners of the Kings League World Cup clubs, and you can download the app and visit their website or one of the many stores to check out the new range of all exclusive only at JD products. Don't forget to follow their Instagram channel. Don't miss out on exclusive Kings League content. So plenty of reason to get downloading, dear Bruno. And talking of JD, it's JD that has come up, which means 1v1
today
with goalkeepers. Yeah, we've had the same one in the previous 2, and now we have something a wee bit different for a 1v1. Is that a Venezuela? Yeah, just to our left, we've got a Venezuela flag flying high, as well as the Congo flag at the other end of the ground.
Another Venezuela one to the other side.
I like it. Of course, they're looking to cheer on their team, their fellow countrymen.
Vino Tinto.
From the stand, I like that. So it's like the red wine, yeah? Is that
it's the official name of the Venezuelan side, yeah? The red wine. That's why they play in that colour.
It was inspired more like fizzy lemonade, I think. With the drop of the ball, here we go. And good work from the Xbuyer team, immediately getting on the ball. And look, that substitution, he was put on just to win.
That's right.
The drop of the ball, and now bringing on a more talented player, with no disrespect, but he is. Here is Fuad. Can he make it? 3 for the Xbuyer team. Here he goes. Oh, get him saved the angle. And look, he's now coming off. They're going to put on a more defensive-minded player. You can tell they've played this game many, many times and have so much experience. I'm surprised they haven't maybe taken their keeper off Chamos and put another attacking player alongside Castillo here, who's trying to find a way through.
So, penalty's been given there, is it, against Castillo?
Well, there's a little bit of doubt here because...
Oh, I think he's let himself go there, Castillo.
There was a little bit of doubt.
There's a bit of a shove, but I don't know. I think it's got to be a bit more. For me, it's got to be a bit more than that to be a penalty. But
no, there's no doubt there's contact.
There's a case, exactly. There's a case for contact for a push, but how firm is the push?
You said it, that Castillo was going to have a part, but he's won that.
He was waiting as well for the contact. He was looking for it, and
but he's won that penalty. Has been given, and look at the run-up. He's almost at the halfway line.
Expecting a few badalinhas along the way here.
Here he goes. Manu Martin with the stop. Castillo unable to dust himself off and slot it home, and it stays 2-1.
Oh, the ball's still in play.
Of course.
Oh no, okay, it's gone out.
Now it's gone out, but it was there. But obviously,
was that? I think it Has he picked it up? What I don't know is if the ball was in play. Okay, no, yeah, that's what's happened.
Yeah.
They're going to have to come back for a goal kick because there are no throw-ins, of course, in this 1v1.
Just a little bit of confusion.
There was confusion from everybody, from Castillo
inside
himself
the ground
and from
and
the
the players,
goalkeeper,
They were just checking here, though.
Would it be to see if the keeper was off his line for the penalty, or no?
Back underway.
No, no. Stop again.
Calm down, please. Tranquilo. I don't know what they are checking, but we are checking something. Okay? Tranquilos.
I don't know what we are checking, but we're checking something.
At least he's honest.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Here we go.
Checking in progress.
It must be the keeper off his line, no?
We're going to find out very shortly.
There's nothing else has happened. They've taken the penalty, it's been saved, and there's been no more play.
They have to write. I don't know. Okay. Everything okay.
All okay.
Everything okay.
Okay.
Everything okay. No. Goal kick. Everything okay.
Yeah, as you say, it could be checking just whether the keeper was on his line. They would have been checking lots of different things. It happened shortly before
Additional time.
and after as well.
Well, they said everything okay, but we're still not getting underway here, so they're clearly still talking into their ear.
Did he perhaps handle it before it went out? Had it even gone out? Is that?
That's what I don't know. The ball had gone out of play.
We can restart, guys.
It was very tight, though, wasn't it? Very tight. So if it hadn't gone out, then just handled the ball.
Exactly. And that's what they're trying to say. Handball, and it should be a punishment.
Keeper clearly on his line from that anyway.
So look, yeah, maybe it didn't roll out of play because it wasn't going off with much force, the ball there.
They've got their phones out as well. Look, you can see it hasn't.
And I think the goalkeeper, Baruch, was shouting at Castillo to attack the ball. I think he was telling them that it was in play, and he was telling, you can see him there. He's frustrated that he's picked it up. You can see him in the background, Baruch. He was saying to him, the ball's in play. Everyone switched off, and he could have continued the move, got the ball and had a shot on goal.
Here we go, this way again, what you can see, it's clearly not gone out.
And also the Xbuyer goalkeeper, Manuel Martinez, screaming to Beret to come over and play the ball, because he can't come out of the box, of course.
And it could be a shootout because the ball is in play, if he handles the ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Check complete.
Okay, so that's a strange one. It's a strange one that they've not punished it because the ball didn't look to go out of play.
It didn't look out unless they felt that the ball had crossed the line. But otherwise, had he handled that, it would have been a shootout because I said the ball was in play. So it would have been a foul by the Chamos player, Castillo. He said he was going to be involved some way. Now, nice feet. Is it going to be a nice finish from Fuad? It wasn't really the best of finishes. He just sent it, sliced it wide, but you can see every time they're on the ball, they're getting him on and then putting a more defensive-minded player to stop Castillo. And here he is. Can Castillo make amends after his penalty miss? That's the answer. He can't.
Well, it took a while in making that substitution. The Xbuyer players, they were complaining again. There's been a lot of sort of confusion in these last couple of minutes because Castillo was away. They were making a substitution. There was no one on the pitch, so it's been a bit of a strange ending to the first half. Let's see.
A bit stop-start. Let's hear.
We're going to hear something amidst all the confusion.
Como hizo Pipa, viene y sigan el pase, el que da el pase siga su pase para que se la dejen de frente. Importante priorizar las cosas.
Well, Well, a secret card has been played right away. It makes me think it could be the star player card from the Xbuyer team, but we'll find out shortly, Bruno. So they're immediately looking to their card, and you know, one of those decisions that we just seen. Should maybe Xbuyer end up losing, then I think that could be a big moment, a controversial one. Should they go on and win it, I think they'll overlook it, and it is the star player card, which, as we know, has to be played at half-time, of course, and now they'll basically...
Played properly today, yeah.
Yeah, choose a player. They'll be giving him the green armband, and should he score, that goal would be worth double. Then, of course, then once he, or should he score, then that armband is taken off, and the power is no longer valid. He loses that superpower status, and that superpower for that time. And unsurprisingly, they've chosen, well, no surprise, no prizes for guessing who'll be wearing that green armband. And we're back underway then. The second half begins after a... Oh, wow, is it going to begin...
Wait, challenge.
It begins with a bang, and is it going to begin with a red card? It's a yellow. It's a yellow. Thought it was going to be a red to match those jerseys, but it isn't. It's a yellow. The studs are up. It was a dangerous one. He just managed to get his boot away after that challenge from Rouge, number 18. And he's now in the sim bin for 2 minutes, so now they've got their star player and a numerical advantage, the Xbuyer team. Looking to get Fouad naturally on the ball. Should he score, it would be 4-1 to the Xbuyer team, and it would take them a step closer to the win. And you can see they were looking for it. That was really good. Really smart play.
It was offside in the end, but yeah, it was smart.
Silky Spanish play.
The flick over the top, the pass to the far post. What have you made of Xbuyer team so far in this game?
Listen, I can see exactly why you've been bigging them up. I've seen glimpses of what they can do. They haven't as yet been able to kick on. They've had those opportunities, but they are in the lead, and you can just see they've afforded very few chances as well to Los Chamos. So I've been very, very impressed so far. I think there's a lot more to come in this second. I think, like Ultimate Mostoles that we saw on day one, you just sense that if they want to keep stepping and get it out of second, third gear, they can do that. Thanks also to this man here. What a player. Fouad, that's a really good ball. Just nodded down and then over the bar.
No, brilliant cross from Fouad.
Really good ball from Fouad as he swung it in. And the header wasn't bad either. It was from the Xbuyer team captain.
Juanma's the big man at the far post. He brings that to the table as well, the possibility of putting balls into the box. He's so tall, so big.
Now just 30 seconds to go, and Chamos will be back to 7 players, and that will help them in their quest, their bid to stop Fouad, who looks to check inside here. Oh, that would have been spectacular from Fouad. Just checking inside. They loves to take on opposition defences. Really, such a talent. Number 80, him and Nadir, the Moroccans.
They're 2 brilliant players, aren't they?
2 fantastic players to watch, and I'd love to see them combine. I wonder if we could maybe see them one day maybe play together on the same team.
Yeah,
I know they do for the national side, of course, but
yeah, that's once a year, isn't it?
Yeah, but for the club sides, it would be special. It was Brazil, the champions of Kings World Cup Nations, and we've seen us the champions at club level. One of those many Spanish sides who made a perfect start to the match, and we can't get distracted. We've been brought a bit of grub for afterwards, but we've got to keep our eyes, of course, focused firmly on the screens and can't get too distracted right now. Of course, these players, likewise, they've got to stay fully focused and listen to those 6 key concepts of Los Carlas, Los Chamos coach, that says that pride, that determination, the unity, and they need to stay united right now, the Venezuelan side. Into the heart of the box.
It was the only thing that's a shame in the Los Chamos side is that they used to have... Well, there's a chance, I'll wait for this. Yeah, they used to have a former Venezuelan player in Giancarlo Maldonado. I know he can't play anymore because he's managing Portuguesa in the Venezuelan league, but It's a shame that there's no Venezuelan players.
Yeah.
They're all Mexican. Most of them are Mexican in the Kings League Americas because it's played in Mexico City. But sometimes, you know, the Argentines had one Argentinian wild card, Venezuelans just have one Venezuelan, the Peruvians had one Peruvian, the Colombians had a Colombian.
Yeah.
And it would be nice, you know, to see a couple of Venezuelans in the Chamos side. There's only one Colombian in this team, the number 8, Andres Rogeles.
Rogeles, exactly. Where's the Ruge on the back of his jersey, and I think for the Venezuelan people as well, and it would be nice to have sort of one of their own
association,
an affinity with the team. And then of course, talking of this Venezuela, you can get that camiseta on kingsleague.pro, and that badge reminds me a little bit of the MK Dons badge. I'm just throwing them back to the UK, or maybe is it Eintracht Frankfurt had that kind of, or was it Stuttgart? But anyway, the German I'm not so good.
I'm very keen on MK Dons. I'm very much an AFC Wimbledon.
I understand.
I wouldn't say fan, but you know, I follow them very closely.
Yep.
Went to the ground this season to watch them play a game. Very happy to see them have gained promotion. Come on, AFC Wimbledon. The real Dons.
So I can completely understand. It's a tricky one for the supporters who are put into that position. They had to choose between one or the other. And talking of choices right now, we've got the presidential penalty, which has been locked down by the Xbuyers, and we do have the two hermanos looking to step out onto the pitch.
Normally it's the younger of the two, Mini Bayer, who plays futsal locally, and so he knows how to play football. The older, the actual Xbuyer, the older of the brothers, doesn't generally take the penalties, so Mini Bayer is a very good penalty taker, but the ball is in the hand of his older brother, so let's see who is going to be taking it.
Wow, so is it going to be Mini or Big Bayer? Is it Mini spender or Big spender is going to be taking
Oh, look, it's...
Oh, nice, rock, paper, scissors.
Mini Bayer won, which I will say for Xbuyer was the best case scenario.
Here he goes then, and a bit of rock, paper, scissors. It's universal, of course. They've decided which one of the two fratelli, the brothers, the hermanos, will be taking this penalty here. It's the keeper for the Venezuelans. You can see why I said MK Dons, going when you have that close-up of that badge, but I won't bring up MK Dons. I know, I've understood where you stand.
It's a nice ground though, I've been to.
I know where you stand on that debate.
Oh yeah, very, very, very big AFC Wimbledon.
Here we go. 1988 pick-up winners. Now, here we go. Is it going to be 3? Oh, you said he was good. You said he was good. I was expecting something special. And you've been proved right, and he has proved you right. Fabulous penalty.
I'll say when they did rock, paper, scissors, it was the best case scenario for Xbuyer team that he won. His older brother isn't as good with a football at his feet, but he plays futsal, so he knows how to play football. You can see that strike there. It's somebody that knows how to play the game.
In terms of this game, they now have a 2-goal lead. They've still, of course, got their star player. That power doesn't wear off until he scores. So until the 38th minute, any goal scored by Fuad will be worth double, and make it 5-1 Los Chamos at the minute.
Both penalties scored this game by the Presidents.
Yeah, and it's been 2 really good penalties in terms of obviously the show that we had from Los Chamos in the build-up to it, and in terms of the actual quality of the penalty we have just seen. Interesting to see what secret card Los Chamos have as yet. They've not played it. For their sake, I hope it's not a goals worth double, because they're really struggling to score goals. You think, what would that really give them? But if they've got it, they've got to play it. I'm not saying that, but it's not the ideal card for them. You hope them it's maybe a penalty or a shootout.
Doesn't play to their strengths.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to get. That's why it's great to have you alongside me. You can help when I start waffling on where I'm going. You're there, rescue the day, come through.
Not at all. Not
clarify.
Learning every day alongside.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And Los Chamos, of course, continue to pass it around, find an opening. Everybody back for the Xbuyer team. Maybe now they're just going to try and allow Los Chamos to take the initiative, because they've not offered that much overall, and maybe just strike on the break. Maybe that is their tactic. No need to, of course, force this and make a mistake and be caught out on the break. That's what they certainly don't want right now. Xbuyer team seeing the control, the stranglehold they have on this game. But they have to also be aware of shots from distance and those hopeful balls into the box. This could be a goal. And the finish from Tony Meya was not up to the standard, unable to apply the finishing touch.
Controversial whether he
Had it crossed the line, yeah. They would all, naturally, it would have been checked, unable to apply that finishing touch there. Tony Meya for Los Chamos, and now they have to think about defending here at the other end. No time to lose for Los Chamos. Castillo helps it along. The captain trying to get on the ball. Still Castillo has been far and away Chamos' best player, despite, of course, that penalty miss from him. That was another potential turning point. We talk about the sliding doors moments.
Yeah, that was big for them.
Yeah.
Especially, as you say, the problems, the issues they're having, creating chances and scoring goals. They really could have done with that penalty
or something like that. A moment of magic, a spark right now. That is exactly what Los Chamos need as we start to go towards the 30-minute mark, and then into those final 10 minutes, overall the final 8 minutes of, I always call it normal time, and those final 2 minutes when, as they said, goals would be worth double unless Los Chamos can battle back, fight back. They haven't given me reason to believe that can be the case, but can I be proved wrong? Here is Castillo, a little slip, just when it mattered most.
The header there, he's trying to prevent the corner. Dani Santiago, the number 4, but he's headed it back into the box. That's 101 in defending. That's one of the first things you get taught. Don't head it back into the danger area. Don't head it back into the box. So some iffy defending there from Dani Santiago.
Yeah, defending for dummies. Remember that collection of books. And here he is again, though. Castillo certainly no dummy at all. Far from it. The dummies here are sitting behind these 2 screens and behind the goal. Ayala, Roberto Ayala with a surname. I don't think there's any relation to Roberto.
Ratoncito was his nickname.
Which means
Little Mouse.
Nice. He certainly was no mouse on the pitch, that's for sure. I remember because it was constantly linked with a move to the Premier League when I was a youngster. That's how I got to know the name Roberto Ayala. Never really materialised. They've put their secret card in the meantime. Los Chamos, as Castillo sets himself up, and that's a good save. That's more like it, and it's still in play. Danger is not over. Can they get another shot away here? Again, we're saying about Castillo continues to be their main man. It's basically, I don't. One-man team is unfair. No. I'm not trying to say that far from, but he is the one carrying. But
the danger's all going through Castillo. Really, he needs someone else to step up a bit.
They need this to be a good secret card. I mean, but I can give them a concrete chance of scoring a shootout or a penalty. Not say a goal's worth double, because they haven't really given you that impression that they can go on and score. We await that secret card. He revealed very shortly when the ball goes out of play, when there's a break in play. Castillo shields it well. He's a towering figure, and as you said, being up close and personal, you can really appreciate the physicality of these players and the presence that they have out on the pitch. He's a target man. There he is, and links the play and looks to finish off moves as well for the Venezuelan outfit.
That's right.
That's got to be a foul. The referee says no. I'm surprised. Still there. I'm surprised, but he has allowed this game to flow.
I think he was trying to play the advantage, because the number 6, Andre Jimeno, appeared on the scene, but I don't think there was too much that he could do there. It's kind of one of those that you pick up the ball and you're thinking, I'd rather take the free kick, really.
Yeah. Steele's continued his run. He's not been spotted, but he's still there. Given away. In the end, it's a disappointing effort, and Manu Martin will save those all afternoon long, all evening long. Los Chamos continue to be frustrated in their quest here to get that secret card. Now will we have it? Free kick awarded. We've got a free kick in a very good position here. Juanma Gonzalez Is he going to take it? Have to wait though. Plenty of options, that's for sure, for Xbuyer. And in terms of options, what option do Los Chamos have now?
Nice little chat to the referee, you know, get in his ear a little bit as you present him with the secret card.
Please, calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Well,
had to be, didn't it? After everything you've said in this second half.
it's just not the ideal card for them. I think they'll be disappointed. You can see the players, it's not as if it's given that kind of, it's given the body language any kind of real boost, and especially if Xbuyer now score here from a free kick in a really good position, really strong. Baruch, number 16, Baruch Deus, and of course it naturally, unsurprisingly, it's Quad to take, Bruno.
Let's see what he can come up with.
Quad to fly it in, very nearly, but it flew over the bar in the end, and it didn't fly just in, under the bar and in. It hit someone in the crowd as well, behind that goal. Plenty of noise still being made here. The Cupra Arena. Finally, we want the defense in on the 14th of June. Before then, the 13th, La Finalissima, don't forget.
Yeah, Finalissima, which is the concept which has also come back in men's and, I'm not sure in the women's game, but in the actual 11-a-side game where there was the Finalissima between Italy and Argentina.
Yes, you remember.
There's going to be one between Spain and Argentina.
That'd be very tasty. Very, very tasty indeed. I look forward to it now. I like to say it's kind of like, you know, they're going to say a Super Cup, isn't it, at a club level?
Yeah, like the old
Intercontinental, yeah, those kind of competitions.
That was a great game, the Intercontinental.
Oh, when it was the Intercontinental. Now obviously we've had various things such as the Club World Cup and different guises as they look to get that goal, which they do. It's not wide, so it won't be worth double, but Pablo Beguer does put his name on the score sheet and make it 4-1 here and put them further out of sight. How about that? A cheeky dance as well. They are dancing their way to victory. Those silky skills and the very nice Fred Flintstone feet there as well. And there's no doubt about it when Pablo Beguer is in that kind of position.
It's the umpteenth goal of his Kings League career. It's Pablo Beguer doing what Pablo Beguer has always done, which is score goals and be reliable. And he might have had a quiet game for his standards, but he's got his name on the score sheet.
Now 4-1, and of course we've seen and we've been in this position before where one of us has said, oh, I think now it's over, and we've seen the team battle back and maybe take it to a golden goal and then win it in those final 2 minutes, but you don't sense that is going to happen on this time around as the Xbuyer team try and make it a manita. No, the referee says no. Again, positional player, the referee has been very good in the course of the competition, putting themselves to have that prime view as well. Of course, they have the aid of the VR, constantly checking as well any kind of difficult decisions for the referee. Maybe will this be checked? There is a break in play.
Look, it was a collision that you could see coming a mile away, that one. But,
so check over this.
It's one of those where you don't know if it's the attacking player looking for the contacts more than the defender is, so referee deciding not to give it.
Well, should Los Chamos score, it would be 4-3, and they would be right back in it. They've still got a minute to do that after playing their Spotify, or rather, I beg your pardon, Fortnite secret card. The reason I mentioned Spotify because Jims, he's got almost 20 million monthly listeners on Spotify, and he'll be the one giving a great performance at the Défense Arena. And just like that, we remind you of that final, and Jims himself will be performing ahead of not only the final. We'll see who will be crowned champion, but also that exhibition game between France and the rest of the world. And look at that! Look at this!
Oh, what a save.
That's brilliant! That's brilliant save as well. Also missed those games, you know, the let's say Brazil against the rest of the world, those kind of matches we used to have in the 90s, which I don't know in the exhibition games, but you know, when you had like Zidane alongside Ronaldo, Gascoigne and Maradona, you know, I do miss those moments. Anyway, Pablo Berger just looking to float in here. This must be the 5th. It comes off the post, but referee halts the play. Was there a foul in the build-up? Or, as you said, an offside?
Only have been offside. I think Jacobo got the other side of him.
We've got some
drums coming in.
Drums coming in as well. So we can hear the drums as well, I think, at the other end, all around the ground.
I'm not envious of our casters down the other end who seem to have a party inside their booth.
Yeah, but I think they're the Brazilian ones, so I don't want to stereotype, but they do like a party and a bit of noise, don't they? They're not like myself, an uptight Brit who can moan and doesn't like any noise, wants total concentration and absolute silence. But you're right, it's not the ideal situation, I have to admit, but then again, Brazilian casters maybe, you know, not as interested in this one, knowing that one of their many candidates to win the competition, such as Furia, aren't involved, but they want to keep one eye on potential competition that could be the Xbuyer team. We're into the final minute. Bruno, doesn't look like Fuad is going to put his name on the score sheet. They haven't really been able to use that star player card, but I think they went with the right man. Of course, one goes, why did they pick Pablo Berger? Well, in hindsight, very easy to say. They should have gone with that number 10.
If Pablo Berger had the armband on him, he wouldn't have had that space inside the box either.
Exactly, because you know that it draws in defenders who try and double up as the header comes in, and that's a good save as well. I mean, steaming off his line there. Oh, Martin's a good game, I have to say, when he's been called upon. It's not easy when you don't have too much to do. You have to stay focused, mentally stay in the game. It makes me think of keepers like maybe Iker Casillas back in the day, or Buffon. You know, rarely you're going to be peppered with, because obviously you're a dominant team. But when you do get called into action, you have to be ready, and he's done that really well. And into the final 2 minutes, so Chamos, should they score one goal, they'd make it 4-3. They need to score twice, but you haven't really given us that sense that they can do that, Bruno.
No, and it's one of the few games which for quite a while now you kind of sense that you know who's going to win it. It'd be very, very, very strange for Los Chamos to turn this around. Because yesterday we did see that late goal from Victor Vidal, but it was a game where you thought maybe they could have won it before the 40th minute, so you could envision them maybe scoring late on. For Los Chamos, it'd be difficult to imagine them scoring 2 goals as well, not 1-2. I mean, the only goal they scored was their president scored a penalty.
Yeah, and that big win for United against the Boomers, but the Boomers at one stage, you know, had the opportunity. They were actually,
exactly,
and it was more that those kind of mistakes they made in that 2 minute of play as that comes off the post, and that's in, and that is game, set, and match. It is now 6 goals worth being double, of course, in the final 2 minutes of play. And that really is it for Los Chamos. No way back now. And it came off the post, and then look, they were all queuing up there. They were bursting onto it there. And then number 6, Andre Jimeno, not Jimeno. There's so many of my counterparts, including myself, up until a few days ago, thanks to my crash course in Spanish, thanks to Bruno, making it a 6-1. And as we were just trying to sort of say, in that game, though, there were some turning points that allowed United just to break away, but it was a very close game. Lofazo, lots of opportunities, Santoro. So you look at the scoreline, you think it's a little bit misleading. United deserved to win, but in this case, though, this does reflect what we've seen. It's a different one compared to that game we saw yesterday.
And it's a damaging result as well for the Kings League Americas. This is their champion being beaten comfortably by Xbuyer team. You know, 6-1. There's always been that, can the Americas teams compete with the Spain teams? I've always wanted to think that yes, they can, but we saw it in Mexico last year as well. They've still got some ground to make up. They're still a couple of steps below the teams from Kings League Spain.
And they're going to end the match a man light. And Cisneros in the sin bin. And you can vote, and it's unsurprising to see Fouad storming away as your MVP. You can keep voting via Twitch, via YouTube, and Fouad will be chatting. I assume he's going to go on and win it, chatting shortly, and especially if he gets a goal from here, he will be the man of the match straight into the wall. 2 minutes valid time, although I think Chamos just want the whistle to go, and that could have really gone anywhere. Fortunately, it trickles out wide. Full marks to Chamos for trying to at least get a consolation goal, and should they score, it would make it 6-3 and make the scoreline look very respectable. But it could be 8-1 here. I think it is going to be 8.
Yeah.
Yep, it is 8, and it's now becoming very disappointing for Los Chamos, as you were saying, unable to really fly the flag for the Kings League Americas. They have been put to the sword by this Spanish side, the Xbuyer team. 8-1 winners. If the referee has any mercy, he will just blow the whistle now, but see, for the regulation has to play the added time. And Los Chamos, a very disappointing start to their Kings World Cup Club's adventure, and with that, the Xbuyer team, a real statement of intent. And look, they're still hungry for more.
Oh no, surely
they
not.
want it to be a
Surely
perfect 10. It is a perfect 10. Iker Karasu.
All different scorers as well, Tom. All of them. Iker Karasu, Pablo Beguer, Alzora, Kishimoto, Victor Oribe, Andri Jimeno, and Fouad all scoring today, as well, of course, as Eric, the Xbuyer, the president. So 10-1, that's a damaging result going forward into their next game as well. That, that's going to hurt them, but
it's a rout.
It's going to be the biggest scoreline surely we're going to see in these 2 weeks.
Yeah, and the Xbuyer team that have shown they like to share the goals around this goal democracy, if you like. Everybody, or many, are playing their part. Of course, goals worth double in this closing stage, which makes it look even more humiliating for Los Chamos, but they have been taught a Kings League lesson here. Can they maybe just get a consolation goal to make it 10-3? It won't really change much. We know there's no such thing as the goal.
Blow the whistle, because
difference
they're on their way for another goal.
To make it what would have been a dozen, a delightful dozen. So big win for the Xbuyer team. The Spanish side, the Brazilian side's on fire. Well, how about the Spanish sides? Their Kings League performances are on fire, and we're going to hear shortly from the MVP, Fouad himself, the Moroccan ace, who's starring, of course, in the Kings League España, and he was starring out there today, one of their shining lights, shining bright, and putting Los Chamos, as we were saying, to the sword. So Los Chamos have to quickly, though, put it behind them. Look to Yoscarna and his motivation, which didn't quite get through to his players this evening, but they still have an opportunity going through to that losers bracket, and then it really is, they can't lose that second game. As for the Xbuyer team, they go through to the winners bracket, and they'll be very confident, thanks also to that man there. He has been fantastic, he was maravilloso, and we're going to hear from him shortly in his interview, thanks to also Bazaar. So we can see confirmation that they march on. The Xbuyer team, congratulations to them, taking on Los Troncos, which can be a fabulous fixture indeed. And talking of the Xbuyer team, now let's go pit side and hear what he has to say. I assume he'll be speaking in Spanish, unless he wants to show, obviously, his Arabic, of course, his Moroccan nationality, but I assume, obviously, where he's plying his trade domestically, that's where he'll be having his say, and I can't wait to hear from him as his teammates continue to celebrate, and he can join, of course, that party very soon. And talking of party, the Kings League party just keeps on coming, so stick with us. We've got our fourth and final game of the day coming up shortly.
Congratulations, you are the MVP of the night. How does it feel? Puede decirlo también en español.
No, muchas gracias, ha ido muy bien, tenemos ganas de empezar y enhorabuena por la victoria, hemos ganado. Muy bien.
Guys, remember you can only find these jerseys on Bazaar, so Go run it before you'll miss it. We are going there always with our jerseys, so guys, what are you waiting for? We are there, so get the app and get ready.
So we're back at the Cupra Arena in Paris. It's the fourth and final game from match day 3. And our last two teams, everybody else has already made their debut in this second edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs. And we're going to see one of our wild cards, a new team joining the fray. Jinxy with Josildo Barata, the Brazilian who won the Kings World Cup Nations and played with Gabi in the previous split, but they haven't qualified, so that's a good final edition for them. But they're taking on his countrymen in Dendel from Brazil. The Brazilians have been incredible in this start to the competition. Semi-finalists in Brazil where they beat G3X. Not a lot of people can say that, so it's a very tall order, Tom, for Jinxy in their debut against the Brazilian side, Dendel.
And also because we've been talking about it across this evening, that the wildcards so far have been underwhelming. They've been underwhelming, so Jinxy are trying to now invert that negative trend, fly the flag for the wildcards and ensure they're not going to be in that losers bracket and they're going to be in that winners bracket, which means they need to win just one more game and go straight through the round of 16. Again, a reminder of that Swiss system for those who aren't really accustomed to or are new to the Kings League, and that's a cracking mascot as well. We've seen some brilliant ones over the course.
That's Todo Loco, the crazy bull.
I like it, and you can see why they've got that. You can see that little bull crest a few moments ago for Dendel against Jinxy. Jinxy the cat makes me think of right now, but there's no... and then hoping that maybe put a jinx on the bull, maybe, and bamboozle them, and maybe they have two left feet and not able to play their kind of football, but take more than any sort of voodoo and trickery and sorcery to stop Dendel. This Brazilian side, as you say, arrive with good pedigree and used to playing Kings League Calcio, and they're all set. They want to lay down a marker and keep the Brazilians on fire. Fuego, fuego, fuego.
So talking of fire, we're about to get underway. The final game. Jinxy, so many nationalities in this team. You've got Americans, Brazilians, El Salvador, Belgium, France, of course. Their president, the streamer Jinxy, over 7 million followers on Twitch. Mamma mia!
You can say that again. Crikey, crikey, crikey. It puts you and I to shame. I think we can get about 700 combined, you and I, mate.
That would be a tall order itself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've got mum and dad, family. Anyway.
Well, here is Brinquinho looking to score Jinxy's first goal in the tournament. He is denied. He'll have another chance as he's joined by Barata, another teammate of his who played for the Gabim in the Kings League Brazil. They've both come together onto this project, and his shot flashes just wide.
Yeah, as you said, it's plenty of sorts. It's also like a Brazilian derby of sorts for many other players.
The start of the game is
exactly.
2 against 2 Brazilians.
Yeah, but in terms of the playing side of Jinxy, there's lots of players to hail from the South American nation, from Brazil, Seleção, the Verde, or as we now go, or about to go to 2v2. Will it be 1-0? Oh, that's another good save. Keepers pulling out all the stops early on here.
And Barata making the save from Lincoln. So another player has joined the party as Barata brings it out from the back. It's back with the Brazilian goalkeeper playing for the American side. He's going to think about the shot, but it wasn't the cleanest contact from Barata. He had time and he had space to execute the shot.
Yeah, there are plenty of Toro Loco supporters there, packed.
Oh yeah,
in there, just behind.
There they are.
Yeah, just
they're the ones that were in the street at the casters box.
That's right. Yeah, I think exactly. I think that's where the Brazilian casters sit. So plenty of noise, and you feel for the Italian casters who are sitting nearby. They're going to be sort of finding it very difficult to hear each other as that shot comes in.
What a goal! Go, 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 go! Dendel taking the lead. It's Canhoto, one of the wild cards. What a powerful strike. He's seen a couple in the top corner today, but I don't think we've seen any as venomous as that from Canhoto.
Wow, there is a bull loose about this Hoos right now, and it's a crazy one, and it's a determined one, and it's leading here against Jinxy.
Brinquinho looking to respond for Jinxy. What a remarkable opening goal to this game. Some teams find it so difficult to score goals. The Brazilians, they just score from any angle. Why is it so easy for them?
Oh, why? Why can I not have a bit of that magic dust that they have? Because that appeared just been impossible angle, didn't it? Which is why I just kept talking. This could be another one.
Look at the pace. He dinks it and it goes just wide.
Oof. Devastating down that left-hand side. Devastating.
That was the pace from Hector Godoy. Already showing what he's all about.
As you said, we were talking about sides struggling. You know, lost Chamos. That one goal which came from their president, by the way, their presidential man. There is the Toro Locos, the Toro Contento, I think, right now. The very happy chappy, happy bull.
I thought that was intercepted.
It'll be buoyed right now, the bull.
The bullish ball, Toro Loco, very happy with the start of the game from Dendel. We'll won back the ball here. It's an offside.
Yeah, and obviously we've been talking a lot about the sides, obviously their respective records, in their domestic leagues, such as the Brazilian sides and the Spanish sides. We just wonder whether, come here and you think, well, that's that. Here we're playing different sides. Maybe it doesn't count for as much as we're trying. You saw the Italian champions were sorely beaten.
And a lot of things can happen in games which we don't know about, cards, etc. Presidents taking penalties, and it's just a one-off sometimes. So, yeah, don't read too much into those results. As we're now up to 6 against 6, so 1 minute left until it's 7 against 7. As slight moment of hesitation here from Brinquinho. Seems calm enough in the end to find Barata.
Yeah, these wild cards so far, they've found they're going very tough. Unless Jinxy can invert that negative trend. And
oh, that's lovely footwork, and all that was missing was the finish from Rockbanseis.
One of the many Spanish.
Yep, very Catalan name, I must say, Rockbanseis.
Yeah, from the Spanish/Catalan contingent. May have heard himself here. The Dendel player, number 2, which is Lincoln Oliveira. And he's we may require a little bit of treatment.
No wheelchair for the for the finger injury, you'd suspect.
No, I think he'll. Exactly, that would be quite amusing, to be fair. Okay, so actually the clock was stopped for that time, and we're back underway here in our 4th and final game of day 3, and the final game from round 1. So after this, everyone would have played.
Tomorrow we're going to start to see teams that have already played, and that's where it gets interesting. You can start building a bit more of a narrative. Now everybody's sort of tested each other out, and they'll all be looking at each other. I saw yesterday the Ultimate Mosseless players who weren't playing. They were in the stands. They were checking out La Capital. You know, it's those wild cards that nobody really knows about who they're keeping a close eye on.
For me, the side I've been most impressed by has been Furia. So talking of Brazilians, Lipao and Leletti were fantastic. United, the French side, it'd be nice to see obviously a French side go far, as that's a wayward pass.
Barata makes the save.
Ooh, keeper does recover well.
Now down the other end is Victor Blasco. Blasco shot blasted over the crossbar. So you like United.
In terms of what for United, just the thing, it'd be nice if one of the hosts does go deep. Go deep. It's nice to have that. But Furia, for me, so far setting their stall out. But just what we just saw a few months ago in the Xbuyer team, you've got someone like Fouad in your team, anything can happen. So it's still far too early days, but on this round one, I'd say Furia for me have been the team so far, but it's only been round one, and how many times have you seen teams fizzle out, or maybe they just had a reasonably good draw in that first game.
Oh yeah, that's another element. I think the big question is, can anybody challenge the Brazilians and the Spanish sides?
Yeah.
Can a French side emerge? Can an Italian team emerge? Germans would probably have to do quite a bit to emerge, or one of these wildcard sides, but it does seem like it's really difficult to deny the Spanish sides or the Brazilians in this competition.
Still see that little gulf, if that's fair to say, in class between those two sort of divisions, if for want of a better word, of Brazil and Spain, and that's a really clever ball.
That's good football, but it's a good save.
Really good football. I thought he was going to finish there, Mr. Torres. Talking of Torres, you mentioned Fernando Torres. That was Leonardo Torres there. But he was thwarted by a very good save, putting his body on the line as the shot goes in, and it's this time trickles out for a corner.
Yeah, it's Brinquinho, and it was Maicon Santos making the save for Dendel. It's a bit like Usman Dendele, doesn't it?
Oh, just rubbing salt in the woods now, aren't you, after PSG's victory against my beloved Serie A sides, and one of my beloved Serie A sides, Inter. Thanks very much. I thought we got over that. Anyway.
Yeah, I could have said Musa Dendele.
Oh, yes, they're coming out now. They're all coming out now.
Jinxy on the ball, looking for the equaliser. That will fall favourably to them as they try and put together a move again. They look like they've got something about them, though, Jinxy. That Brazilian and Spanish flair in this side.
Yeah, and I think that's why the likes of Brinquinho, I beg your pardon, and Barata, the goalkeeper, made 63 saves for Capim in the first split of the Kings League. One of the main players in the Brazilian that actually won as you mentioned earlier, the Kings World Cup Nations. So again, experience, been round the block, and he's won silverware. He's won a big piece of silverware in the Kings League, which naturally gives you, makes you puff out your chest.
Absolutely. He's playing it long there, Barata. Nothing cheap about that. Barata, which of course means cheap in Spanish, but
there you go.
It was an expensive-looking performance from him in Italy, if you could say that. I'm not sure that's the right adjective, but anyway, there was nothing cheap about it.
There we go.
Hey-oh, here come Dendele. Got bodies looking to the edge of the Jinxy box, but they couldn't finish off that move. That's Romarinho.
I thought you said Romario for a minute. I was transported back to the 1994 World Cup and those mid-90s.
Little Romarinho, there's a chance here. Drags the shot wide. There's Hector Godoy again from the left-hand side. How much does he love getting the ball on the left-hand side and just cutting inside and trying to unleash the shot? Barata. That's probably not the best place to play it out from the back. Oh,
he's done brilliantly.
Aleix Martí still going. And he's played out to left hand. They've lost the surprise factor.
Yeah, looks like
that was incredible how he came out.
Oh, listen, it was risky. It could have been disastrous.
Came out of the cave, as you'd say
very
in Spanish.
good, but it was very good, and he did emerge from the back cave, as they are playing in the kind of black Guiana strip. I do like that expression, out from the cave, out of the darkness and into the light.
Final player to touch the ball there was Romarinho, so it's back with Jinxy, I should say. the Americans. I don't know why I was giving it a little Brazilian twang to the name there.
But there's lots of Brazilians.
Oh, that looked like a foul, yeah.
Is it going to be a card? It could be a card, you know.
I thought he was going to bring out the yellow,
Yeah, just the way he was...
coming across so forcefully.
Yeah, with that determination, but doesn't look like there's going to be a card. I think definite foul. There's no doubt about that.
Well, you can see Jinxy wasn't too happy with that decision from the referee, screaming at the referee to show a card.
Screaming from afar. This reminds me of, remember Iceland at the Euros?
Yeah, the Viking clap, wasn't it?
Yes, just that kind of beat, that rhythm. Here we go.
The free kick, a chance for Jinxy. Oh, it was a jinky-majinky over the bar, or over the wall rather, and onto the bar. That was a different way to strike a free kick.
Say that again.
Jedi. Brinquinho.
Crashing off that crossbar.
Barata, oh, he's giving him an awkward pass, and that will allow Dendel to come back into their half.
Yeah, and after surviving that scare, Dendel need to...
They're looking okay, aren't they?
Jinxy are looking good. As for Dendel to survive that scare, they need to grab the game by the scruff of the neck again, and they haven't really kicked on. Very early on, they were looking really good, and we're singing the praise of Brazilian size, but Jinxy have weathered that storm. They've been really unfortunate just a few moments ago with that free kick. They now building, but this building up from the back a couple of times. It's a few hairy moments,
very
I have to say, yeah.
Both Barata and Aleix Martí seem very confident on the ball at the back, and it's worked for them a couple of times, although previously there was an occasion where Barata played it straight out of play. This time they couldn't connect to an attack. And in the middle, Brinquinho, he's seeing a lot of the ball in this game. Plays it back to Geray. This is Rokban says. Barata.
Oh, again risky.
They've got away with it, not for
but
the
how many
first
times
time
can
yet.
they get away?
Not going to get away with it every time. So Banseis now clatters into the Brazilian player, but he'll get another chance. Banseis was driving straight at that defence. No way through. That clearance will drop to Barata. Brinquinho. Aleix Martí. Brinquinho playing the quick 1-2s. This is better football from Jinxy.
Yeah, as I said, they managed to soak up that pressure. But then, having said that, it's playing out from the back.
There are some mistakes at the back, aren't they?
Yeah, they're clearly happy just to take the risk and play this open style.
That was a clear foul on Tuco.
So when it works out, it's brilliant, but otherwise, though, it's so risky. And they are trailing, let's not forget, they're trailing, they're not leading.
Looking for some space to bring off the shot. Tuco again. Well, he looked one way, he played it the other. I don't think anybody was singing from the same hymn sheet as Tuco there. That's another late challenge.
Still no cards, though.
Yeah,
still no cards.
There have been a couple from Dendel so far. I think they may be a little bit fortunate to have not been punished in that regard.
They have been sort of silenced, those Dendel supporters, haven't they? After that really strong start, they're now looking a little more, sounding a little more worried. It's the Jinxy fans just to our right, making all the noise.
Aleix Martí. Oh, well, again, talking of hymn sheets and wavelengths there. There was a slight mishap in communication between Aleix Martí and Rokban Sage, who wasn't even looking when the free kick was taken to him.
Scored from a similar kind of position, didn't they, earlier, Dendel, on
just
this
about there.
side.
Yeah.
So, again, this could...
Skips past the defender, that's a good save from Barata.
And it very nearly led to another goal. It's that left-hand side where they're proving most dangerous, the Brazilian side.
Yeah, it looks like they're not in this game, but then they've got a couple of players who can just drop the shoulder, accelerate, and pull off a shot from one moment to another. So at the back, it is Lincoln. That will be catching practice for Barata. This time they look to go long, but it doesn't work for them. To the left-hand side, this is where the threat tends to come. Look at that quick Brazilian feet over there.
Good vision as well.
It's being pushed back. Well, yeah, vision from these Brazilian players always.
It's cross-field passing.
Second to none.
Looking to switch the play.
It was Brian Bustamante who committed the foul on Lincoln. Taken quickly. Duco. To the other side, they're going from left to right, but a lot quicker than some of the teams that we saw earlier. We said they were a bit slower in their build-up play. The flick from Lincoln didn't find anybody. It's picked up by Gabriel. Gabriel stepping on the ball, accelerating, can't get beyond Alex Martí.
It's another orange jersey as well, just thinking about it. We've seen quite a few of those orange kind of colours. Hopefully they don't play each other, and then have to, obviously, one of the sides we have to put an away kit on, perhaps a different colour, but it's very popular. Very popular, that colour. Because there are 32 teams, so...
Some of them are going to... There are 32 colours.
There are 32 colours, I was going to say. Different shades of colours, but yeah.
Dugo. Minute and 10 seconds until we get the dice. 71% possession for Jinxy, although I think Dendel is seeing more and more of the ball in these last minutes.
Yeah, Dendel coming back into it as we go towards that 18th minute and the JD roll of the dice.
There was another anticipation with Jinxy looking to play it out from the back. This time Alex Martí can play it to the middle, not the place to be dribbling.
Scrappy.
The overlapping run from Dugo, and that's a better challenge from Brinquinho coming across. What was it? No, it was Victor Blasco. Hector lays it back to Gabriel. Over to the left. This is now Gabriel. Chance to fire in across. It takes a deflection. It was Matias Alves.
Still time. There's still time. They've got to hurry.
They've got to take it quickly because, of course, the clock continues to tick down. And there is no added time when we get to 18, so they're going to have to take this quickly, and someone's going to have to try and shoot. 3, 2, 1. No, there won't be enough time to finish off the move. So 1-0 Dendele when we head towards the dice. Well, it's thrown well, it's trickled down, and it's going to be a 3 once again.
Nice. As Zane, the Perses FC president from booth 3, so thank you very much. Muchas gracias. There he is. Again, wants to keep taking centre stage.
Well, it wasn't the most powerful of throws, but just now got the job done. See if we can hear from the managers. Didn't seem to be too happy with something his manager was saying there, Gabriel. Wellington de Oliveira is the head coach for Dendele. Robert Cornfield, who is Spanish, but he's called Robert Cornfield, is the head coach for Jinxy. Guessing there is some kind of Anglo-Saxon heritage there.
What a hit!
Oh, again, it's a left-footed strike from that angle, and it's a good save from Barata, turning it onto the crossbar.
There's that man again.
Yeah, and the 3v3, you always feel with the Brazilians, it's a dangerous place to be, because they love, this is the football they grow up playing on the streets.
Yeah, this is where Dendele could really start to take control, you know.
They're looking for that space. Lincoln out wide, back to Lincoln. It could be a pass. There's no offside if he
Why
played
didn't he pass it? Why didn't he pass it?
Yes, Bustamante
He's
was
free
very
on this
deep.
side, the number 92. He's free, he wants it.
Give it to me, he says. Finally, Tuco. Exactly. Why didn't you pass it to me earlier? You knew I was completely unmarked. He's finished it off. It's 2-0 Dendele. And as we anticipated, this 3v3 It's always going to be pretty difficult for Jinxy against the Brazilians.
Yeah, plays into the hands, right, plays into the feet of the Brazilians. Tuga so patient though, just waiting. They eventually got the ball to him and he made no mistakes, and they have doubled their advantage. They now lead 2-0, and it could be more as soon as if they can get possession back right away. As you remind us in that last game, unlike in that first minute and the first part, the keepers can come out of their penalty areas, their boxes. In this stage, they can't. So hence the reason why they're rooted where we don't see keepers obviously playing their part in the but in these final 2 minutes. Just a recap. Oh, VAR! Offside!
Offside. Well, that is brilliant news for Jinxy. That's got them back into the game.
Wow, that was close. Look at that.
Oh,
look at that.
That's about a stud offside. So, they can draw level now. Brinquinho. Chance for Jinxy. Plays it to Banseis. Back to Brinquinho. Brinquinho with the shots. Well, he decided to take it on his left foot, as there's going to be an attacking change now from Dendel with the goalkeeper, Maicon Santos, coming off.
Yep.
So 3 outfield players for Dendel yet again.
Exactly, so that's the move we're just trying to talk about. If you want to have that sort of numerical, try and get that kind of advantage in these situations, you need to take the keeper off as the shot comes in from Lincoln!
It's in from Lincoln. I don't think there'll be an offside watching Jinxy this time around. 2-0 Dendele.
Oh, it was lovely from Lincoln. He lashes it home. Just set himself. He was afforded too much time and space, though, too much time and space. And this time, it will stand. They will get their second goal. And the half-time sees immediately that secret card called here by Jinxy. And one can only assume, seeing it's been called right away, it is the star player, but we'll find out, unless they want to immediately get a penalty or something like that right away. Anyways, listen in at half-time. Dendel in the driving seat.
Escucha. El punta con el central izquierdo. Víctor, Brinquillo, saltas fuera, vas con el lateral, Idris. Sí, muy rápido. 3 contra 3, mano a mano, cuando tiene la balón al portero, rápido identifico, que no identificáis rápido. Deixa ele sozinho. Oi. Calma. Olha pra mim, olha pra mim. Olha antes que eu vou falar. Ei, é o mesmo time que começou, só que o Renan vai no Hector. Hector espera um pouquinho, Romário vai, ou você vai no meio e o Romário vai na beirada.
Well, there was Wellington there, Oliveira, with some final words of encouragement for his players. And just looking ahead to the bracket, if Jinxy were to lose this game, if I'm not mistaken, they would come up against Murash, which, exactly, no disrespect to Murash, but in a loser's pool, it's probably one of the better fixtures that you could get, because they're also wild cards, so in the same kind of situation as Jinxy. So obviously it's not the end of the road if they are to lose this game, but look, it's only 2-0 and they could very well get themselves back into this game, and they've shown signs of being capable of getting back into this game.
Thanks also to the secret card, which has been locked in. We'll find out shortly what it is going to be. They clearly want to get away back into the match, which is why they called it at half-time. No real time to lose for them. For Jinxy, they've called that card right away as they try and claw back the deficit here. We're about to see what the fortnight secret card is. The referee comes across, Bruno.
Well, going to unveil what Jinxy will be able to play in this second half, which is a penalty. What, they're playing it very early. Very early. I don't think I've ever seen a penalty being used that early on in a game.
Well, clearly just didn't want maybe Dendel to build up that kind of, maybe any kind of, build up some steam and start racing away with it. So that big man there needs to step up as he has done so far when he's been called into action, don't get me wrong, but has to do it again here against Brinquinho.
Over the line.
It's another lengthy run, almost like Castillo we saw in the previous match.
Well, they've been given the best card possible, Jinxy. Are they going to make the most of it? Brinquinho down the middle, no mistake, it's 2-1. And look at Jinxy celebrating from home.
That's a yellow card though, that's a yellow card for that. He's going to be booked. You can't take your shirt off.
Well, emotional scenes from the States. His side have reduced a deficit, but Dendel, of course, still have that secret card to be used in the second half.
Yeah, and obviously with the fact that the president is in the USA, it's clearly he won't be able to take his penalty. He'll be designating one of the players to take a shootout for Jinxy. So we'll see what Dendel can offer now that the game is wide open again. And Jinxy have cut the deficit, reduced the arrears here.
It's a long throw-in, which is volleyed back, well, all the way across to the other side of the pitch as it goes out of play. Jinxy building from the back. Looking up, Barata, booted away by Lincoln. Nice jump.
Little flick on there, yeah.
Santi Gordillo with the header.
Elevation there.
Guilherme Carvalho. That will drop it into the hands of Barata. It's a long throw from him.
Almost sort of Schmeichel-esque, wasn't it? That kind of throw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going back to the 90s. Schmeichel renowned for that, one of his hallmarks. Wasting no time in getting the ball forwards.
Very good challenge in the middle by Blasco, and why not? The long distance effort, worth a go. Saved by Maicon Santos. I think he's hurt himself winning back that ball. That was a strong 50-50. He came out on top, but he definitely felt the brunt of that challenge.
Yeah, clock's been stopped. Treatment has been called on. Medical staff coming on here. A lot of noise being made. Just to our right here, the Jinxy fans. Obviously they're feeling good right now. So their side converted that penalty. And the Toro Loco is looking like a Toro Preocupes, a Toro Preocupato, worried right now.
And I'm sure Jinxy was worried seeing Blasco injured, but he's picked himself back up. He's the engine in the midfield for Jinxy, so fortunately for them, he's back up on his feet. Drop ball for Dendel, Guillermo Carvalho. With Cañoto. Cañoto back towards Carvalho. Towards that right-hand side, looking patiently for the opening.
Nice feet.
It's the feet of Cañoto.
Those tight spaces they are just so good, these Brazilians.
So the goal kick for Jinxy. Again, they're going to stick to their guns and try and play it out from the back. Aleix Martín's been very good in that role.
Yeah, in that sense, they're one of the sides we can see like already with a clear identity.
Well, there's a clear idea of how they want to play, yeah.
In that sense, whereas some of the other wild cards, it was a real mixed bag, wasn't it? Whereas in this case, you know, at least they've got a kind of footballing philosophy and an idea how they want to play the game, how they want to approach it. but they continue the trail. They've certainly doing themselves out of all the wild cards, the ones that so far holding their own a lot better, I would say.
Yeah, the two American sides have probably been the most impressive out of the wild cards, Miami 7 and Jinxy.
You know, Miami 7, that red card proved costly.
Absolutely, absolutely.
IVS for them. And up until that point, they're actually in control. It really allowed Porcinos to go on and win the game. When we talk about turning points, sliding doors moments and key moments, and that really was one of them. Hopefully you can still hear Bruno and I, because there is a chap just banging away on that drum and he's not getting tired.
He's keeping up the energy for this final game. It's a lovely back heel, and what about that for a goal from Dendel? Well, it's Romarinho's name who's going to go on the score sheet. But I didn't actually quite catch who was the player that provided the assist, but that was about 90% of the goal.
As you were saying, talking about energy, talking about a lot of noise. They're making a lot of noise now, the Dendel players. After that, Troncos, who had his goal earlier ruled out for offside, to some extent making amends with a beautiful, cheeky little flick. And Romarinho, then Toro Loco, now he's happy again. Now I think it's he, it could be a she, is very happy indeed, bouncing up and down, and they've called their presidential penalty as well, which something we like to see, that when you've got that goal, try and get another one right away with your presidential penalty.
So the presidential penalty will take place afterwards, but I was checking on the record of Dendel's president. It's Paulinho Luqueta. Luqueta has scored 6 out of the 8 penalties he's taken, so high conversion rate for the Dendel president.
Yeah, it bodes well then. Bodes well for them as they look to stretch this lead further. Caught in possession.
Just wide from Renan Assumpção. Again, it's that slippery slope of playing it out from the back, and here comes the crazy ball, Super Toro Loco. One of the best penalty-taking presidents, at least in terms of stat
version, right? Yeah,
and percentages.
Wow, the bull is raging. Yeah. He is raging, and when he sees pink, not just when he sees red. A little tribute to Paulinho,
and the other president of Dendel.
Little homage to him.
Still very much alive, despite that looking like it's a homage to
somebody
who's no longer with us, but no, he's watching from home in Brazil.
A little tribute to him. Paulinho, and going to be the summer of '69.
Another big moment in this game. Barata, who will probably have faced a penalty of his in the Kings League in Brazil. So not uncharted territory. Oh, he's missed! He's missed! It's 6 out of 8 in Brazil, but it's 0 out of 1 in European soil. And that is a huge lifeline for Jinxy.
Yeah, you've got to at least hit the target, Brent. You've got to at least hit the target. That's your minimum, and then you know that it can either, obviously, if the keeper goes the wrong way, you've scored. If the keeper even saves it, there's a chance that it might, go in off the keeper. All sorts of factors, but you've got to hit the target. He's failed to hit the target. He's failed to stretch Dendel's lead. They're still, of course, in pole position to bring home this win, but that was a big chance for them to take a step closer to going straight through to the winners bracket here at the Kings World Cup Clubs in Paris.
Guilherme does well to come out of that tight space. He's found Lincoln.
The second goal for Dendel. Romarinho with the best of the 3 goals, the pick of the bunch for Dendel. And Troncos little flick back, which was gorgeous, lovely little touch.
Lincoln back towards Guilherme Carvalho. Romarinho with Guilherme. Someone's going to have to step out and try and press them, because they're very, very comfortable here. Now there's the long-distance shots. It was Hector Godoy again. And somebody's locked in. Oh, it's a presidential penalty for Jinxy, so it will be a shootout, of course. But President Jinxy is not here.
Unless he can, get a Concorde quickly all the way to Paris, but that's...
no longer exists.
No longer exists, first of all. But, you know, I like to go back to those 90s and 2000s, so bringing up some of our youth, some of our childhood. I imagine it'll be Brinquinho, but we'll see what Jinxy have in store.
Oh, that's going to fall to Brinquinho, and he's forced an acrobatic save out of Maicon Santos.
I think he may have fouled the keeper in the process.
There's nothing wrong with that. Good save in the end, but I didn't see a great deal wrong with the build-up play.
No.
So we're going to get that shootout, I believe. Yep, the referee sending everybody back onto the halfway line. Well, another chance to claw themselves back into the game after that penalty missed by Dendel.
Yeah, then they just can't seem to just break away. Struggling just to open up.
And it's not going to be
daylight with their man Jinxy. So yeah,
Rockman says
they've shaken things up then. The American side, this multicultural international American side, packed full of players from all around the globe.
So Rockman says against Maicon Santos. He's got his president face. They're on the screen. Now, clock winds down. Van Says goes around. I don't think he shot on time. They're going to have to check this. They are celebrating.
They're confident that the goal stands.
I think the referee,
he's waiting, isn't he? He's waiting for confirmation.
Let's see.
And that's why the referee hasn't given it, because there was that doubt.
What they need to show us is the angle where you can see the clock, the big screens inside the arena. This will tell us if the shot was... Oh, I think it might have been.
I think he did get it away.
It might have been.
Yeah.
It was just about on the one.
It was just in the nick of time, just in the rock of time from
just about on time.
And it was a brilliant penalty shootout from him. The way he just took it round the keeper and managed to keep his composure to get that strike away and into an empty net.
The referee is still awaiting complete confirmation, but I think it was just on time. And yes, the goal does stand. So Jinxy are back into the game. It's 3-2 with the final 40 minutes left. Everything to play for.
Now we can say what a strike it was. We've seen different approaches, haven't we, to the shootouts. That's disappointing for the number 10 who thought he was through there, but
yeah, he was bursting through.
Yeah, we've seen the option of maybe trying to create an angle and get the shot away, go around the keeper, just go one-on-one and then try and chip him, or try and find that bottom corner. Different routes, different ways, different strategies, although most of the times it's the keepers coming out on top. We've seen obviously more save or miss than actually converted so far in the tournament.
Lincoln. Strong challenge in the middle by Brinquinho. Powerful performance from Brinquinho for Jinxy today. That's teed up into the edge of the box. He was unsighted, so it was a good save by Barata. There were plenty of bodies in the way.
Nicely struck by Guilherme Carvalho. Just on the edge of the box, and his view was blocked as well, the keeper of Jinxy as well, so not an easy save to make, far from it, as player down clutching his head here.
Brinquinho, who was looking to skip past the defender on the flank.
He's been...
took a while blowing his whistle, but it looked like a clear foul.
He's been heavily involved, hasn't he? He's in the wars there, Brinquinho.
Okay, yes, okay.
Yeah, listen, the arms outstretched. I don't think there's. It's clearly a foul.
Come on.
I don't think we're going to have a card.
Come on. Okay, yes, okay. Thank you.
So, Maicon sets up his wall. It's a tight angle. It's pretty close to where Dendel has scored, although there's no surprise factor with the free kick. It'll take something special to score directly from the free kick here.
Yeah, in fact, he plays it short.
That's why he plays it backwards, So, they are a very possession-based side, Jinxy. Like to take care of the ball. But that free kick has come to nothing in the end. Headed clear. The follow-up volley. So always going wide. Bustamante. Awesome space in the middle for Brinquinho.
Still.
It's pushed wide. And he finds Banseis. 4 players jump for it. Brinquinho's on the ball. This could be a goal, and it is for Jinxy. They're back in the game. 3-3. Leonardo Torres. What a magnificent game of football.
And the shirt is off again. He's got a second yellow. The Jinxy present. That's becoming his hallmark celebration every time a goal goes in for Jinxy. And they have fought back. They have battled back. Brinquinho involved this time.
Brilliant
with the assist. And what an assist it was. It was slotted home here by their number 29. Will be amongst the scorers, of course, for Jinxy. I daren't try and pronounce it. Nafal Bumina for Jinxy. And just when I was actually about to say that Dendel on course to be the fourth Brazilian team to win, but that is now in jeopardy, isn't it, really? Because Jinxy are on course to be the first wildcard team to win.
Well, let's see if they can finish off the game or not, but Brinquinho's been absolutely magnificent for them. There was some confusion in the defence. He was the quickest to react, and he set it up on a silver platter for Leonardo Torres. So 3-3, hugely impressive display from Jinxy. The way that despite when they were losing, they continued to play the ball out from the back. They continued to take care of the ball. It's been a true identity to the way they play the game, and I've been mightily impressed with them today.
That's exactly what we've been saying. You know, out of all the wild cards, it's a sign that's set out its stall. Set out its stall. This is how we're going to play. Whereas Dendel, you in particular, having followed plenty of Kings League football, we know how they play their kind of style, and I think they're turning, aren't they, to their secret card, because they need something right now, because they're on the back foot and they're at risk here, because Jinxy have momentum on their side. They are buoyed right now.
Yeah, they've inflicted some damage, and the way to try and counteract that is with a secret card, which is the last external element which is going to be introduced into the game. Referee, does he blow his whistle there? Yeah, he has given the foul against Google.
Will there be a card or not? I don't think so. But certainly the foul, you're right, has been given. The free kick has been given.
It's going to be a card, but it's the secret card.
Yep.
Goal ×2. So for the next 4 minutes, any goal scored by Dendel will be worth 2. Actually, it's not a bad moment to bring out the card. They got this free kick on the edge of the box.
Yeah. It's a smart time to do so. It's worked out nicely as well. Look at that presidential booth for Dendel. It's gone from cheers to concern, unless they can get this goal now.
1, 2, 3, 4 men in the wall. A couple of Dendel players also there. See, they've steered away. Oh, and it's played to the left. There'll be a shot on here. It's a goal for Dendel. It's a wonderfully worked free kick, And it's got the double value from Gabriel, so just like that, they've opened up a 2-goal lead. It's 5-3 to the Brazilians.
Oh, just what they needed, what we were saying with Jinxy coming back into the game. We're singing their praises, but Dendel, and that's the Kings League, the strategy. Play that secret card, give yourself an opportunity, a lifeline, which they've done, and they've made full use. And the good news for them is they've still got more than 3 minutes to get more goals and stretch this lead even further, open up a bigger gap. They now lead 5, and what a well-worked goal as well. But what an excellent finish by Gabriel Refulio.
Well, it's the first time we've seen a double value goal being scored using the secret card in this competition. And well, the image there says that they've still got the double value goal for the next 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Guilherme. As usual, playing it out from the back, Jinxy. Brinquinho is looking for support. He tends to find it in Banseis. Banseis and back to Brinquinho. Too much on that ball. He's overcooked it.
Yeah, but seeing, Bruno, what we've seen from Jinxy across this game, you certainly can't rule them out. Time and time again, they have battled back, and this game, it's been in different stages and phases. We've seen Dendel on top, Jinxy on top, and now obviously it's Dendel have the advantage, but you just can't rule out, you can't write off this Jinxy side. They're sticking to their guns, sticking to their principles, but they've just got to hang on here for a couple of minutes and ensure that Dendel don't score again, because otherwise, as we saying, it would be still worth double. It'll make it 7-3, which maybe put the game out of sight for them. But as I say, this Jinxy side, just don't write them off. And as we also know, in general, in the Kings League, it's not over until it's over. So many different factors continue to come into play.
Leo Torres goes down, no foul, says the referee. It's back with Dendele. Maicon rolls it out to the right.
Every time you say Maicon, I'm sorry, I keep thinking of the former Inter fullback and the Brazilian Maicon. One of that great goal against Barcelona in 2010. And an amazing goal against Juventus that very same season in Serie A. Anyway. enough, basta. Let's focus about this Maicon for Dendel.
Gagnoto. The flick back towards Gagnoto. It's another one for Dendel, but the goalkeeper's lifting up his hand. It is offside.
Yeah.
It's offside.
Yeah.
Oh, Barata clearly saw that that was not a legal goal.
Yeah, and the player himself immediately looked across to the assist and just wanted to maybe have some kind of hope that he would.
Yeah.
But
see there, yeah, clearly offside from Duco.
Actually, it will be double checked, triple checked, but you can see it immediately here. Look, there you go, in fact.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I think he is, you know.
Oh, yeah, it's on the right shoulder,
yeah,
which is just ahead. Whoa, that would have been incredible if they scored 2 goals.
Talk about playing the secret cards
window.
to devastating effect.
So they can put that blue line on the heel. Clearly,
Stop time.
there is
Stop time.
some advantage gained.
Yeah.
Duco, so it will be offside.
Offside. Okay. Thank you, Mohammed. Stop.
Okay, good work, guys. Great work behind the scenes. Still 30 seconds for them to get that double goal, but with Jinxy in possession, it's unlikely. And they've also got a free kick as well. Gabriel, one of the goal heroes for Dendel, one that was worth double and could be a huge goal come the end of this fixture, which is winding to the final 4 minutes plus, 4 minutes and a half plus added time. Final minutes here as well before going into those final 2 minutes of play.
So, Banseis! Oh! Jinxy again refusing to die in this game. It's 5-4, and as you said, it isn't over until it's over.
And this time, I'm glad to say the shirt is staying on. Happy to see it. And as we're also saying, this Jinxy side just never knows when it's beaten. This Jinxy side, you can't write them off. Never rule them out. How many times have we had maybe the impression that Dendel were going to go on and kick on and break away? Far from it. They are back in it. 5-4 as we go into this final 2 minutes, which are going to be crucial when it looks like that's when the game is going to be decided.
Well, what an exciting end to the day. What a spectacle that Dendel and Jinxy are offering. So many twists and turns, ups and downs in this game. What a wonderful free kick as well. Bending it around the wall.
Quick thinking, wasn't it?
Love to see a free kick goal. Oh, and hang on, there's a counter-attack on here. The chance for Jinxy coming forward, maybe thought about it too long there. On the ball, Santi Gordillo down the other end. They're asking for a penalty, not given. Now the counter from Jinxy.
Oh, end-to-end stuff. It's breathless here.
Oh, Brinquinho's cross didn't find Santi Brinquinho. What a player.
It was Kings League action at its very best there. End-to-end stuff, breathless stuff. Into that final minute, I think Dendel just try and keep it this way. They don't want Jinxy to go level and take it into a golden goal situation. Long throw, booted straight out there. They may keep Jinxy pinned back here into these closing stages. No real rush here. We'll be looking for a long throw then. Final 10 seconds, be quick, get a shot away, get an effort on goal.
It's off the chest, it's booted clear, and that's going to be the end of normal time. So we're heading into the last couple of minutes. It's 5-4, and it's about as tight as it could be, not only on the scoreboard, but also on the field of play.
Goals worth double then. Are we going to have another comeback from Jinxy? Oh, well, Dendel managed to hang on and get over the finishing line. We'll find out very shortly.
Una cosa. Ahora, es un puto gol y ganamos, ¿vale? Estamos muy bien. No podemos encajar, ¿vale? No podemos encajar. No os volváis locos, no os volváis locos, calma. Bloque bajo, 3, 2, 1, emparejamos mano a mano. Man to man. Y vamos a meter el gol. Ya me da igual perder por uno más. Vamos a meterlo, ¿vale? Pero...
So one final chance for both managers to speak to their players. Robert Cornfield in the Jinxy corner, Wellington de Oliveira in the Dendel corner. Now the ball drops from the heavens. It's the special orange ball used for the last 2 minutes. Remember, any goal now is worth double.
Dendel have already scored a goal worth double in this game after the use of their Fortnite secret card. Romarinho, Tuco, Brinquinho and Vancels, your candidates for MVP. It could all really depend on what happens now, really, in the next minute and a half plus added time, really.
I'd be inclined to vote for Brinquinho myself, but look, everybody's had moments of magic, including Troncos. That shot is blocked. Banseis.
Here he is. Man who really set up this pulsating end to this game with that quick thinking with his free kick, just spotting
nowhere.
Just the referee off his line. The keeper, you can tell I'm getting tired as well in these closing stages. The keeper maybe not not the best of positional players. The shot goes in and it's rifled wide.
It's drilled wide by Guillermo Carvalho. So now Jinxy come again. Brinquinho will be looking to get involved.
Yeah, as will Banseis as well.
Now it's Alish Marti at the back. There is the man you were talking about, Banseis.
Coming back, helping out, just keep things ticking along here.
Blasco over the top. That will be difficult for Banseis. Leo Torres lets it run out of play. Blasco. Booted away by Guillermo. Make sure it's about as far as possible from their own goal.
Can Dendel hang on, or can they win the ball back? That was a 50-50.
Bit slow. He was a bit slow, and Duga almost picked his pocket.
Of course, tight call. Great commitment though from both players. He stayed down the number 19 for Jinxy Cuenca.
Hector finds some space on the right for Cañoto. This could be the end of the game. Vanceis gets back in time to clear.
Wasn't quite executed to perfection. Neither the pass nor the Cañoto maybe could have gone for goal. That was a chance that's gone begging, but they've still got the ball. Cañoto took his eye off the ball. He's booted it into the roof.
Volleyed it out of the arena. Still a minute and a half.
It's nervy M4 Dendel.
Enough time for another Jinxy attack. It's the long throw. Flicked on by Blasco. Leo Torres looking to get onto the end of it. Good defending from Hector. Cañoto. Over to the other side for Guillermo. Lincoln. Nice turn from Tuco. Looking to thread it through. Now Alex Martí can run out from the back.
Time is very much of the essence.
Yeah, and he can't get it over the head of Guillermo. Running out of time, Jinxy.
Ticking down. It's not the friend of Jinxy right now.
Tuco. Oh, and it's flying over the crossbar.
Lincoln. Oh, it's a huge miss, isn't it? Got to keep it down, got to hit the target.
Will he end up looking back on that chance? Oh, let's see.
We'll find out very shortly.
We'll find out now, really. Brinquinho, This is it. This is the final roll of the dice for Jinxy. Brinquinho. Still Brinquinho wants the referee to blow his whistle. He doesn't, and I think that may be it. Unless if Vanceis can pick up this ball. He needs to get it down the other end. Vanceis switches play. And it's the end of the game. Well, they fought hard, Jinxy. They pushed Dendel all the way. I thought maybe they were going to sneak a win, but it was a brilliant performance from the wildcards. I think we're going to see more of them in this tournament. They'll have one more chance, of course, against Murash in the losers pool. And if they win that, they get another chance to try and advance to the last 16. But the point is that they cannot lose any more of their games. But that was a good performance from them, and another win for the Brazilians.
Yeah, and we'll look at the winners bracket, the losers bracket in far more detail. For now, obviously, full marks. Congratulations to Tukov. Dendel voted
good player.
the MVP, and he very nearly set a very late goal as well there for Lincoln. Great bit of skill and the vision, the unselfishness, the awareness to know he had a teammate in support. Then we actually hear from him with our interview, our bizarre interview at pitchside. The celebrations, then the Brazilians 4 from 4 in terms of the Brazilian sides. No Brazilian side as yet has tasted defeat, but all the wild cards, sadly for them, they have tasted defeat. As you were saying, they will take on Murash, this Jinxy side. As for Dendel, if I'm not mistaken, on F2R.
That's right, yep.
If I'm not mistaken. But let's go pitch side and now hear from the man of the moment, from Tuku, and hear what he has to say.
Here we are with the MVP of this match and one more jersey that will be available only off Bazaar. So, congratulations! How are you feeling right now? O que você está sentindo agora?
Cara, é uma sensação muito especial, porque a gente saiu de um vice-campeonato no Brasil e viemos disputar um campeonato gigante como esse e ser MVP da primeira partida. É uma sensação absurda, né? Estou muito feliz, mas ainda não conquistamos nada. Se Deus quiser, a gente vai buscar a classificação sexta-feira.
So happy, and so let's sign your jersey here. Guys, you can find this jersey only on Bazaar, sign it, and this jersey will be available in more than 20 countries. So, congratulations again. See you soon on Bazaar app, and get the app and get ready.
Dendel wrapping up today's action with a narrow victory. They were certainly made to sweat for it, and they go through to the winners bracket. Congratulations to them, edging out Jinxy, one of our 8 wildcards. But let's wrap up the rest of the results as well. We know Dendel amongst the victors today in what was day 3, the final day of round 1 of the Kings World Cup clubs. It seems like a long time ago, doesn't it, Bruno? But Los Troncos getting the better of the Italian champions TRM 3-2. We had a shootout victory for the French, for Karasu against Gear 7, an Italian side. Xbuyer, well, it's a massive win, wasn't it, for them?
It's against to look at now.
Yeah. And as we have just seen, Dendel winning 5-4. As we said, it was tight as the scoreline suggests, and they go through to the winners bracket. Dendel, who will be taking on, as we were just mentioning actually a few moments ago, one of the host sides,
Look at that.
Yeah.
Complete bracket.
Yeah, and love those logos as well. Lovely, lovely, lovely logos. And Jinx taking on Mirage, which seems like, to be fair, a good game for them.
Again, no disrespect, it could be a favourable draw to Jinxy. So we've got all the winners, all the losers now. As we all know, the winners of those games in that pool, they'll be in the last 16. The losers will fall into the last chance. The winners of the losers pool will go into the last chance, and the losers, they go home.
Expertly explained. That is the Swiss system. We know Los Troncos are in that winners bracket after getting the better of TRM, the Real Marzar, a 3-2 victory. The Kings League Spain finalists defeating the Italian champions. That was the first game of our afternoon, and kicked things off, and in some style as well. They were always, you can say, just that little edge the Spanish side had over the Italian champions.
But still,
fair to say.
A good competitive performance from TRM. You can see why they're the champions of KL Italy, but as we say, maybe there's still a little bit of a gulf between Kings League Spain and Kings League Brazil and the rest of the teams, which I'm sure over time they'll start to reduce.
And, you know, maybe a little bit of gulf between Kings League Italy and Kings League France, because Gear 7, the Italian side, were beaten by Karasu as an unexpected hero come the shootout, because their main keeper was actually given a yellow card, so he was suspended and taken off. And Yassine Bencherki rising to the fore in the shootout when the French side held their nerve best. This was in normal time when it ended 4-4, so there were 8 goals. It was an 8-goal thriller. They had home advantage, but they did the job, and their president as well also stepping up. He didn't look that confident, but he certainly delivers good, and here was Yassine Bencherki.
He actually saved a conventional penalty as his first action of the game, so he was very much the hero in this fixture. And this one, well, it's a difficult one to look back for the champions of the Americas, Los Chamos.
And the only positive for them was their president penalty. Also mocked jokingly, of course, that the Xbuyer brothers during or before his presidential penalty. We know he has those kind of things. He likes to surprise and entertain, and he did. And unfortunately, it was the only entertaining for Los Chamos, because they were heavily beaten. Xbuyer running out 10-1 winners. Different goal scorers as well. Lots of different, they like to share around the goals, and so despite that, Xbuyer were so dominant, winning by 10 goals to 1. Fouad amongst the scorers, the Moroccan talent, and he was unsurprisingly the MVP for the Spanish side, Xbuyer, who march on through to that winners bracket. It was a fantastic day of Kings League action in the Kings World Cup clubs, and laying down a marker, I would say, Bruno, the
although Los
side.
Angeles maybe threw in the towel a little bit towards the end, and it was a heftier scoreline than it probably should have been, also because a lot of those goals were double value.
Yeah. So, looking ahead when we move on to round 2, so Zaytuna against La Capital, that's going to be an important match, an interesting match. We've got Miami 7, can they bounce back? We've also got that all-Spanish derby, Ultimate Mostores against Porcinos, which is another interesting fixture, and DMG against Persas as well. So loads and loads to look forward to, and you'll be alongside me, of course, won't you, Bruno?
I'm going absolutely nowhere, Tom.
Good stuff, good stuff. Cannot wait. So make sure you join us. And also, just before we go, I want to give a massive shout out to our women and La Finalissima, because we're also going to have the privilege to see the first edition of La Finalissima, which is going to be a match between the best team from the Queens League of Spain and the best from Americas, a match that will see Las Troncos face off against Peluque Caligari, a match that will crown the best team in the Queens universe. So make sure you also circle the date, 13th of June. See you tomorrow. Ciao, ciao.
Si quieres, puedes subestimarnos. Ahora somos imparables. Defendemos lo que construimos.
Las Troncas,
Vamos a ganar.
campeonas de la Queens League hoy son.